rise beyond greatness and reignite the star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.
よく頑張ったね。
Rise beyond greatness and reignite the star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.
焼き尽くそうね。虫けらにしてはよく頑張ったね。
rise beyond greatness and reignite your star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.
焼き尽くそうね。虫けらにしてはよく頑張ったね。
Rise beyond greatness and reignite your star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on to that grace. Let it become your strength.
焼き尽くそうね。虫けらにしてはよく頑張ったね。
rise beyond greatness and reignite your star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Good afternoon, good morning, or good evening from wherever you are. Welcome to the Magic Chess Go-Go World Championship, or known as GO1 Inaugural International Championship for Magic Chess Go-Go. We are your steam casters for this evening. It's Husky and Moman again, and we were here yesterday for the group stage, but today is where the stakes get raised. It's the semi-finals. 16 more players go up against each other, but instead of taking out 6, we're taking out 8 of them by the end of the day.
Yeah, 10 players survived yesterday. We had to take out 6. Now, another 6 are joining the fray. The first to 4th place of MRS Season 3, and also the 1st and 2nd place of the 33rd SEA Games. So we have more Malaysian representation, and we got more Filipino representation coming in. But of course, we have our LATAM and EECA all across the globe representations in our top 10 already. But today, they face a harder match.
A harder match, but the format still remains the same. We will still split them into 2 groups of 8, but to survive each group becomes slightly harder because we're only looking for 4 of the best from both Group A and Group B. There were a plethora of metas yesterday. We saw, at least from Group A, it was just Guinevere galore, but Group B shown us a bit more of the Valentina and the mages plus Beyond the Clouds. And let's see the culmination of that today, right? Are the contenders from yesterday able to take on some of the heavy hitters that got a free bye to the semi-finals, and will the unconventional approaches of some of the non-SCA regions, like for example from Turkey, show up big today? But before we continue, we gotta remind you guys that since you might be new to this, we want to give you guys a quick task to do. Go on Facebook to follow the global Facebook account at Magic Chess Go-Go, or Magic Chess Go-Go Global on TikTok, and afterwards you'll be able to be in touch with all the comprehensive news and live streams of official tournaments. On top of that, when you have time, do type in follow MCGG TikTok in the chat, take a screenshot of that, and go to the pin post on the official global TikTok account for the live stream event. Follow the event rules to participate and stand a chance to win some lucky prizes. Do not miss out on this, and if all else fails, just scan a QR code that you see on the screen.
Yeah, and of course, GO1 started from the game itself, right? GO1 started from MRS, Magic Rising Stars and Mobile Rising Stars, of course, Season 3, Season 4. These players, they were playing in the comfort of their own home. So it could be anybody. It could be you going at it at Go2 as well. And of course, we're talking about the prize pool of $25,000. And it's not too hard to play MCGG. Right now, the patch is way faster than before, right? Last time we were complaining that, oh yeah, maybe MCGG is taking too long. There's too much to do in the buy phases. Right now, you only have 20 seconds, and the interest rate has changed from 50 to 20, right? At 20, you get 4 gold. Instead of 50, you get 5 gold. So the game has become much more expedited. It's become much faster. One game, it can possibly end before you even see the Lord right now.
Yeah, we've gotten a couple of lore games yesterday, I believe 3 of them, but economy becomes so much more important. We also saw how majority of the go-go cards selected by our players usually centers around getting more go or getting free rerolls on the go. Not only that, even the commanders that they choose, right? Cho has been one of the hot picks, Luoyi as well, couple of Yuzongs and Valiers along the way. But this is the tournament format in case you missed out on yesterday's broadcast. It's very straightforward. For the group stage, we had the 14 division winners plus MRS Season 3 56th place. We got rid of 6 players yesterday. Today for the semi-finals, we have the 10 group stage winners from yesterday, joined by the 33rd SEA Games first and second place winners, plus the MRS Season 3 first to fourth place winner. We'll be split them into 2 groups of 8, and we're looking for the 8 best players to proceed onto the grand finals on the 25th of January.
Yeah, and 25th of January, you know what day it is. It's going to be the day for the grand finals, and the 8 semifinal winners will be playing for the huge prize pool of 25,000 US dollars. But looking at the point system coming through, this is the competitive integrity of that governs all auto battlers, including MCGG, right? The first points, you get 8 score, and of course, -1 followed by third, -1 respectively, all the way until the 8th, where you get that 1 score. And this all adds up. You gotta get consistently in the top 4 to end up in that top 4 to qualify for the grand finals.
And of course, all of this is for the honeypot of 25,000 total dollars in the prize pool, with the champion walking away with 10 grand, and the runner-up getting 2.9 grand, with the third place running away with 2,000, and all the way down to 200 for the 19th to 22nd place. So every single participant gets a piece of the pie, but of course you want to aim for the sweet 5-digit, and with the honor to call yourself the first ever MCGG World Championship champion.
Yeah, I mean, $10,000 is what some people earn in like a few months, right? A few months of hard work. But just by playing MCGG GO1 alone, these players, they stand a chance to walk away with that 5-figure. Now, walking in is going to be the players. We got Finn, our SEA Games winner, and we got Scan Dominic from MRS Season 3, Willow Sue from Season 3 as well, Arvin Broby, we saw him yesterday, K1 just completely dominating with Dorky, Chatty, and Wisnu together in this group.
What a scary grouping, because we literally have the top 3 from Group B yesterday coming into this Group A match, and of course they are facing up against one of the tournament favorites too from that SEA Games. So that is already set us up for quite an interesting first match. Again, we have 2 matches, 2 groups today, and each match will have 5 games in it, and by the end of the 5th game we will tabulate score and see which 4 from each individual group will make it into the grand finals on the 25th. But also, we are gonna get ready for the drafting phase, and it's a very good time to remind everyone how the drafting phase works. For game number 1, we will roll the dice and randomize the pick orders for the players to pick their commanders, and from game 2 onwards, the pick orders will be decided based on their previous game placing. If you place first, you will pick last. If you place last, you will pick first, and you don't duplicate commanders in a single game, and you cannot pick the commander that you have previously picked in subsequent games.
Yeah, and at this point, right, I want to say Luoyi is going to be that top pick. Minotaur, surprisingly, one of the top picks as well. One of the lesser known picks that I don't see that often is the Yuzong, of course, the Dairoff. A lot of these players, they go for consistency. They don't want to go for the dice roll at the start, especially. They want to go for a consistent play. And with the Indonesians, we talked to a few of the Indonesians yesterday. 2 of the group winners were, of course, fellow Indonesians. They did talk about not trying to gamble that much, right? They go for consistent strategy. But looking at this, we're talking about consistent strategy, and Willow Sue pulls out the Popo and Koopa. And I'm pretty sure Willow Sue's from Myanmar. Yeah, and Finn is from Malaysia.
Yeah, so just to clear that confusion, all right? We have 2 Myanmar players here. K1 also had a fantastic game yesterday. You know, they start off slightly slow, but once he got that engine going, he was basically dominating that mid to late game. But Dorky also talked about how he felt interested in testing out picks like the Dairoff if he makes it far enough. He gave us a sort of a teaser that if he makes it to the grand finals, maybe we'll see that die-off, which was something shown by Cyril Mertens from Turkey yesterday. But let's see how this one is going to pan out, right? Because if we're going to go back to the Guinevere 3-star rush, or will this pool of players give us something a lot more diverse? Because we have most of them are from Group B yesterday, and Group B is not really leaning into the Guinevere.
Yeah, I mean, the Guinevere, the Bruiser meta is slightly too strong right now. But of course, Bruisers are still melee, right? And we see the counters coming out for the Bruisers being the Starwing Stargazer as well. And yeah, the combo is there. But the max damage cap that we saw out from yesterday was the Stargazer Mage combo coming out from K1, because it was not that favorite in the pool. Not a lot of people were picking up the Kadita. Not a lot of people were picking up the Valentina. And K1 choose to go against the grain with a different strategy so that you don't go with the same pool of the rest of the players.
And we've seen some pretty entertaining approaches as well, like holding pieces of the opponents. Of course, we're gonna be already in stage 1 and 2, so we're checking on the go cards that each of these players have picked for themselves. Of course, a lot of the highlight is gonna be on Finn, who had a pretty solid opening. Starwing, Defenders, and that Toy Mischief.
Yeah, I mean, you can see him just going for a different strategy here, right? You get the 6 goal at the start as Valier. So with that, he does get... Oh my god, he's already at 20. So he does get the maximum interest available with that win as well. So straight away with that Moskov card, yeah, he got 2 2-stars already.
2 2-stars and a barrage with a Purify. Of course, the float that gives you that max HP alongside with AoE damage in every interval. So Finn, again, solid opening. We saw a couple of aspirants coming out as well. K1, Dorky, and Wisnu, who only has aspirants running, so we can expect some of that lose streak being part of the strategy. Same, yeah, there's this talk about Wisnu, here it is right now. Up against Dorky, will have to take that L. Not really much going on here. Might just have to play that lose streak to get that item prio.
Yeah, we got Scan Dominic going up against Chatty. Chatty will take the upper hand, but these early game skirmishes, they don't matter too much. It's all about the economy control, right? And keeping your HP in check before the first carousel really is much more of direction. Which direction are you going for? Are you going to lean into the aspirants? Are you going to lean into the synergy that's given to you? Or do you have a set strategy in mind that you want to reroll for? And you don't really want to reroll at the start. You want to keep your interest a bit high, especially at that either the 10 or 20 mark. And Arvin, he's going for a very dangerous start already, straight away going for that Soul Vessel Weapon Master. Yeah, I'm surprised he's not leading into the Toy Mischief.
And even for we looked at how the development has been, right? Especially when we talk about some of these players. Of course, for Finn specifically, we look at the 5 games that he played in the C games. His lowest placement was 5 points, and I believe he got like first in 3 out of the 5 games as well. Something important to note, and that consistency that he has brought in so far still hasn't lost a single round. Again, he had an incredibly solid starting line. So it's him and K1 at 100 so far. And Arvids.
I mean, at this point, it's all about the new meta, right? Does the new patch change things up? Does Season 4 with the commander cards, does it change up? Does it do a complete mix-up from the C games here? Now, with the carousel round, Dorky going for that golden staff, and we see Chatty going for the Freya, actually.
2-star Kadita for Scan Dominic. And even getting the Stargazer Blessing activated on the Kula too. So one more piece will bring him to 4. But having the Kadita too with the Retribution does allow him to really do some significant burst damage. But instead, no, I thought he's going to feed it into the machine. Going to run that 2 mages instead with that Drusin for that extra oomph. Did have the Holy Crystal now on the Kadita.
Yeah, but you know, placing the Kadita in front might not be a bad idea here, right? You get the Rough Waves procs, and you want more of the Rough Waves procs as well. So that Holy Crystal is gonna deal a great bunch of damage, but can it stand up to that Bruiser? It does. Dorky right now, he still don't have that bruiser synergy that he's looking for. Dorky going for the cut and standard, the meta, the bruiser meta right now. And yeah, as we can see, it gets countered out by Stargazer because of that skill usage very early, but you need to have the correct heroes. The Kadita is the perfect choice against the bruisers.
We also saw the K1 with the claw theft device, and not only that, having that golden staff and the oracle too, so wanting to have a more solid front line, but primarily relying on that Layla and Obsidia, who both are still at 1 star, so sadly the damage output from the backline is not really in the place that it needs to be at, and makes it worse than having them lined up in front of a Baraz and a Xavier. So Finn should be able to take this round unless this Ruby can hold, but it's a Ruby 1 star as well, so Finn can easily just bulldoze through the front.
Yeah, I mean, Finn, at this point, he has Toy Mischief, and also he's ramping up that Beyond the Cloud synergy. But looking at Dorky, he's going for that Aspirant synergy as well. So he does have that 4 Aspirant synergy already. So he's getting 40 Aspirants energy per round. But going into the next Go-Go card round, it will be a purple card, and Chatty choosing to go for that economy card. All of them, most of them, going for the economy cards, except Dorky, who is going for that Solid Alliance, getting a bit more for his synergies because he knows that he's kind of weak, right, with that Aspirant's power. And Wisnu going the full economy route, right? Aspirants, scavengers.
Yeah, Aspirant scavengers. For Dorky, it does open up possibilities for him to pivot into the Zero Metro if he wants to, with the extra synergy buff. Of course, Arvin, B-Rob, and Finn haven't decided on theirs yet, as glittering jewels, 3 rerolls, 13 of them for Arvin. Let's get picked up. Finn's still waiting on his, but is already sitting at level 8. The only player so far at Commander level 8. So really having plenty of access into that role. Gets a Kadita 2 in the process, and now puts all of the item, dumps it on him, and gets that fast promotion. That's where the Kadita 2 came from.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Finn is looking to secure his win streak, right? Because he does have a lot of synergies right now. He's either rolling for more Luminexes or more Metro Zeros, hopefully trying to roll into that X-Borg. And once he secures that, he does make use of all the synergies across the board. But the Kadita is going to be carrying him for now with the Enchanted Talisman and the Feline Blade, which is able to lock one of the characters up. So Finn just destroying the boards at the moment.
Not to mention having the extra healing reduction with the wand too. So consistently getting that win streak going. We are going to be in 2-5, and Finn looking splendid with the line that he has created. We finally get the Guinevere on the board for Willow Su, 4 Soul Vessels and double defenders, but mostly backlining all of them just to split up attention, having the Sicilian as that bait as well. And a lot of it is going to be hinged on this D Jung with the DHS and the Sea Halberd.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of hope on this Dijang and a lot of people protecting him, but he is going up against Chatty at the moment. Both are on kind of dangerous HP, especially Willow, who's at 57. Hopefully Dijang can carry him through. Chatty going for the E-Diff already with the Beyond the Cloud synergy, but not really having too much of a problem because he does have the Freya in that front line with the Karina item.
Widowsu is using his health as a resource right now to try and get a couple of 4 cost units. You see the trap lined up at the corner, so he's using the Sicilian to bait crucial units to walk down in a straight line, so he gets double copies of them. But it also comes down to the luck of the draw of who walks down that path. Just now we saw him get 2 Freyas from his matchup, but he had to trade 11 health for that. So there isn't really much more room for Willow Su to continue gambling. He has to solidify his line in the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, Chatty is at this point, he does have that Star Wing into that Freya synergy with the Karina, but the only thing that's carrying him right now is the Karina item with the Karina synergy and the Karina hero skill, right? With that, it's enough to carry the mid game, but he needs to find a late game direction. Doesn't go for 6-star ring because Weapon Master is not a good synergy by itself. Usually it's paired up with something along the lines of a Bruiser, something along the lines of the Stargazer, where you do still need the main battery. Weapon Master just gives you added on hybrid lifesteal, so that's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Chatty breathing a sigh of relief as well. The Karina item really getting him that Pyrrhic victory over Finn, because the Kadita was about to kill everyone. So that execution threshold made the slightest of difference. He will get himself that golden staff for the Freya. As Finn cashes in on his first 5 cast. I mean, it's just a 10 health, reduction. So Finn's still very, very comfortable at the top.
Wisnu currently sitting at 49 gold at the moment, hoping to level up into that threshold of level 9. He went for that full economy build, right? The aspirant, we don't know how much he cashed out at, but right now he's leaning into the Toy Mischief and the Bruiser, and you can start to see him starting to build up the Guinevere because he's given the chance to.
The Winter Crown, Feather of Heaven, and being able to dupe herself at low health too. Very solid position to be in as well. The Masha won't be able to stop this Guinevere for long. So this should give Wisnu a bit more of that comfort. As long as they deal with this Akai, shouldn't be a problem. They also has the Iori as well, the Cloth Death device giving the perfect item for the Iori to access that backline. So Wisnu gets his win at the cost of Dorky. Meanwhile, this 3-star Allers, I believe, from K1 also starting to go to work. 5 fighters, weapon masters, and 4 Toy Mischief.
Yeah, I mean, now the builds are starting to come online, right? You do see the 3 stars coming out from Arvin Bro, but also at the same time, the Toy Mischief synergy together with the Guinevere is going to be a problem because you're going to have 2 Guineveres split up and then starting to just wreck your entire board. So you don't want to give the Guineveres to Wisnu at the moment because a 2-star Guinevere is enough to carry him through this entire synergy. Now, Arvin Broby, he went for that Toy Mischief into Weapon Master, which doesn't really synergize well together, but at the same time, the Owlus is the only one that's going to benefit, and that's his only 3-star at the moment.
That should keep him in a solid position for now, right? All is pretty hard to melt through. And not only that, the 5 Weapon Masters, plus all of the items dumped onto the Allers. I believe he also has the Face Warper, courtesy of the Loyi. So you have to put in some extra resources to take down the Allers, who can reposition himself, regain some health, but also has that innate extra damage from that enchantment.
Yeah, currently we are at the semifinals, so this is still game 1. It is a marathon, not a sprint, like we said before in yesterday as well. There are 5 games to be played. You don't want to show your full hand right now, but at the same time, it's all about getting that early points. We saw how Yereg from yesterday, he did get a lot of points at the end, but at the start he got bottom 2. That could have costed him the position, but luckily he qualified in the end.
And for Finn too, right? Again, still holding on to that final Gogo card selection. We're seeing the full Beyond the Clouds along with 4 Stargazers, so a lot of it dumped onto the Kadita for sure with the Thunderstone enchantment. We did see him take a second loss early on with another 10 HP reduction, but now back to his winning ways and has access to some pretty nasty items. As we see like another Holy Crystal, a Garden Helmet for Scan Dominic, also having 4 mages to boot.
Yeah, so it's going to be a very different look here, right? We're going to see the 2 top prevalent metas going at each other, the Beyond the Clouds versus the Bruiser meta. So the Indonesians currently, they're going for the Bruiser meta, and a lot of the other folks, like Finn, they're going for the Stargazer into mages. Now, Scan Dominic does get that 6 mage into 4 Stargazer. He needs to start building up the Beyond the Clouds synergy right now. He's currently at 8 Thunderstones. Once he gets that 99, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with.
Has the Kyoku Sanagi as well, but sadly the front line isn't exactly the most solid. Only a Harith which gets melted through very, very quickly. Chatty having the Edith and this Freya 2-star also wreaking havoc as the Freya cleans up house. Finn taking another loss. That's a 21 HP reduction. This Aulus 3-star that's just split into two. We are starting to see the main carries come online, and so far they have all been Weapon Masters.
Yeah, now going for the Stargazer Starwing synergy is going to be Willowsu, but he needs a very good front line for this. Currently, he only has the Freya. He's still trying to copy traps because he has 32 HP to work with. And Scan Dominic, well, I gotta say, him going up against Dorky, that was the worst round to go against Dorky because Dorky had 400 to 500 aspirants energy, and that was his cash out round. So he cashed it out, and Dominic just instantly lost his win streak. So great move by the Indonesian Dorky there.
We also saw Willowsu checking the shop as well. Kadita basically out of stock. One of the highest commodity, most demanded ones that we've seen in GO1 so far. But the fact that he was able to copy enough Freyas and also got some from the shop alone just gives him enough firepower to go through Scan Dominic for an 18 Finn, bringing K1 down to his last leg.
Yeah, I mean, at this point,
when evil encroaches, call
looking
my
tough,
name.
just a slight little bit.
10 hero slots here on the board for K1, I believe. That's a Guinevere 2 for Chatty. So we are starting to see some of the consistent patterns show up already. But K1, again, on his last legs, needs to survive this round.
K1, 10 HP, representative from Myanmar here. He will survive this fight right now, but he still doesn't have a 3-star to work with. But luckily for him, he does have that 2-star Claude that is carrying so far. But looking at Chatty and Broby taking a lot of damage. Willowsu also on the ropes, taking 25 from Wisnu at this point. And I'm very curious to see what's the Guinevere count from Wisnu at the moment, because we saw him going for bruisers very early on.
He gets to call dips on the +1 hero capacity, so him and Scan Dominic can definitely benefit from it, especially Scan Dominic, who needs a front line to really enable his 6 mages to come online. The 6 mages or 6 stargazers, but again, last time we saw it was just a Harley, and that wasn't enough. And Finn, again, continues to bolster his damage profile with the Enchanted Talisman. And Willowsu having the extra slot. Let's see who he rolls into. 28 gold to work with, another Freya being picked up. Getting dangerously close to a potential Freya 3-star, but I don't think he will have the economy for now to get there unless he just fully commits to the roll down, which he will do.
Yeah, I mean, he is on his last legs. He's hoping 14 seconds left into the
there
round.
it is.
Gets the 3-star Freya. He needs to sack a unit, and he does so now with the 3-star Freya, hoping to get that synergy. He sacrifices his 6-star wing synergy. Oh no, he actually manages to place it back on. The last unit bought just in time.
Yeah, he got the Harley at the 11th hour, and this is gonna give Willowsu exactly what he needs. And Chatty, unfortunately, one of the charitable contributors to this Freya 3-star, having his Freya walk down the aisle of the double Popo and Koopa trap, and it has finally paid off. We talk about Willowsu using that trap, using his health as a resource, and he has just enough to make it work out, and now he's able to start building into his 5 costs. Another Edith and Vexana brought, gets himself a Saber along the way, and now it is truly dangerous territory.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Scan Dominic being taken out by Finn, K1 as well. Scan Dominic, the Bolivian representative, just not having a good performance in game 1. But of course, anything can happen here. But now, looking at the top 6, they're all sitting at dangerous levels of health. Chatty, Broby, and Willowsu next on the chopping blocks. As Finn and Wisnu, I mean, they're chilling, right? There's no amount of damage that can actually take them out of the game yet, so they're feeling free to roll for their prime end game boards.
Now the biggest question is who gets to face off against Willowsu, and that's going to be Finn, who is on a win streak. We'll see if that Freya 3 is enough from Willowsu to take the win. More importantly is for Chatty, his Guinevere needs to do a lot of work, and it seems like it might be enough to do with this Aulus. The Face Warper has already triggered, but still is sufficient to take care of this 2-star Guinevere, as Finn takes a flat 20 to the face 2. Willow Sue with 3-star Freya really putting in the work.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Arvin Broby just not having a good time right now. And Scam Dominic was one of the players that was running the Guinevere. So with his elimination, there's a lot of Guineveres back into the pool. I believe he had a 2-star Guinevere with a 1-star on the board. But looking at this, right? Finn has yet to pick up the last Go-Go card. So he's been saving it for a rainy day because he sees like they're usually the blue Go-Go cards, they don't give you very good economy. But at the same time, there are cards that give you synergy, there are cards that give you shield, so he's probably holding on to shield or HP card.
Yeah. And has an item round to become the buffer too. Willow Sue
I love the feeling when
now can really just try to bolster that Edith, right? Like the Edith, he has a double of Exile in the back. It's all about doubling down on making sure that your Freya gets to do the work. And not to mention, Wisnu hitting the Kadita and the Barats from the shop as well. The Guinevere at the same time. So we see that fat roll down from Wisnu as he's starting to look for as much of that forecast as possible. A Claude tree is going to be on the board very soon. I think, yeah, he's going to be checking the shop too. Got it.
The hero library, yeah, does get it. 3-star Claude. So Dorky at this point going for a very different build, right? 6 marksmen into that Metro 0, not just forsaking that Guinevere. And he did have a Guinevere at the start, but he saw that a lot of people were going for it, so he just pivoted into a different build with that 320 Aspirant's Energy cash out. But look at this! Oh, there's another player out of the map. We're now down to our top 4 as Chatty and Arvin Broby get taken out. The 3-star Alice was not enough. I believe he needed a 2-star Akai with that toy mischief item to split it up so that he can have the disrupt for the Alice to deal damage, but he couldn't find it in time.
Yeah. And
let's protect the future.
even for I think even right now for Wisnu, he's looking for another 3-star 3 cost. He's going to find himself the Guinevere 3-star.
Wisnu, oh no. Toy Mischief together with the Toy Mischief items. This Guinevere is gonna split into 2, boy.
Yeah. And Finn finally cashes in on his last Go-Go card. That's extra 20 Commander Shield, so buys him enough time for 1 round, but sadly, he will have to win the next round to get into the carousel, and he's not able to hit his own 3-star. And this one's gonna hit 27 from him, and I believe everyone else has at least a 3-star to work with, so whoever Finn goes up against is gonna take him out unless he gets the perfect roll.
Yeah, Finn, he saved that shield card for that final round. So he had 21 HP, and then he used the shield card right before the start of the final round. And we saw him saving the Go-Go card, so he secured himself more points. So this is how you secure yourself more points. Now, you see the mentality of a SEA Games winner compared to the rest, right? The rest are just coming in from Season 3 and Season 4. This guy has competition experience.
Yeah, and it paid off. He finally gets his Valentina 3. We'll see if that's going to be enough though, because now Edith becomes a huge contention for the remaining 3 players. 5 more Ediths in the pool, and the main person that wants it is Finn. He's going to be up against the mirror of Dorky. So for Dorky, if Dorky gets taken out right now and Finn loses, it's going to be an auto win for Wisnu.
Yeah, so it's gonna be Wisnu with that 3-star Guinevere and the 3-star Barats, just laying the damage, laying the board down. All he needs are these 2 boards, 2 characters that are alive. The KO comes through and Finn gets taken out. Wisnu automatically goes to the top. 3-star Guinevere once again proving to be a rampant menace here in MCGG.
Right off the board, 8 points for the Indonesian to start it off. And again, the Group B reps from Indonesia really having an amazing start, right? They basically got first and second, with Finn coming in third. But either way, incredible opening. We saw the Popo Koopa strategy actually sort of working out, getting a 3-star Freya. We have some great rolls down the road, but Finn really is demonstrating that that experience that he got competing in the earlier days is what's making the difference.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between that top 4 slot to top 3 slot to top 2 slot is like 2 points different, right? So with that, he does get an extra number of points to secure himself, more points to secure himself that top 4 ending in the semifinals here. So right now, we have to remind you guys that we're eliminating 4 players today. So in this group, you see there's only half of them that are gonna make it to the grand finals on the 25th of January.
Yes, I think that's 6 points for Finn, so only puts himself, in 3rd place at the start of Group A. But again, it's a breath of fresh air to see some of the ideas coming out from this player. K1 sadly not able to capitalize on the early snowball, but Finn, because he did go for the Moscow Go card, was able to get the early barrage to get some early economy going, and that's why we see him having so much health to eventually hold on to his final Go card before he has to commit to it. Either way, Wisnu, the moment he hits that 3-star Gwyn, it was lights out for everyone else.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard matchup here today, guys, because everyone is going for the meta, right? Everyone is going for the Stargazer. Everyone is going for the Bruiser. And you can see that, you know, in the ranked game, maybe you can get away with it because, yeah, you get lucky or whatsoever. But right now, imagine all 8 players are thinking on the same wavelength. How do you deny away that Guinevere? And Wisnu somehow still managed to get that 3-star Guinevere going just because of the eliminations. And we see his strategy start to come through, right? Because he did build up Toy Mischief first to get the win streak, to get the economy.
And when we look at the highlights too, Wisnu didn't exactly have the best start, right? We did see him go for the early aspirants and going just full on committing to getting an economy built up at the cost of his health, but that also allowed him to always get priority on the carousel. And then he finally started building his line out at around, you know, below 40 health. By keeping carousel priority, and at the end of the day, it started paying off. Gets into the Guinevere, and other Guinevere users started getting taken out.
Yeah, I mean, he arrived at the pool very early because he managed to get the Iori from the carousel as well, right? And Iori is a much needed bruiser because there are only 6 bruisers in the game, and Iori is the 5 cost bruiser. So with that, he secured the final bruiser that he needed, and all he needed to do was roll down from the Guinevere. And him being a Cho, well, he can roll down as much as he likes because he's been saving up that loot streak goal.
Yeah. And that's going to be 8 points in the opening for Wisnu. Again, Bruiser Toy Mischief. Very classic combination. And because he is running his health bar down for economy, the counter action was the perfect Go card to go to. And then he started building his health back up with the healing fountain towards the end.
Yo, his strategy was based off of his opponents being good. He went for PNK's power, so he does get the copy trap. So he was hoping to copy direction from the opponents, right? And the Guinevere landed into his lap with the PNK's power. So yeah, that was just pure mind games here. This guy's playing chess. Everyone else is playing checkers, man. I mean, he's playing a different game.
He's playing the Popo and Koopa against the Popo and Koopa, who ended up with a 3-star Freya. So again, just very it's a very interesting opening to this match one.
Yeah, so this strategy really is like you trust that your opponents are good, so they will choose a good lineup, because in a ranked game, you get, if you choose PNK's power, right? If you're playing PNK's power in a ranked game, you're gonna get a plethora of units because some people are running different things. Like you're gonna get Starwing, you're gonna get Swift Blades, you're gonna get Shadow Cell out of nowhere. But for Wisnu, he believed that everyone in the first game was to go for consistency. So that was the outplay right there. Already at the start, already at the hero selection, he knew that his opponents were good, so he's gonna get a good board.
Yeah, and just again, very good stuff from Wisnu, getting that first win, the 8 points, followed by Dorky with 7, Finn getting 6, coming in 3rd. That extra 20 commander shield really bought him enough time. Willowsu coming in 4th with 5 points, and then the bottom 4 we got Chatty, Armin B-Rob, K1, and Scan Dominic.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it is still everyone's slice of the pie to get, because there are 4 more rounds remaining. And speaking of 4 more rounds remaining, right, you can get up to 24 points, now 32 points if you get 8 points in total. So there is that higher cap. Of course, these players, they are the cream of the crop. They're not going to let you do that. And let's see how they re-enter into the second round. Speaking of that draft, the commander selection, now Scan Dominic, he gets to go first. K1, he did get to go first, but he picked up the Minotaur. Right now, he might go for something else because he has to. He has no other choice, right? You can't pick duplicate heroes.
See, the Loi is going to be the choice for Scan Dominic. You know, able to get something going, right? The Karina for K1 as well. And then Fanny for Arvin B-Rob. You can see some of the shift in a direction for these players. The Snowball is still in the forefront, chatty with the Valir.
Yeah, these are still some of the most meta heroes that we see. Minotaur, of course, being an exception. It's a very all-in strategy where you want to get the win streak no matter what. And Finn going for against the grain as well, going for the 1-1. Yes, this is what I like to see, just interacting with the board, just getting the damage in. Works somewhat like a Karina, but it is a set amount of damage every time. And Wisnu going for the Yuzong. Yes, he's bringing it out.
Yes, sir. The Yuzong was what? I think the first time we saw Yuzong yesterday was from Cyril Mertens, and he was able to get some pretty nasty snowball going. So this is gonna be super interesting to see, you know, what he has in mind with this Yuzong. Can he also get the snowball going?
Yeah, I mean, Yuzong is, you know, as much as the Indonesian players say they don't like to take the gamble, Yuzong is a gamble, right? It's all in the luck of the cards. The first Magic MCGG Go card that you get, if you do get a gold quality, you get a better card, and if you get a purple quality, you get a better card as well. So you are ahead in terms of Gogo cards, but the Gogo card needs to be good. And right now, Wisnu has an aspirant start.
Let's see if he's gonna go down that route again, where he purposely plays behind, and then he strikes from the shadow. Was able to get some good pickups, right? The Jawhead and the Lolita. So there's another chance to go into the Toy Mischief early. Finn committing straight for that 1-1. So it's full sending the 1-1 himself, having the aspirants to go.
Yeah, and a lot of them just going for their standard commander cards. Only Arvin just taking up that Gushin card. So yeah, that is an extra synergy for Fanny and as well as Dorky, who is a natural Gushin as well. Now we do see the synergy starting to come in. The Soul Vessels will be the one to look out for in this early game, or if anyone has that 2-star to get that win streak going.
K1 with the Karina should be naturally getting the streak first. We're having the, I believe was it the Aulus? We just see him have the Dyrov in hand. And Arvin B-Rob should also be getting this win with the Bruiser Dijang.
Yeah, at this point, it's all about the commander matchups, right? Understanding your commander matchups, you can see that if, let's say, you're playing something along the lines of a Gushin, something along the lines of a 1-1, you know that you're not going to be winning the early fights because you're fighting against a Fanny, you're fighting against an economy-powered Karina and also a Valir, because they do get an early head start compared to the rest. 1-1, yes, you do get some damage, but it does not offset the extra unit coming in from Arvin.
Yeah. And if the enemy has a decent frontline as well, it's going to be able to soak up all of the 1-1 pellets. So it really comes down to how fast you're going to accelerate that first 2 stages to get ahead. And then the value will slowly diminish as the game progresses for the 1-1.
Yeah, all items on this Dijang. Willow Su, he might be doing it here. Oh my god, he got a very good physical package. He got enhanced Golden Staff and Sea Halberd and Berserker's Fury. So Armin Broby going for the win streak, but meeting up with Willow Su, also an early game monster because, you know, luck of the draw, he got all physical items.
Oh yeah. Living up to level 5 for Chatty. Again, once more, it's gonna go into the Starwing first, having double Matilda, the poke damage does actually hurt in the early phases before the items come true. K1 now having a 2-star jaw hit.
Yeah, going up against Broby, who wants to secure that win streak back for himself. Because as a Fanny, you need to go for this early snowball as well. Karina. So a lot of these players, they're playing for this early game to mid game, where the late game is much more important towards Wisnu, towards Chatty, and also Scan Dominic, who have the later game heroes, Gushin as well, providing much more synergy. So taking less damage is for Scan Dominic and also Chatty.
That Stijang continues to put in the work for Willow Su, and does open up possibilities for him to go into the marksman line too, with the Golden Star and Berserker's Fury to boot. Now the first carousel, Chatty goes straight for the Freya, and we see Wisnu doing the same thing.
This would be very good on an Era though, but too bad. First carousel, of course, there's no 5 costs, so only 4 costs. 2 Freyas have been picked up. And nobody going for the Feline Blade here. They're going for more defensive items. They know the physical capability coming out from Willow Su. Everybody has scouted it out. They don't want him to give him too much of a win streak. So you do see the Guardian Helms, you do see the armor pickups, and of course, many people going for defensive, knowing that, yeah, especially for K1, because he wants to soak up the damage and gets the execution off.
Been having to purify that for the Amon. So also looking for a slightly slower opening, right? The Swift Blade and the Soul Vessels for now, but it's playing on the right side of the board. So let's keep the Dijang very safe, but with the Atlas being able to hold the front for majority of the round, it should allow him to take this round over Chatty.
Yeah, the Dijang, can it do enough with the Demon Hunter Sword? Yes, sir. Finn, he just crosses the threshold. And yeah, 1-1 damage, still good in that early game.
Yep. Dorky also at 6-2 as the level 6 starts to come true for these players. There's a Carmilla up, so Scavenger is available as Wisnu pivots into 4 Weapon Masters right now.
Yeah, at this point, it's all about the next Go-Go card for Wisnu. It seems like he's taking a substantial amount of damage, already at 76 HP at 2-2, right? Round 2-2 here. But you can see the next Go-Go card that's coming. It's purple, so he will get that orange card. He will get the Legend grade, and it will be good for him.
Let's have the Roger too, so we might be looking at a 6 Weapon Master or Zero Metro line. The Freya is going to be the priority here with the Dauntless Crystal on top, but does need a Freya to really start making it work. So Chatty is going to be taking a bit of L's in the process as well with the Wisnu. But we've seen what the Indonesians are doing, right? Like these early losses not only gives them priority, but we also see how they sort of come back with those 3-star 4 costs as the rest of the competitors start to fall off.
The path.
Yeah, but carousel priority is only important if the carousel is good, right? Sometimes the carousel doesn't give you what you want. So, yeah, sometimes that strategy might not work out for you. Now, we do see other economy cards coming in, the free rerolls as well. Arvin probably going for that,
Don't worry, my
4
friend.
random 4-cost heroes. And meanwhile, for Wisnu, who does get the orange card, he does go for fully armed, which gives you 1 equipment on every unarmed hero. So if you don't have an equipment on the hero, yeah, you get a free equipment.
And even the Rogue Mercenary for Willow Su, right? A 4 cost that deals extra damage and has extra health to work with. So that's going to be pretty scary there for the rest of the board. They will have to
You can't catch me.
constantly pay attention to that. That 4
Yeah,
cost.
honestly,
I mean, whatever he gets, if he gets like a Freya or a Quinn, I think that is gonna be massive.
yeah, honestly, just now, I just played it, that Rogue Mercenary, I rolled into a Freya, and yeah, it was just GG, because I was playing Starwing, and yeah, it was ending out great for me. And now, you see Chatty, the enhancement is, wait a minute, is it on the Freya? I think it is. You can see the glow. You can see the slight glow. Is it on the Freya? Yeah, I think so. He did get that Freya.
Oh yeah, he did. should be the Freya. So things
Yeah,
going
he
according
got-
to plan.
He got the enhanced Freya, so chatty. Yeah, all according to plan. They don't like to gamble, but the gamble comes out, and it comes out true.
Yeah, Freya again, hot commodity. 9 more in the pool out of 14. K1 so far having a great game. Of course, the Karina, the Twin Blade still on that jawhead with max stacks. Those rockets allow him to not only do more damage to multiple targets, but it also triggers the Twin Blades, but also has a 2-star Granger with the starring buff in the back line, and allows himself to also lean into the Freya for more starring synergy.
Yeah, looks like he's leaning into the Freya, but at the same time keeping his options open. He still has that Toy Mischief out if anything goes wrong, so he's keeping that Toy Mischief synergy, but he will take his first L to Willowsue, who managed... Wait a minute, this Granger battle here. But yeah, we there's just more items on Willowsue at this point.
Yeah, more items on the Granger. I'm surprised he didn't put the Twin Blaze on the Granger himself, right? I felt like that would have been quite a difference maker there for K1, but it's okay. 93 health, still in a very comfortable spot. Scandominic getting that Vexana at level 7, so rolling into that 1% and locking 4 mages, 2 stargazers, and having the Beyond the Clouds now slowly building up.
And we saw this. We saw the damage cap coming out. Especially if you're able to get the Thunderstones on the Vexana and you are able to build up that Kadita and also possibly the Doosan. He does have the Luminexus synergy already, but he needs more mana items, right? Currently, the Winter Crown is the only thing that's given him a bit of sustainability. That Guardian Helm is there for the Edith, but he does not have any Enchanted Talismans or Ice Queen Wand whatsoever. He does not have any form of spell damage or spell vamp.
But that Edith that he got was the perfect front line. And having the Guardian Helm too, so the Edith survived longer than usual. Wisdom will go for that +1 cap. Dorky, Enchanted Talisman, another Guardian Helmet for Chatty. And Finn actually going for the Swift Blade.
Yeah, Vishnu getting that +1 cap, as you said, but 2 of the members going for the Iori here. So yeah, Iori is, as we said, the key to the Bruiser build, right? Because the 5-cost Bruiser is very hard to get, it's very hard to find, and 2 of them appear in the carousel, and 2 of them were instantly snatched up. But Wisnu, he does get the +1 cap, but he is at 26 HP. He is 1 off from getting outed from this battlefield here.
Yeah, Wisnu is actually not having a game at all with this Yu Zhong. I honestly thought that this is gonna be the round we see if he can snowball with it. Sort of pose the question whether he is gonna start playing slow just like game 1, but there's a lesser ways to come back if you are running Yu Zhong who wants to get ahead. As Dorky will take an L from Finn. And who also has the Edith Swift Blade with the DHS, so a damaged Edith coming through.
Yeah, but Wisnu taking that 13 damage. Right now, he's at 13 HP. Like, he's just 1 off from the L here. And yeah, this is what a way to go, right? Top 1 and might be bottom 1 here, but still, he has 39 gold to work with. So there's a lot of opportunity here for him to pivot, pick, and choose. He chooses the 6 Dauntless. 10 seconds remaining on the clock. He does level up, gets to level 8 with that 9 capacity, puts in a Toy Mischief, and this will be potentially his final round.
Has to start win streaking from this point onwards, and unfortunately will face off against Finn. This Guinevere will have to go big. The 1-1 is already expended all of the pellets. It might just be enough though, because this Guinevere, the 6 Dauntless shields that he get at the start of the round, they have to do with this Edith. This Edith is basically zapping everyone to death and takes out just enough unit to survive another round.
Yeah, Wisnu, 11 health loss, now 2 HP. He's still trying to find his direction. He knows that he's going for Bruiser. He picked up that K. I mean, he picked up that Iori, but right now the Bruisers aren't appearing on the board, but we do see him starting to sell off units. He's going for the roll down. He shakes his head. I don't think he got it.
Yeah, his hands on his forehead. I think this could be the end of the road. He bought himself enough time to get to the third Go-Go card. Finds the Akai. But yeah, Guinevere still stuck at 1 star. There really isn't much going for Wisdom, sadly. This could be the final round for him. Unless he gets some godlike items to kind of help him out. Put it on the Akai and the Gwyn as a Hail Mary.
I'm
this
in
point-
charge here.
He is obviously going for the bruiser build, but looking at Willowsu's board right now, he does have the Claude and the Granger with stacked out items. We said that, yeah, physical wise, it's going to be good, but Swiftblade is not exactly the build that he's looking for. Yes, if he gets a 3-star Granger, that is great, but something that always works is the 6 marksman synergy.
That means that you need to have the Layla on the board too. Chances of getting it definitely on the lower end at level 8. Now we'll basically just dump all of the carries in the middle. You get the Molina's Give actually procs on the Sicilian. Best case scenario, Scan Dominic's Edith has already hopped out of the mech, but they have a 3-star deal with the Jusin. We just beam down his entire line. Willowsu not even close to winning this round. We need a bit more. The 2-star his backline.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Scan Dominic, I gotta say, his build looks like the endgame cap build from yesterday as well. And same for Chatty? No, Chatty is going for a Starwing build, which is slightly different. But he's going for that Stargazer into Mage build for Scan Dominic, right? The Bolivian guy, he is going for that build. And that counters out a lot of what the Bruisers want to do. So hopefully it works out this game. He gets that Stargazer into Mage combo.
Wisdom was able to survive the previous round. He's down to 2 health.
Whew.
I had just bought himself enough time. 6 bruises for Arvin, Rob, having the Iori too, basically going full defensive utility up against Scan Dominic, bounces that Benedetta in for the extra piece, and the Benedetta also decked up in items. Is it enough to get to this 3-star Dusin with the Winter Crown? Doesn't seem to be the case. Dusin now up against the entirety of Arvin B. Rob. Phase Warper into the Winter Crown. Benedetta, why are we looking away?
Oh, we're looking at Wisdom getting taken out here, but still, like, I believe the Dusin won that round, but
Yeah.
still, wait.
Dusin won, yeah, Dusin won.
No, Dusin lost.
Dusin lost?
Scan Dominic lost HP. So Arvin, hey, okay. So the thing is, Arvin's strat is Bruisers, but instead of the Guinevere, there's a Bruiser emblem on the Benedetta. So he's going all in on this Benedetta here. With Weapon Master. So that's extra added hybrid lifesteal. So every time Benedetta does the Electro Last Blade, the final blade, he gets HP back. So his casts are very important here.
Do that. I mean, like Scan Dominic's Dusin had the Phase Warper and the Winter Crown. That is still not enough. The Claude absolutely decimated by Chatty. Willowsu on his last legs and executed towards the very end. So Willowsu will be finishing 7th in game 2.
The KO animations are so cool coming out from the KOF guys. But once again, Wisnu and Willow being taken out, but going into the next carousel, you see it, I see it, the Benedetta is there. Arvin Broby, he might want to go for that if the +1 cap is not taken, and he does pick it up. So yeah, all in on the Benedetta. I'm very curious about this Bruiser Benedetta strat. Hopefully it works out, because double hits on Benedetta, they do sound good, but you want the Benedetta casting more than attacking.
And Finn also just started going on a win streak too. 6-star wings, 4-star gazes, with Beyond the Clouds. The damage, the Thunderstone actually on the Freya is almost maxed out. 6 more casts and it will be maxed out. Freya, Arvin B-Rob actually getting a 2-star Freya as well. It's a Swift Blade Freya for Finn. What if it's enough to deal with Arvin B-Rob? 2-star Iori for K1.
Yeah, at this point, K1.
What?
he's all in. He's all in on this bruiser build, right? You can see that he went for the crazy rerolls, and he's hoping for the Guinevere carry because he knows that he's on his last legs here. And yeah, it does not work out for him. He sold a bunch of units, couldn't get the synergy, couldn't get the bruiser that he was going for, and that's what happens when you are too set into going for a certain build, right? Sometimes that happens. The game doesn't give it to you. The game doesn't give you the bruises that you need.
Yeah, Finn blowing a sigh of relief. The Eternal Guard winning him that round, which is a completely different contrast to what we saw on K1's face. Really a Hail Mary that didn't work out. So that's 2 rounds in a row that K1 finished bottom 3. The pressure is building. We are only looking for the top 4 of this group instead of the top 5 like yesterday. K1 had seems like we're going down the same path of a slower start at the beginning. And K1 now needs to ramp up for the remaining 3 games. And again, with how tough the competition is looking, and Finn hitting his level 9 pretty early, he gets to dictate what he wants first before everyone else.
Yeah, straight away going into Scan Dominic fighting against Arvin Broby, right? So Arvin Broby, I'm very curious about this Benedetta. It does survive. It's dealing a ton of damage right now. Scan Dominic does not stand a chance, takes 23 to the face, finds himself at 5 HP, and Chatty is at death's door as well.
Arvin Broby one Finn with his own 2-star Freya 2. Another creep round for the extra items. You saw Scan Dominic hitting another 2-star Clot. There's 6 bruisers, 6 Weapon Master, really showing off the value, right? And the fact that they're also holding onto the Edith and the Iori makes it quite a headache for everyone else, especially for Finn. He wants those Edith.
Yeah, at this point, Arvin Broby is looking for that 2-star Benedetta. And yeah, he does not have the gold to roll for it, but he's hoping that he naturally lands because no one else is going for the Benedetta, and hopefully it works out for him. Wonder what item he took. The Guardian Helm would have been a great pickup. Now, looking at Arvin Broby's board, he does get the Iori 2-star. So that's another bruiser added that is 2-star 5 cost.
Dorky hitting a 3-star Valentina. Finn, we saw him roll into a couple of 2-stars, but has already missed the window, so Valentina no longer an option. It's also a Valentina who is a defender with 6 mage, 6 stargazers. So it's not only a Valentina that tanks, but it's a Valentina that also slaps pretty hard with the shadow strikes.
Yeah, the casts are going to hurt here, and this is the end game boards, right? It's going to be bruisers versus stargazers once again, and yeah, really, the meta has been to go for bruisers when you are given it, but if you're not able to, Shadow Cell I think still works, but we have not seen people lean towards it. Now Arvin Broby taking out Scan Dominic here, and he is falling extremely low, actually takes damage. Scan Dominic on 5 HP manages to find a lineup for himself. The Akai does pull through for him.
Scan Dominic takes his mirror beats Arvin, but also he survives. He takes out, I believe, Chatty in the process. Benedetta Tuna out for Arvin Broby. Finn also losing out against Dorky early on, who did hit the Valentina 3-star. Another top 4 finish for Finn. Let's see if he can edge out and end top 3. Because Scan Dominic, he's 1 round away from losing. Same for Arvin Broby, Bro, but he does have the 2-star Benedetta, so that could be the biggest difference maker.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, representing 4 different regions here. These guys are going at it. Kadita dealing a lot of damage. So is the Valentina. But will that be enough? Yes, it will. I mean, at this point, Dorky might have found a very good lineup for himself here. Because I believe he was going for a completely different lineup. And now, given the Beyond the Clouds and Stargazer and the mages, he just leaned into it. Sometimes when the game gives you stuff, you gotta lean into it, right? Even though you might not have been playing it before, but 3-star Saber coming out for Finn. That might prove to be good if you can target the Valentina or the Kadita. So it's all on the chess piece RNG here. Where do you place your chess piece? Is it on the left? Is it on the right?
As long as the only target within 3 units of the Saber outcast is the Valentina, that's gonna be what he needs. Even just now, the 2-star banner almost killed off the Valentina. If only he got another cast off. Oh, placement is slightly off, so the Saber won't be able to hit the Valentina in time, but he's actually bulldozing through the backline. Can he make it there? The Valentina does have to win a crown. He's gonna proc right now. The Saber gets distracted. The Valentina cast needs to go off right now, but a bit too late. Finn beats the mirror of Dorky. As Scan Dominic did lose to Dorky's main body, we're down to the final 2. Finn with another great finish.
Yeah, a huge shout out to Scan Dominic. He was going for a Stargazer build, but he swapped out to a Metro Zero build at the end, right? He was just given the cards and he went for it. And sometimes, you know, as we said, the game does not give you the direction that you want, but you got to lean into whatever that's available. Donkey rolling is not the solution unless you're hunting for a 3-star and you're only one final piece away from finishing up your board.
+1 capacity for Dorky, so I just get a synergy that works out. Ends up with the Shadow Cell and I believe the Glory League of this Alucard. But for Finn, he did go for the Winter Crown, and that Winter Crown now might just be what gets him through the finishing line, right? Places it on the Saber. Looks on the Valentina, who's gonna be in the middle, but if the Saber starts cutting through the backline, he's gonna reach the Valentina in no time, and that's exactly what's gonna be happening. The Saber right in the face of the Valentina already. The Winter Crown could come out first, but the Saber has 3 targets to go to. There's number 1, his Winter Crown. Prox dodges the Kadena Rough Waves, kills the Valentina, and he's on the board. Kadena
Rough Waves?
Right at the end is Dorky with the finisher, and Finn will settle for 2nd place.
Oh my lord. The cast nearly came through. The Kadena on point, man. This is just some crazy things that we're seeing. What a finisher. What a nail biter of a series. Dorky. Man, Dorky. These Indonesians are proving to be the cream of the crop here at the MCGG semifinals. Their strategies, they've been proven to be consistent. They know how to swap into different builds if required as well. And we see a different build coming out from Dorky this time.
Yeah, I mean, Dorky having a fantastic game, fantastic day so far, right? And again, it came down to the wire. The 3-star Saber, we sort of knew where it was going to go with the Winter Crown pickup. And even with the positioning of the Valentina, we talked about how the Saber just needs to get the first cast and you got the ball rolling, but it was those iframes, man. The rough waves that got dodged by the Winter Crown. It really felt like you're playing an actual game of MLBB, but even this auto battlers, he was able to replicate some of those nail-biting actions.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the AI is doing it all for you, and you just gotta wish and hope, right? You gotta wish and hope that Kadena does the rough waves at the correct time, but well, you can kind of control it in a way where you put the correct items, and the itemizations on the Kadena was also on point together with the Valentina. He swapped a bit of the itemizations. He saw that the damage out from the Kadena was way more than the Valentina, given the state that they were in, right? The rough waves, you were dealing damage to the backline. Meanwhile, the Valentina was sat in the back and dealing damage to the front line. So you want to deal more damage to the backline, especially when you're going up against a Saber. So very good micro adjustment coming out from Dorky towards the end as well. But of course, a huge shout out to our top 4 and a very good pivoting from whoever that played just now, right? We saw Scan Dominic going for Stargazer into Mage build. Then suddenly he just swapped out, go for a Metro Zero, and that landed him into the top 4 slots as well.
Yeah, and this was also a 2nd place finish for Finn. So again, 2 top 3s in a row. It's to put him in a comfortable 13 points by the end of this, I believe. But also he did it with a 1-1 of all things, right? Like he full send into the 1-1 commander, went for payday, and even committed to the magic infusion towards the very end so that the Saber can continuously cast that ultimate. So I think that there's nothing to be disappointed about. Finn, if he keeps this consistency up, he is almost guaranteed a grand finals appearance by the end of the day.
And sad for me, my Burmese representatives, K1 and Willisu, not performing too hot in Game 1 and Game 2. Minotaur Karina, I mean, you see the all-in coming in from K1. He was really locked in on that bruiser build. He went for the thickened blood. He went for everything that would help out the Guinevere, but he did not get it. But meanwhile, looking at Dorky's highlights at the start, yeah, it was a slow start for him, but he was a Gushin after all. He does have the extra synergy to work with, and look at him. He's farming up that mage emblem.
And at one point, we even saw the Swiftblade crystal being given over to Edith from Finn's perspective, right? And that also helped him get through some of the mid-game rounds. This was where it could have ended for Dorky, because the Electro Final Blow was one cast away. As you look at this frame, literally half a second away, and that Valentina would have been history. And that would have given us a very different, very different direction, right? Even in the round that we saw Finn's Saber go to work, it was against Dorky's mirror instead of his real body. So a lot of things had to come together, but Dorky putting the legwork to make sure that he has enough to fall back on.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Arvin Broby was with a very interesting build as well, right? Bruiser emblem on the Benedetta, making sure that, the Benedetta just consistently keeps on attacking, and this was the final skirmish that ended it all. Oh my god, it looked down to the wire there. It could have been anyone's game, and the rough waves coming back in became that clutching factor out for Dorky. The Kadita all in, right? Putting the Holy Crystal on the Kadita and the War Axe to slightly have that tank ability.
Yeah, and also the extra mana, right? You can see the mana, he was already halfway there with the rough waves. And not to mention having that Edith that really drew the Saber away was also what allowed this to happen. The premium client Go-Go card allowing him to roll into those 2 stars, especially the Kadita, which was incredibly important towards the end as he was running low on economy.
Yeah, the main build that he went for was Stargazer Mage Beyond the Clouds. These 3 are the main driving factors to the damage cap that we see in the game. Of course, the Luminex is playing a part as well, giving that AoE damage, giving that link for your opponents. And yeah, this is something that we've seen very often that comes out on top. Stargazer Mage Beyond the Clouds. Mage used to be very good in terms of damage cap, but it could never get top 1, especially in the first MCGG tournament for the influencers, not for the World Championship that we see today. But now, Mage with Beyond the Clouds, it's a revitalized, and Dorky with 8 and 7 points, sitting at 15, Finn being very consistent, sitting at 13, and then we got the other Indonesian, Wisnu, also at 9 points.
Okay, the consistency is key, and Dorky and Finn so far has been demonstrating that. We did see it was pretty unfortunate for Wisnu as he just couldn't get things going, so having to take that last place in Game 2 is going to slow that momentum a little bit, but because he did win Game 1, he is still sitting in 3rd place with that 9 points. Plenty of room to crawl back in. Now we're looking at the bottom 4. K1, Scan Dominic, these 2, they got some catching up to do.
Yeah, I mean, right now, there's a lot of catching up to do for the bottom 4. Yes, there's still an option to get more points, right? Their top 4 slot is still wonky because the top 4, I believe, Arvin Broby, he is sitting at 9 points. So yeah, sitting at 9 points is not a position that you want to be in. So for Arvin Broby, he wants to get even more points. He had a very good idea, but the execution was slightly off because Arvin, with the Benedetta, I felt that, yeah, you still want to go into the Soul Vessel no matter what, right? You need the tank ability in the front line, but still he lent into that bruiser build. And right now, drafting phase, we're gonna see, I believe, Wisnu go first, and he picks up the Gushin.
Yeah, he needs to find a comeback angle because finishing 8th on the Yuzong is definitely is something that you don't see often, because usually Yuzong will at least get you into the top 5. 1-1 for K1 as he sort of still stay on course with what he wanted to achieve with the Karina, but now with a more aggressive approach. Fanny for Chatty. I wonder what Finn gets his hands on, right? Him and Dorky being the first and second. Loi for Willowsu, Minotaur for Arvin. Karina will be the choice for Finn.
Yeah, Finn now going with the Karina. We see what Karina can do, but Dorky. Oh, we were just interviewing him yesterday, and we were like, man, will you ever go for this kind of build?
Yeah,
and he's like,
it's like,
nah, maybe not.
What happened to consistency? Like, what happened to not gamble, to not go the gambly route? Well, he did promise us Dairoth, but Harley is another approach.
Yeah, Harley is a hero that gives you a 4 cost at the start, and then you roll into a lot of 5 costs as well, especially if you go for the hero card. So depending on what hero card he takes as well, let's see how he solidifies. Maybe he's just taking the 4 costs to just solidify his start game, but at the same time, we're gonna have to find out in the battlefield as we head on into game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
He must be feeling incredibly comfortable and confident. Starting to have a bit of fun here. Toy Mischief opening for K1. So some more the solid approaches, especially if you're 1-1, the Toy Mischief synergy is gonna give you that extra edge. It's at level 4. Will be ideal if you get the Stargazer on top. He already has a Matilda. Let's look at the Go-Go card. Willowsu sticking to his roots. Finn, Wisnu, Dorky, K1, Arvin, everyone sticking to their own Commander Go-Go card. Only Chatty pivots into the Z-Long and Scan Dominic into the Moscow.
Yeah, so right now, Go-Go cards pretty much consistent, right? But looking across the board, there's only one early game synergy that has been picked up. That is the Soul Vessel. Oh, okay, there is a Toy Mischief as well. But Swiftblade KOF, yes, kind of paper.
Yeah, very paper, but if you can get some decent items or just a slightly better strategy, then you can allow the K to do some nasty work, and sadly those blades were on the D-Jung. So it doesn't really do too much for Dorky at the start. We did talk about how yesterday, I believe, Zero Mertens did show us. Was it Zero Mertens who ran the Harley? Someone showed us that you get early 4-5 costs, but it really doesn't isn't the be all end all. And K is one of the few 4 costs that you can get early, but doesn't really pay off too much unless you have the right items.
Yeah, at this point, Aspirant's early build coming in out from the side of Scan Dominic, whether or not he chooses to pick up and keep his Aspirant's combo going.
Let's have the Valentina too. So we'll have some extra injection of damage. The Hawker should be to give him some work on the back line. Does take out the Sicilian in the end. But they do have this Amon that they need to work through. The Amon has the Garden Helm. This should be Arvin B-Rob's round. Gyro still has to revitalize too. The Valentina one wouldn't have enough damage with the Retribution, I assume. Well, he does actually.
Nope. He does. He does. Valentina 3-cost unit coming in from Scan Dominic, just proving to be very strong. But something that I'm very curious about is the Harley, right? It's always the Harley. It's always the long card that has been put in. Somehow Dorky is at 86 HP despite having that 4-cost unit. And yeah, he did go for its Long's power. So there is a lot of early game damage coming out from Chadi. So he has an extra unit, and he also has the Great Dragon Spear.
Not only that, he also has the line to go into Bruiser or just Freya. The extra 20% chance to get an extra attack in is so valuable. Even the Aulus would be an option as well, since he does have the Toy Mischief going for him.
Yeah, Toy Mischief, well, it's always a very solid pickup, but the Guinevere already picked up from the side of Finn.
Oh,
so Finn, he has an early Karina with a Guinevere already picked up, and he has an Aspirant's combo going for him as well.
Yeah. See, we did see the early Valentina early on. Let's see if that's gonna get picked up. War Axe, Anticuros, the Claude for Willowsu.
Yeah, K1 does pick up that Valentina. Sea Halberd for Chatty, Enchanted Talisman, and Finn going for the Dominant Ice, trying to increase the win streak, trying to increase the survivability of the Guinevere in the front line. So yeah, very interesting. Guinevere picked up very early from Finn. I'm gonna say this is set into stone, so it's gonna be crazy.
And this has to be. Yeah, you can already see some of the lines coming in. See the bruiser crystal there too. 4 bruises, 4 toy mission for Wisnu. There might be some contest there between Wisnu and Shadi. Wisnu once again, the third game out of 5, playing down low with the health pool. Should be able to take this one against Dorky, who is still trying to make that K work. Unfortunately, getting the War Axe isn't exactly the best item for him.
Yeah, at this point,
The bruises!
interesting build. Oh, the Barat, the forecast.
The dodge!
the face form. Not enough, not enough. All right, Dorky does it with the Barats that he picked up extremely early, right? The Toy Mischief, always a very solid pickup, but Finn at this point, well, he is leading the pack. He just needs one more bruiser to secure his win streak, but he's still going for the Aspirants build-up. 20 energy right now is not very substantial, but still, any kind of extra skill points, it's good enough. Extra skill damage is good enough. And yeah, Chaddy's build, very interesting as well. The Zilong, the Great Dragon Spear, you talked about it. The Freya, if he gets the Guinevere, if he goes for the Bruiser, is going to be good. But K1's dealing a lot of substantial damage. Finn might get taken out here. His win streak is on the line. Nah, all right, Minotaur. Minotaur is there, right?
Yeah, it's the Glory League, right? So you get the extra shield. All this needs like 1 punch. This should be the... Yeah. Woo. Also, because the Guinevere was able to get an extra execution before she went down, and really free up the board a little bit. And having the Leslie also was pretty important. You get some decent backline damage, but also damage from the backline. Some raw damage without items, but also drew the Saber away from the main damage dealers, which in that case was the Guinevere. So Finn continues his win streak, gets a Toy Mischief Crystal. Oh boy,
that's what I was gonna say.
Gwyn Toy Mischief 3-star coming up.
This is disgusting, Finn. Finn, you have to stop, man. The SEA Games winner showing and flexing, right? His choices here, right? You pick up the Toy Mischief, that synergy comes through for that Gwyn. You now have access to the Toy Mischief items as well. So you want to build up the Toy Mischief synergy, at the same time, the Bruiser synergy as well. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot of work to be done here for the rest to take out his win streak.
Yeah. It's gonna be a bit of that pivot of line 2, trying to figure out which is the best approach now. Willowsu in 7th place. Winston still in 8th. But there are a couple of players that need to pick up the slack a little bit. Scan Dominic and K1 and Willowsu, in fact, being the 3 main candidates that need to play some catch up. 3 scavengers is going to be the direction that Willowsu goes for.
Yeah, we do see the triple scavenger. Yeah, as you said, Willowsu right now, he's going for full eco build. He's going to be playing for behind for sure. Does have the Claude with the Karina synergy that has been picked up by the Loyi. He will get the win streak. He will get a win against Chatty, and he saves his HP a bit for now. The Claude actually coming through clutch.
Now gets the Granger in, so Glory League is an extra Glory League shield, an extra damage too. I believe has a Karina enchantment, so you get a free hero every 2 rounds. Some extra economy, which you did recommend me to test out just 2 hours ago. It does ramp up a little bit.
Yeah, at this point, Finn, the pride and joy of Malaysia, but Dorky at this point, can he do anything with the Harley 5 gold rolls, right? Hopefully it does. The 5 costs can actually save him. Right now, he's taking a bit more damage than he would like, especially given the Barats this early on. But right now, Scan Dominic with the Claude actually dealing, Willowsu with the Claude dealing decent work, able to come back with the Loyi. Oh,
getting owned by the fully decked out Xavier.
Yeah, fully decked out, man. Holy Crystal and Ice Cream Swan, man, spell vamp and magic damage. There's just too much. There's just too much. If you see that in actual Xavier in MLBB, you run as well. So yeah. He's hoping for the 2-star Guinevere right now, but he's not donkey rolling for it, which I do like. And there's also another out for him, right? He has a scavenger. He also has that toy mischief, so he can roll into an Akai as well. So Finn is always keeping his options open. There's 1 out of 2 routes, and this is what all good professional players do. That if you're playing for top 4, if you're playing for slots, if you're playing for the chance to go to the top, you're playing for consistency, and you got to keep your options open at all times.
Should be able to win this round too. That was the Guinevere, another super magic into the execute. More than enough there. So Finn keeping himself at the top. Does Dorky win his... Dorky was able to win that round against Armin B-Rob because he was starting to stress out a little bit with how things have been rolling with the Harley commander. But still, in 7th place currently, the Akai looking very juicy there for Finn if somehow it gets left until the end.
Yeah, the Akai. The Akai is that opening. Nobody's picking up so far. K1 goes for the Holy Crystal. Finn, he gets the Akai. Oh my god. Oh, look at him pointing at the camera. Oh man.
It's like, I got you. I got you, suckers. That is the exact piece that he needs. God sent by the carousel.
That's 3 scavengers and I believe 6 toy mischief synergies for him. So even if he does not get the bruiser, he finds the out.
That should keep him in the lead for even longer, and better yet, saves his economy, right? Because the previous round before the carousel, he was sitting at 14. Now with the 3 scavengers, he's gonna be able to get back up 20 and start racking up to start rolling for that Guinevere that he desperately needs.
Right now, taking a look at Arvin's board, right? The stacked out Xavier that took out the win streak of Finn at this point. He does have the Beyond the Clouds synergy going for him, so he can rack it up. But the problem is going to be that Akai. Whether or not the Guinevere is going to be an option here for Finn does not matter too much because he can now put the Toy Mischief items on the Akai as well. It is a great Toy Mischief item holder, and looking at Chatty, feels like he's going for Metro Zero at this point. He does pick up the Ixia. He needs 1 more piece to the board. He needs the Xborg, potentially, or the Roger. But Roger, not too good of a fit. You'd rather have the Xborg.
Yeah, and since he's sitting at level 7, odds are incredibly low. He's looking to level up, and he does have a couple rounds of leeway to get there. But also needs to start thinking about how to minimize damage, and going up against Finn isn't going to make it any easier. He's gonna take a big chunk just from this round alone.
Yeah, Toy Mischief itemized Guinevere. It's just a 1-star. That's gonna be getting the KOs and getting a 5x KO, potentially a 6 as well. But the Winter Crown, not gonna do too much.
God, that's gonna sting a little bit for Chatty. Another 14 to the face. So right now it's Dorky and Finn who are on their win streak. Dorky stabilizing the state of the game. You see that Benedetta there? He took 1 more into a 2-star Benna with the Harley in tow.
And listen to my
And a bruiser crystal for Finn. How is this? How is this possible? This guy's getting everything.
This is the high roll dream game for Finn. Guys, this is Finn's game, and everyone else are just living in the game. You know, they're just creeps to him. Right now, Finn, he has the dream combo with the bruiser emblem. All he needs to do is find the pieces, get the economy, and with the win streak that he has so far, with the creep round, he does not care. There is that 8 Metro Zero coming out from Willow Zoo, but that's not going to be a big threat. The only huge threat is K1 and Arvin Broby, who are building that Beyond the Clouds. So they need the Beyond the Clouds Thunderstones to be way up, and they need the Mage synergy.
Yeah. Finn giving the Bruiser Crystal to the Barats. So both the Barats and the Gwyn will be the main carrier. And Scan Dominic starting to roll a little bit. 4 KOF, 6 Shadow Cells. Doesn't feel like it's going to be enough though. He does put the Cure in. That means it does take out the possibility of an Iori. At least for now, he still is banking on the Mage, but the bulk of it is going to be on that Arlet with Terry Bogard as the supporting cast.
Yeah, the Shadow Cell synergy together with the Oracle card that he picked up does give him a substantial amount of HP, but he's going up against the big boy, the Brave Boss. Finn appears on the board. Let's see what he can do here. Guinevere, bam, bam, already at 5 KOs, and he's gonna form more here, and he splits into two. There's two Guinevere. Arlet has a final flash of its own. Oh no! Guinevere is proving too much.
So close. One more final slash was what he was looking for. The good news for everyone else out there who is looking at Finn's board right now is that the Guinevere has primarily tank items. So the healing isn't really going to be there, but also not exactly the tankiest, right? And because he only has 2 bruises, the Guinevere damage ramp up is going to be slightly slower. So there is a saving grace for everyone else. But again, Finn with 93 health to work with has so much room to take a couple of losses and still continue to build that board.
Yeah, Wisnu at this point, he does have 6 bruisers and 6 defenders as well, with the Iori on the tank items and the Winter Crown. But at this point, I would still say you do need a bit more, right, in the tank if you want to take out the top dog, which is going to be Finn here. And now Wisnu, he's trying to find the pieces that fit here. Does have the Toy Mischief, not going for the Akaido.
It's also worth noting that a lot of these players who are currently losing out are also holding to a couple of Guineveres. So if they get knocked out in the next few rounds, Finn will basically have the luxury to not roll at all and naturally fall into the Guinevere line. This hardly is it enough? Because the Freya is doing a lot of damage over the magic cards and counteracted by the Winter Crown. But it's just enough at the very end. And Channy takes another round loss.
Yeah, at this point, Arvin Broby, he was sitting on that 50 gold mark and he was hoping for the level, and he does get it through. The Shadow Cell, very interesting build coming out from Scan Dominic, but he did not go for it early. But right now, he does get that Obsidia. So could be the main carry, yes, but he does need the KOFs on the board, right? You do need that full KOF, full Shadow Cell for this build to work.
And all he cares about right now is getting his hands on the Valentina and Arlen, especially the Arlen who is completely uncontested. So that is something that he can always look back onto. And I believe he does have the Go-Go card that gives you extra defense, and that's gonna be allowing the Arlen to do even more damage. And he's 4 pieces away from that Arlen tree.
Yeah, 4 pieces away, very close. Does have that blessing on the opponent, but now going up against Wisnu's Bruisers, he's gonna be taking a lot of damage here. And Scan Dominic looking not too long for life, as he will. Let's see if he loses his HP, 11 HP. Yes, most likely here, unless he takes out the Uranus. Does not.
Scan Dominic now really deep in the woods with this. Another last place finish puts him only at 8 points by the end of game 3. And that means his maximum points is just 24 if he wins the next 2 games. So very dangerous territories as we're down to 7. What does Finn get? It's a couple of good items on the board. It's gonna go for the Feather of Heaven. And guess what? That Guinevere build continues to ramp up.
Yeah, Finn, he's going for the Silent Guinevere build, right? But at the same time, Wisnu, he's building up into that 6 bruisers as well. So Wisnu and Finn, they do have that meta endgame build. If not, we're looking at Beyond the Clouds here. And hopefully K1, he pulls through, but he does not have that mage emblem. He needs a minimum of 2 to 4 to make this build actually more viable against the Bruisers. But let's just see if the Kadita pulls through for him.
Very less items too. And the Kadita, even given the Garden Helm, it's one or two extra rough wages to make the difference. Both him and Dorky have the 6-star wings to work with, but the main carries are completely different. Kadita on one side, and the Benedetta 2-star that is starting to rip through the backline with the Electro Final Blow, as Dorky's Harley roll is starting to really pay dividends.
Yeah, at this point, that Benedetta with the Starwing synergy just tearing through everything at this point. It's gonna be up to the Kadita versus the Benedetta. 2 iframes. It might end in a tie, but the final play, the battlefield. K1 gets taken out, and that's both Burmese representatives down in the dirt again as they end at the bottom 3.
Oh man, I legitimately thought the Kadita just sidestepped the final blow, but was still in range of the pixel. K1, a very different showing from yesterday's, as he just couldn't get it running. And I mean, partially is that he couldn't get the 3 stars, but more so he had a line, but it just couldn't fall into place in time. So 8 points for K1 by the end of this. This is it's gonna be rough in the bottom ranking. Finn still at 93 health. He hasn't lost a single round since the last time he lost.
Yeah, and Wisnu right now with that 6 bruiser build. Let's see what he can do with this. Guinevere looking extremely strong as well with the defender emblem.
Yeah, this Iori actually got distracted by the Eternal Guard, but still the rest of the lineup should be able to do enough here. It's down to this Hardy 1v4. The card actually has so much damage. It's him and the Guinevere, and the Guinevere wins.
Yeah, the Guinevere is just 30k damage at this point. Sure, Barat does have that bruiser emblem as well, so he is going for a very similar build to what Finn is going for, but Wisnu is just a tad more defensive, right? Right now, he adds the Akai into the build, but Finn has that Toy Mischief, and he has a 2-star Akai. So we're going to have to see how this plays out.
Yeah, and still holding to 3 scavengers, same as Wisnu, so they both have some E-card running for them. For up to 4 bruises for Finn, has the Iori too, and Iori on the board. So him and Wisnu are very closely contesting the pieces. And I think both of them are also up on there with the health pool. It's gonna be a close 22 gold for both of them. The roads continue to happen. 10 hero slots now up there for Dorky.
Yeah, now that the creep round has ended, final showdown will begin for the top 4 positions here. As the top 4 are secured, it's going to be Finn, Wisnu, Dorky, and Arvin going at it. Feels like Dorky has kind of the weaker build going for that Starwing. Yeah, it does give you that HP bonus and 16% like damage, but it's not scaling into the later game, right? 16% set damage is not going to be enough against the double hits coming out from the bruisers with all these itemizations. Now we see the top 2, the bruisers, going at it.
Yeah, the Gwyn is going to split into 2 right now, and the Karina Twin Blade is going to be important here. The Feather of Heaven healing also dealing a lot. The Cho 2 gets hit on time by Finn, and that Cho 2, big difference maker there. Another top 4 finish for both Finn and Dorky. Talk about being consistent in this semi-finals, but Dorky on his last legs now after that loss.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Dorky is hoping for that. Oh, he skipped it. I was thinking he would want to go for the 2-star Akai, but he actually skipped it. Now, taking a look at Wisnu's board here. Wisnu, at the same time, he does have a very good bruiser board. He will be able to take out the other opponents, but I think he ends his run in second here. Like, no one's gonna be able to take out Finn. Toy Mischief into a bruiser is just scary, man.
Yeah, he's stressed now because he knows that there's no way to hit a Gwyn tree. So basically him and Finn, they handicap each other in that department, but Finn still has the better line. It was proven by the previous matchup because Finn, they hit the Iori too, which basically negates a lot of what Wisnu wanted to bring to the table. This one against Dorky is also important. I think Dorky is going to be down to just the Harley and to try and make it work.
Starwing Benedetta coming through just in time.
One
he needs
more?
to land one more.
Oh, he
not
dies! This could be Wisnu's way out. The Face Warper. Wisnu loses that round.
Oh, Dorky, the Harley. clutches through the bruiser build. Like I bash a lot on Harley. It's one of the worst 5 costs, but at the same time, it's good against bruisers because they're running around trying to catch you.
And Dorky, no more econ to continue rolling. Wisnu, if he loses another round, it frees up all the Gwyn for Finn, but does it really matter though? Because look at this, Finn has 93 health and everyone literally on their last legs.
When he got the second emblem, we were just saying, right? This is Finn's world and everyone else is just in his server right now. He is the game master, he decides, because he basically has one of the best builds that you could get in this current patch, state, right? Toy Mischief 6 with that Toy Mischief emblem on the Guinevere, so that you have the itemization available. Now Arvin Broby going up against Wisnu, one of them will be going out.
Can Arvin win this though? If he wins this, he has a chance to get the Kadita tree. It's gonna be very close to Iori going to work. Let's find the king on the Harley. What was that interaction? And Arvin, so close yet so far. He was one away from the Kadita, but wasn't able to find it.
But not too shabby from him, ending in a top 3 finisher. As Dorky, as we saw earlier, got taken out, and his position is going to be solidified in that top 4. As the 2 bruisers still proving to be the top of the meta, and Finn, just unmatched consistency so far. He's been ending in that top 4 slot again and again, but now he takes home the cake, takes home the 8 points for himself again.
Most likely an 8 point. Look at that board. Obviously, he doesn't have econ to roll, but he has plenty of rounds. Like he's doing some stretches. There's no Gwyn on the board, but I think there's still two more Barats that he can go for. So no Gwyn tree, no problem. A Barat tree now, basically done, and Finn can just chill. You know, you lose one Toy Mischief, but what the hell, right? Never mind, he gets it back.
He gets it. He gets it back. Now it's just time for Finn to sit back, relax, enjoy a cup of tea, and watch his chess pieces go to work. I mean, look at this Guinevere and Barat, guys. He's gonna obliterate the board.
Come on, bro, just throw some gasoline and fire. This should be a very straightforward win. The Barat actually getting a chain control. Wait a minute, might be different. And Barat's buying too much time, even as a Winter Crown. So easy win. Finn just waving to the camera there. 8 points for him. And Wisnu will have to take a bow, as it was an impossible game for anyone else to take first place. Finn cashing in on 8 points.
And this is what happens when you high roll in MCGG, right? The feeling is just crazy, but you can't high roll all the time. But Finn, he's shown that even when he doesn't high roll, he's always at the top of the leaderboards. He's always top 4. He makes the best decisions with whatever that he has. But this time, he was given the best possible decision, right? That early Guinevere on the Karina into that Toy Mischief emblem. With the Toy Mischief already activated, he actually leaned himself into the luck, because actually, to get the Go-Go card, you have to get a certain number of a synergy. You have to hit a certain threshold to activate the Go-Go card. So you need to know the conditions beforehand as well. So Finn played his cards perfectly.
Yeah, and you know the effort, the game saw his efforts and decided to reward him with all the possible best permutations, I'd say. And I think he's been top 3, right? In top 3 in all the games that he has played. You know, came in second in game 1, third in game 2, and now first in game 3. Just a very solid showing. As we look at the match overview, this was impossible for Finn to lose.
Yeah, I mean, it was Finn's game to lose, yes, but at the same time, we got to talk about the bottom 4 as well, right? Scan Dominic, not showing too much of a good showing here at game 1 to 3. Our Burmese representatives K1 and Willow Sue just not doing too hot, right? It feels like the Indonesians are very consistent when it comes up to finding the strategies. Yes, K1, he did manage to get the Stargazer coming through, but the stars, they weren't enough. The combo, the economy was not there for him to get the star up in time. But Arvin Broby, he's been consistent as well, and he's been proving to be top 4 contender material.
Yeah, Very exciting Group A so far, but we are starting to see some of the competitors pull ahead of the pack. Finn definitely one of them. But even for Dorky, right, he finished 4th this game, but he was able to kind of recover using the Harley towards the very end. We saw the Starwing Crystal being sort of the savior that gave him that 6 Starwing, which he placed on the Benedetta. But it was quite a roll of the dice when he decided to go down this route, because he was taking a beating in that early game when he got given the K, which wasn't able to give much impact in the early to mid.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the Harley, the Barat start was completely ignored by Dorky as well, right? He knew that with the Toy Mischief, he couldn't lean into the Toy Mischief because Finn, at that point, he was already leaning heavily into the Toy Mischief as well.
Yeah, I think Finn having a very chill game. You can see even moments during the game where he knew that he got it in the back, you know, just looking serious at the start, but as the game progress, you see more and more of the smile, and that is the C game first place. I think for this onwards, he sort of knew that the game was his. There was nothing stopping him, and not to mention that he did go for the Karina in game 3. So if the snowball wasn't already strong enough, him landing on Toy Mischief and Bruiser Crystal solidified that.
Yeah, there's something to be learned about his consistency as well, right? His decisions making to make the best choices available in the game, his studies of the meta with different commanders as well, him pulling through top 3 with the 1-1, and now when he's given the chance to shine, given the Karina as well, he makes the best possible decisions. And with that Guinevere pickup as well, he knows what exactly that he has to do. The Guinevere, yes, he did get it very early, but it was a 1-star Guinevere, and at the same time he started building options. So he started building towards that Toy Mischief that led to that emblem buildup, and that led to that 2-star Akai, and also that final 3-star Barat that secured him the game. It wasn't just a single lockdown on the Guinevere. Yeah, I have to go Bruiser no matter what. Sure, Guinevere is the meta, but he opens up a second option, and that's what Finn does so well.
Being gifted the Akai too, right, really gave him even more alternatives to fall into. The Akai on the carousel, also one of the critical points in game number 3, and not to mention the 2 crystals that he got basically allow him to interchange the synergy between that the Guinevere and the Baraz. And he saw that Guinevere 3 was not a possibility, but the Baraz was completely open. So congratulations to Finn getting the fat 8 points from game 3 as he passed the halfway point of this Group A bout.
Yeah, you show any MCGG player these stats, and they're like, yeah, take the stats away. This is disgusting. Because honestly, he got the best possible combination, and he got Toy Mischief's badge and a Bruiser's badge with an Eldos and also a Uranus as well, right? There's a lot frontline, there's a lot of damage to back him up, and yeah, this is the best possible outcome for a Karina. If you're playing Karina and yeah, you're playing Toy Mischief into Bruiser, this is the best possible like combination that the game can give to you, and that was crazy. Finn got it. So looking at the standings coming through, I believe Finn is going to be on top at 21 points. Dorky, very consistent as well, with Wisnu falling close behind, and Arvin Broby lands himself in the top 4. But looking at the bottom 4, it is getting dicey for them.
Yeah, Chatty, Willow Sue, Scan Dominic, and K1 having a lot of work that needs to be put in, especially for Scan Dominic, 2 last place finish. So when we look at the maximum points that they can get, K1 and Scan Dominics, they can only cap out at 24, 25 for Willow Sue, and I believe 28 for Chatty. If there's anything that we know, like even for Arvin from yesterday, he has always been in the middle of the pack, so staying consistent in that line. But for Finn, only top 3 finishes, which sort of goes back to what we talk about on his Seekers performances, right? 5 games, he only finished 4th once, and the rest were top 3. And he finished first out of 5 games, first 3 times out of 5 games. And this is really starting to prove his prowess, but he will have to go last in this Game 4 draft.
Yeah, right now, straight up, we do see the Karina being picked up by Scan Dominic. And Willow Su going for the Fanny, K1 going for the Gushin, Loyi picked up by Chatty. So now it's just time to rack up the points. Dorky going for the economy option of the Valir as well. Arvin Broby heading into the 1-1 route. We've been seeing a lot of 1-1s work this game, but we also saw K1's 1-1 didn't do too well. And Wisnu going with a very cute choice of picking up the Kagura, and Finn pulling out the PNK.
Alright, Popo and Koopa, which was shown in game 1 by Willow Su, allowing him to hit almost a Freya tree. He almost got there, but ended up getting taken out too early. Now we get to see if Finn can show us how it's really played, because Popo and Koopa is one of the few commanders that I am very, very, inspired to learn, but the approach, the creativity that you need when you play this commander is very different from a lot of the other commanders out there.
Yeah, I mean, PNK really banks on the fact that your opponent are good and they're going for the build that you are hoping for, or your prediction of your opponents are good, right? You've played against X and X, therefore you're playing against X and X next. And for Kagura, Wisnu as well, it's a very hands-on hero where the shield's value is given to a unit, and yeah, that's what mostly the Kagura is all about. Like, you get the shield value.
Let's head into game number 4 of match 1 of Group A and see how this one is going to pan out. Because so far, for some of these players, it has been smooth sailing. And Finn, well, in K1 actually starting off with the Double Glory League, so one of the slightly more underwhelming openings, but it just means that you have to go a slightly longer route to go into what you want. We're going to check in on the go-go cards and the opener synergies in just a little bit. There we go on the screen. Finn, Toy Mischief Bruisers again.
On the PNK, picks up the PNK card. And yeah, a lot of people like to go Toy Mischiefs. A lot of people like to go for Bruisers early. So when he gets that, and his opponents start picking Bruisers, which we do see many of them, Arvin Broby with the Toy Mischief, Wisnu with that Bruisers as well. If he gets them as an opponent, his copy trap is gonna pay dividends.
And especially when you get into the mid game, when 4 cost up starts coming in.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, the Popo and Koopa trap ignores the hero limit in the pool, right? Because you essentially just duplicate the hero that passes by. So it again gives Finn some freedom to work with, and he doesn't have to worry about just rolling down for what you want.
Yeah, Dorky right now does wait a minute. Oh yeah, Dorky is the Valir after all. So yeah, he does have a different commander card from what he's used to, but he has a very good economy. So 6 cost in, and Finn already setting up the trap, waiting for the prey to strike here. This man been so consistent. He's just smiling. He knows that, yeah, he generate a copy trap, and he's just hoping for a good opponent and placing his units properly.
Yeah, he's opening the doors and waiting for people to walk into it. He's gonna get the Aulas. Oh,
he gets it.
Man, this guy, he's something else.
Oh no, that's more Toy Mischief. I mean, against Arvin Broby, he's gonna lose. He's gonna take the L for sure, because Arvin Broby is playing the 1-1. There's a lot of set damage coming out from the 1-1 always at the start of these rounds, but at the same time, is it a loss though? He got an Aulas.
Using that health pool as a resource. And I have a slightly slower fight. Wisnu with incredibly decked out Jawhead. The fat shield from the fat shield from the Kagura, more than enough to win this round against Dorky.
Victory takes one swing.
Yeah, now a lot of them, they start to realize that, Toy Mischief is a very good synergy, and a lot of them are going for the Toy Mischief synergy, but it gives room for people to go for things like Aspirin Starts. There's room for people to go like things like Beyond the Clouds and also Shadow Cell Start, where they actually start to ramp up, right? These are all very good late game builds where, yeah, you might not win early, but you take a lot of damage, and at the same time, on the same line of using your health pool as a resource, in the end, you get that huge cash out from your Shadow Cell or also the Aspirant's energy as well.
Some of the benefits to it is also that you go into the carousel and you get priority over what you want to take. And that's sort of, and a lot of times it makes a difference, right? It allows you to come back into that mid to late game with a stronger line just because you get to choose first. For now, that seems to be the case for Finn, who is down to 86, just in time for the carousel.
Yeah, Scan Dominic will be the first person to go. And we do see Finn, then K1, then Dorky. So Scan Dominic, he has his choice here. He goes for the Freya instantly, and Finn picks up the Kadita here. So wow. He's going for a separate build. Like, he gets the Toy Mischief, yeah, he gets the Owlus, but doesn't matter. He's going for a separate build. Willow Su, being the last to pick it up, goes for the taunt.
And it's about options, and Finn just unlocked another option for himself with the Kadita. And now Stargazer is another line that he can fall into, and there's plenty of time to plan that out. Whereas for Dorky, does have the Soul Vessels Dauntless, the KOF2, sort of a ragtag, a mix. Again, having that K as the first forecast.
And creating that option as well, right? Finn, he makes it so that he has that Stargazer ability available, and K1 at the same time. He is going for Stargazer mages as well. So there will be another person in his pool, but he does see that a lot of people are going for the Toy Mischief. So that's what maybe Finn is thinking about. Yeah, let's just go for something else that has a more open pool and more pieces to play with.
K1 down to 75 already. A lot of health bars. A lot of health being traded out, so that's a quarter of his health already gone. K1 hasn't won a single round, I believe. He hits into OT. It's this Kagura shield, counteracted by the shield placed on that Sicilian. Arvin Vira will win that round.
Yeah, the Dijang also dealing a lot of good damage. 4 Soul Vessels already out for him. But now, looking at Wisnu's board, him on the Kagura doesn't really deal much in terms of economy. It's more of an interaction card, just like the 1/1 as well. But at the same time, it does give him a very beefy jawhead.
It does. Having double Aldous just for with extra bruises. Of course, some minor backline dive with Hauke, the feather pebble on the feather on top for the extra punch. So I don't see him cutting through what Chatty has built up with this Masha Golden Staff. Has the Face Warper enchantment from Loi, which I feel like is one of the best out there. Not just because of the damage, but it gives you that Face Warper ability, right? For you to get your health back and reposition.
Yeah, there's a lot of options given as a Loi, right? That's why a lot of people like playing the Loi so much. You can go for the Scavenger emblem as well, then afterwards you get a free hero every 2 turns, so that's good in terms of economy. Or you can go for the combat, like you said, the Face Warper, it helps as well. Now Go-Go card going in, Dorky going for that 4 cost as well. Now we do see Finn, he's leaning towards Star Wing already. He picks up the spaceship hangar.
And that fixes, I believe it fixes the starship in place, but grants you bonuses on top of it. You see the 2 Stargazer beyond the cloud as well, so the Kadita is going to be the main focus for Finn, just as expected. Let's see what items he gets, right? A Holy Crystal would be great, Glowing Wand, a Winter Crown, in fact, will be what Finn picks up.
Yeah, we're looking at the most consistent players so far, but looking at some of the wildcard players, right? Wisnu with the Kagura, he has consistent placements. He is the top 3 at this point. But this Kagura, well, you do have the Kagura card as well, which greatly buffs a unit. And he's hoping for, I mean, with a Kagura card, you're hoping for a physical unit, right? But he has not been able to find it so far.
So we'll check in on Willow Su. This Fanny will be bouncing the Leona in. So it does have the Stargazer line going for him, but Scavenger is what matters. The economy is going to get built up at 32 gold. If he wins this round, it's going to be some extra gold on top, but does have to deal with the Jusin and the Kadita of Finn. And they still have yet to go through the Winter Crown as well. Is this going to be enough? One more rough waves, that's sufficient, and that's a big win for Wolosu. He needed that 46 gold, and now instantly levels up after selling a couple of pieces.
What doesn't kill
Yeah.
you makes you stronger.
Now at this point, it's all about who has that late game build going into the next carousel. K1 already building up that 2-star to Sin. So yeah, you can see that he's leaning into the Stargazer build. He went for the build early in the previous one. It didn't work out well for him, but this time he has an earlier build up to it. Whether or not he can find the Beyond the Clouds in time, that's gonna affect the rest of the game.
Here for Dorky's side. Another trap copy. I believe he copied the Durov. Not really what the Finn wanted, but the Saber actually also gets duplicated as he went for the backline.
That's what he needs. That's what he needs. He wants a Saber.
Yep.
He needs it for the Starwing synergy. So Finn just playing the cards perfectly, losing a bit of HP here, right? As we said, he's gonna have a slow start with the PNK though.
I think he wins this round, yeah. And he even wins the round, so it's a double whammy. You get a Saber dupe, and on top of it, you win the round.
Yeah, Finn, his build is starting to pay off. He's the only one at level 8 at this moment. So he has more access to the 5 cost cards than the others, right? So at level 7, you only get a 1% chance, but level 8, it greatly increases.
Yeah, one extra hero slot. But also, if he dupes a hero that he doesn't want, you sell it for extra economy, so he is winning regardless. It's more of how big he wins per round. And Finn, he actually gets a kite as well.
Oh my god. The scavenger synergy is running for him. So yeah, he has a triple scavenger synergy while building up the Beyond the Clouds as well. So he wants to build up the Beyond the Clouds to ideally as high as possible. Meanwhile, the Disrupt from the Akai is going to be helping out to lose less HP, right? He knows that he's not going to be winning. He's using his HP bar as a resource, like you said, but at the same time, K1 also not doing too well. 27 HP at this point.
K1 hasn't been able to find any wins. And starting to get pretty dire now for K1. Can't afford to lose any more. He's gonna be able to get through this carousel, but might not live long enough to see the next Go-Go card.
Oh, he goes for the Stargazer synergy, and Finn gets the +1 cap. So Finn, he finds himself in a great situation. Wisnu gets the Bruiser synergy as well. So we got 3 players getting their ideal choices. Scan Dominic going for the Iori as well. Meanwhile, the rest, I would say, is like, you know, not too high on the list. But we saw 4 out of the 8 players. They get what they need.
Especially for Finn, who now gets to lean into an extra synergy if possible. But the fact that he gets priority on that level earlier on means that he gets to roll into what he wants quicker as well. This should start paying off, right? The Popo and Koopa, if you can get to level 9, then that's where the biggest cash out will come in.
Yeah, so he needs to get to that level 9. He does get that +1 cap, so he has that 9 slot, but he needs that 10 slot to make things work for him. Right now, Arvin Broby going up against Finn, and it looks like Finn still gonna be on that losing end, still just taking out units, still trying to play the eco game.
The Kadita still at level 1, and that's not enough. Needs a Kadita 2 and a slightly better item, so he's probably gonna lose out this round, but the next round will really decide where Finn stands by the end of this.
Yeah, it's really an edgy play coming out from both K1 and Finn. K1 finally got his first W and ends the losing streak here. But now Finn, with that 2-star Kadita, gonna start clearing boards here. But K1, he does have that 6 Stargazer synergy, but is unable to build up the Beyond the Cloud synergy that much. Unable to find the Edith because he's currently at level 7. Only 1% chance.
Yep.
Oh.
Who is gonna get duped by the Kadita? Oh,
It's
gets
a
duped!
Kadita!
He gets duped! He has to at least win this round to salvage some of the losses, but ends up losing to Finn.
Oh no, Finn, he managed to fight the best possible opponent here, so he does get the board going for himself, and he has more Beyond the Cloud synergy. So, once again, it's going to be a battle of the bruisers at the end. Wisnu with the Owl is not surviving. Willow Su doing well for himself. That bruiser synergy is still 3 out of 4 for Wisnu, unable to find the pieces that he needs. But going into the next Go-Go card selection, it will be a blue card. So mostly going for economy, mostly going for rerolls or HP here.
Yeah, Finn going for just some extra juice with the synergies. We just see Willow Su just picked up his second Go-Go card. Very willing to hold on to the third one, same as Chatty and Wisnu, as they have plenty of health to work with.
Yeah, it is a blue Go-Go card after all. We see most players, they like to hold on to the blue Go-Go cards. Now into the creep round, the battle's not that too important. Taking a look at compositions as well. A lot of scavengers across the board, but looking at the bottom 3, right, they're all going for that same Stargazer build, but Dorky leaning more towards that Swift Blade, just trying to buff up that Saber.
Another Saber tree line, which funnily enough, wasn't really demonstrated in the previous game, but this might be enough, right? We see the double Masha out now for Chatty. So it's safe to assume that the Loi has been giving him the Mashas, but Masha tree not really the ideal carry that you want, but it will do for now, right? Let's have the Haas Claw. He did get the enhanced Haas Claw, so there's a lot of value that you can get from quad bruisers with that Masha.
Yeah, still only quad bruisers. It looks like the bruisers are not appearing in the board, especially for this game 4. So we do see more towards a lean towards Stargazer synergy, where the late game builds are going to be coming out from the side of Finn, who does take out Chatty. That quad bruiser not going to be enough, and Finn, yeah, he found his dupes, he found his stride. K1 as well, getting the W against Dorky. You're going to start to see the Stargazers pop off with the Beyond the Cloud synergy.
Wow, so Finn hits level 9 and gets a Vexana on top. You could not have asked for a better chain of events after all the losses that he had to endure early on. Same for K1. The Stargazer, 2-star Vexana, 6 Stargazer synergy, and 6 Mages. We all know where this is going. The Valentina will be the key for K1 to get through this. The economy is in shambles, so hitting a 3-star Valentina will be miles away. But let's see if we can at least earn him some extra points, because he needs them.
Yeah, he really needs them at this point, and he's just hoping for a good carousel placement. Also to get the good pieces, hopefully get the pieces that he needs. But Arvin Broby now up against the mage synergy of this Valentina, and gets taken out, and K1 not enough.
Yeah, that's got to be frustrating, because I think his chances of making finals might have just been extinguished with that loss. Only 9 points. So virtually impossible to get enough to qualify in the top 4. Because the maximum points he can get if he finishes first is 17 by the end of Group A. But a lot of these players are going to get past 17 points pretty soon. With a couple of candidates who are already past 17. So if Arvin and Wisnu, Wisnu is guaranteed 17. So it's down to Arvin and Chatty, and when one of them gets past 17, K1 will have to wave goodbye to his qualification chances.
Yeah, K1 not showing too hot of a show today compared to yesterday. Yesterday he was fire, but today couldn't find the builds that he needs. Times this on MCGG, but still the consistency being shown by Finn and also the Indonesian. They've been unmatched so far. Right now, Dorky, he is at the threat of death, and he goes up against Scan Dominic, who does have that Akai with that split synergy, and Dorky will be taken out here.
Executed by the Gwyn too. The first bottom 2 finish for Dorky in the entire Group A match so far. He finished like first, second, and fourth, and now finishing last. But it's okay, I think he's in the same zone for sure. Finn just won his earlier round and gets dibs on the carousel because K1 is already out and goes for the Lumen Nexus. Now he's going to get 2 Lumen Nexus thanks to having the Kadita on the board.
Yeah. So with that, he actually lost to Willow Su. So I'm very curious to see what Willow Su's board is about. So that puts Finn at 8 HP, right? In a very dangerous zone. He's going for that Starwing Stargazer synergy. Does get that Luminex's crystal. Now pulling off that 6 Starwing as well. So now he's hoping for the 3-star, but he's not too hard about donkey rolling. He does get the 2-star Harley here. So yeah, Luminex's 2-star Harley, Stargazer. Are the itemizations enough though? There's only a Winter's Crown and the War Axe that he has so far.
Needs to get through the next 2 rounds, but since he faced Willow Su, he won't be facing him for quite a while. He just needs 2 wins. Wisnu going for the extra 20 Commander Shield to buy himself some extra rounds to work with. The next 2 rounds will be important for Finn. He needs to win to get to the items, and that might just be the turning point. This is round 1 for him. So 1 step closer to a better finish. And in the meantime, Chatty and Arvin also losing their matches
What miracles
down to
await us.
potentially their last legs.
Yeah. Things are heating up here as we head deeper into the semifinals here. This is Group A. 4 of the members here will get eliminated, but now taking a look at the board, Willow Su has that 6 cruiser with the 3 scavenger synergy with the Fanny on board. So right now he found a premium build with a 2-star Guinevere on board, right? But he does not have that lifesteal to make it work as of yet. But the Guinevere hopefully pulls him through.
Even for Finn, making sure to let everyone know that the Claude 3-star might be incoming. Not for himself, but for Arvin, who I think is 2 pieces away. See Willow Su, if he wins this run against Chatty, he should be able to pull through with the board that he has.
Chatty, the shield coming in clutch right there, keeping him in the game. He had 21 HP, and that 20 shield value is what kept him in the game. Arvin Broby now on 5 HP, finally finds himself a bit lower than Finn at this point. As we head on into the creep round, we take a last look at their synergies available. Wisnu able to get that 6 toy mischief synergy. We saw how strong it was. Yeah,
Finn hit the Kadita tree. Okay.
Oh no.
And we did say he just needed to survive a round or 2. And remember the earlier traps that we saw that was duping the Kaditas?
It all paid off.
It all paid off. Funny enough,
Oh my god.
the saber that was duped, it was just that one. He probably sold some of the extra sabers for the econ, and now he gets to build into the sabers too. And I think he gets 6 Star Wings because he did have 1 extra slot, and he hit a Freya too.
Oh, he skipped the 2-star export for Arvin. He's going all in for the
He wants a
Claude.
Claude. 1 more, come on.
Second units.
Finn warned
He
us about
gets
it,
it.
and he gets it.
Lights, camera.
So Metro Zero, 6 marksmen with the Claude, only 1 Berserker's Fury on it. No, he manages to put the Sea Halberd and the Haas Claws on it as well, with a 2-star Hanabi with the Demon Hunter Sword, and he cashes in the Aspirant's points that he has, which is a mere 20, but this might be his last round against Scan Dominic. But that with that 3-star Claude, I don't think he's just gonna go out of the game just yet.
Yeah, the Winter Crown does prop from Iori, but yeah, the 3-star call is too much. Again, Dominic will have to take the L. Chatty also out. Finn finds another top 4 finish because of that, and Willow Su finally takes his first loss in a long time to Wisnu.
My spirit.
Yeah, Wisnu at this point, with the Toy Mischief synergy, is doing well. Willow Su, at this point, yeah, he's been going full eco. So right now, he has the time, right? He's gonna swap out the Scavengers. He gets the 2-star. He gets almost a 3-star Guinevere that Finn has pointed out, and Finn has always been pointing it out. He points out the 3-star Claude, 3-star Guinevere, and you can tell that Finn, he's not just playing on his own board. He's always consistently visiting other people's boards within the 20 seconds. So that's how fast his fingers are.
Yeah, this guy's he's playing politics in the game, right? He's letting people know that hey, we gotta watch out for this guy. while simultaneously making sure that he has the upper hand. But up against this 3-star claw, that's gonna be interesting because Whistle is gonna take that L. Willowsu just lost to Finn.
Legendary.
We might be seeing the Arvin against Finn final to showdown just a little bit. They're gonna face each other next round, so one of them will go.
This is gonna be crazy here. I mean, this is the luck of the draw here. 2-star Hanabi being picked up, and now going for.
Oh, 3-star
Wisnu
Granger.
have an angle?
Miracles are
Does the
made of.
Wisnu have an angle for the Gwyn?
He's looking for a 3-star Granger. He needs 2 more. Oh, doesn't have the economy. 3-star Gwyn, 3-star Granger. All looks so close, but so far. Yeah, we'll have to settle for it. Not willing to roll anymore because he's 2 Gwyns away from his 3-star Gwyn, but he needs to survive this round. And it's up against the 3-star Claw. This could be GG's.
Yeah, Wisnu at 18 HP needs to take out just enough units. Can the Granger do enough here?
One more?
It's not gonna be enough.
Willowsu takes 21 to the face. And
Oh.
now it's down to top 3. Carousel
Yeah.
round.
+1 cap is available.
What is
But
Finn gonna go
Arvin-
for?
Start with KOF
KOF?
synergy.
KOF.
Yeah.
Has he put it on the
He knows that
Kadita? He puts it on the
he-
Kadita, right? Is the captain?
Yeah, he puts it. Captain Kadita.
This is gonna be incredibly close. They're all down to one last round.
Is built upon truth.
One more
Oh.
Gwyn.
Spirit will
What?
not.
One more
Gwyn
Granger.
and one more
It's
Granger.
either or.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
no. Does he sell? Yeah, he sold.
He
He sold.
sells.
He's rolling for it. Takes Iori. Come on, that's the
Granger.
Granger. He needs one more Gwyn. Does he find it? He finds the Gwyn!
Gwyn!
Oh la la! Wait a minute.
3.
That's the future.
Oh, there it is.
Okay. Goes for it.
Oh, might bailed himself out of losing the next round. 6 bruises.
Is there a bruiser synergy on the Granger? No, it's not.
Does he have enough? This one is against the Kadita tree. Might be enough actually, right?
Monster
Yeah,
kill.
might
He
be.
has a lot of work to do. Whoa, Eternal Guard? Does he
Oh.
drop?
Legendary.
Yeah, it's more
Nah.
than enough.
Legendary.
Oh,
Willow
bails
takes out
himself
Finn's
out.
mirror.
Oh, but it's just a mirror, so Finn still gets a second place finish minimum.
Yeah, it's still second place. Finn is just extremely consistent, but Willowsu, finally a Cinderella story
Yeah.
here. So proud.
Yeah, this is needed for Willowsu, right? We just say that he needs the perfect game. Now Finn is gonna, Willowsu's gonna finish off his board with the Benedetta. I think Finn also pretty much out of gas at this point. It's up to the pieces position. Can he disrupt the Gwyn enough? He did hit the Kate and Terry Bogart too. So 6 KOFs with a Captain Kadita. But yeah, Finn, yeah, he's ready. He's ready for this final round.
Yeah, he's choosing between left and right, trying to guess the Claw's location, and it's at the right side. So the Vexana Eternal Guard does not land on the Claw here. And now with that, the
Wait.
Kadita,
Wait a
can he
minute!
do enough?
Legendary.
Wait a minute! Winter! Come on, come on! Oh my goodness! Finn!
Oh,
Legendary.
so close!
Still needs me.
Oh, what?
Captain! Captain, my captain! That was enough!
Oh, what a play, Finn! He was willing to give the Vex up.
Yeah, that was a sacrificial play, right? Putting the Vexana into the path of that 3-star Kadita, so that his Kadita, the 3-star Guinevere, so that his Kadita has the ability to use the rough waves.
Yeah, and to wipe all of the other pieces too. So let's see what items both of them get.
Yes, the Lord round, the first Lord round of Group A.
I can't believe that Finn outlasted that round. I was sure that this is the second place finish. But now it looks possible again. The Metro Zero is out. The X-Borg picked up by Willowsu. So 7 synergies plus 2 3 stars. Finn is not gonna have enough economy, I think, to roll for another 3-star, but let's see if the item that he gets are enough. 2 KOFs, 2 Soul Vessels, and Willowsu just wants extra bodies to bait, to distract the rough waves.
Yes, it's enough though. I mean, Metro Zero just gives damage. It doesn't give defense.
There's 26
And
Thunderstones on Kadita. Is it enough?
Yeah, final battle here. The rough waves instantly taking out 4 members. The
Eternal
Eternal
Guard
Guard lands on the Claude.
Godlike.
Oh, one more rough waves. Come on.
Legendary.
Oh, takes out the
Yes,
Claude.
Winter.
Legendary.
So close.
The fatty takes it. Willowsu. He will be the champion for game number 4, but a hard-fought battle. That Metro Zero coming in clutch,
The skies
and Finn,
belong to me.
what a hold on. We thought he was top 3, but no, he ended up in top 2, and it was the luck of the draw at the last part. But very consistent performance and a Cinderella story coming out from Willowsu, who does clutch it out, finally gets a win for himself at game 4.
Yeah, honestly, Willowsu now has a chance again to make it to top 4. He's now currently sitting at 17 points because of that win, and now he needs a decent game 5 to qualify. I mean, this current standings has now been completely shaken up because of that. We know that Finn guaranteed to make it to the grand finals, but for Willowsu, he has one more chance, right? One more game is all it takes, and it's not much. I think a top 4, top 3 finish would be enough to push him over the edge.
Yeah, I mean, really at this point, it's about the others right now. Finn has been consistent. He's been a monster. He is the raid boss to watch in the grand finals. And of course, we are going to choose 4 from this group here. And Finn is definitely in it to win it. And he is a monster. He won the SEA Games. And everybody's just looking out for him, looking like he's the man to beat here.
Yeah, 100%. Let's take a look at the overall match stats from game 4, because this game took a lot of turns. We've already established that some of these players are not going to make it through to the grand finals, but they still have a chance to ruin the chances of other players. So if you are supporting any of them, like K1, don't be disheartened. I mean, semifinals is a tough spot to get to already. But Willowsu, with the miraculous comeback towards the end, not only having the 0 Metro, but also having that extra synergy with the Go-Go card, the extra buff that he gets with the synergy towards the very end. I think Finn wasn't able to activate that Go-Go card because he didn't have enough in the end. KOF, Stargazer, Luminexus, Beyond the Clouds. I think he has 5 instead of 6. But either way, was able to make the Starship Hangar play out in the late game. And that itself is a hard thing to do.
Yeah, Willowsu, I mean, he had a very dominant start, right? I was very curious to see what build that he was going for. He did get an early, not Soul Vessel, he did get an early Toy Mischief into Scavenger. Yeah, that was not his perspective, yeah. So with that Scavenger build, he started building up the economy, started building up the synergies as well. But meanwhile, Finn, he had a very rough start, right? You saw that he was biding his time with the copy traps, making sure to copy the Kaditas, copy the Sabers. He even sold off some of the Sabers to get the Starwing synergy. But meanwhile, for Willowsu, taking a look, eventually building up into that 6 Bruiser, into that 3 Scavenger. And you know, Scavengers are not a build that you want to keep towards the end. So it was time for him to pivot out, and he found the perfect pivot on top of the Bruisers, and it was extremely well done, well executed, especially in the late game. I would like to see Willowsu more in these late game scenarios, but it's going to be the last time, and it's going to be the last game.
Yeah. One more chance to make it. Willowsu really putting the rabbit out of the hat towards the very end. Had to essentially play, sort of play from the middle of the pack. But hitting that Gwyn and Granger tree was the game changer, because it was looking pretty grim. He wasn't willing to sell any of his pieces prior to that, and he had to survive the subsequent rounds. But he did take up enough pieces to survive the round loss against Finn earlier on, and that was everything.
And look at Willow Sue's face as he goes for it. And yeah, emotionless man, dude. He's like, oh, I won. It's like, not bad, not bad. I won, I won.
Man, it's ice
But
cold, man.
Yeah, taking a look at the winner stats. Looking at his build, right? Last moment changing into Metro Zero, and the same time, Starwing being swapped out from the other side into KOF as well. So yeah, it was the perfect move bringing in the Metro Zero, because the damage actually pokes through the commander way more than the Starwing, because Starwing, it gives a set amount of HP. Meanwhile, only the commander gets the HP for the KOF. So very good pivot coming out from Willow Sue. And yeah, the all in on the Kadita with the purest power, it gives him just enough.
And again, the 20% hybrid attack, not to mention, and again, it's a very close, a hard fought match for all of them. Let's take a look at the standings. Finn, solid first place so far, 28 points, only top 3 finishes for him. Dorky coming in second, as he did finish 7th in game 4, followed by Wisnu with 21 points. Arvin is 20 in 4th place, and Willowsu, he's catching up. Him and Chatty, these two are looking for that one final opportunity to make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Willow Sue and Chatty, they are very close. But Scan Dominic, K1, are they still in the running though? I don't think so, right? Even if Scan Dominic gets the best possible option of getting the 8 points, there is no way for him to enter or break into the top 4. So sad for them. But this last game is going to be a consolation prize in terms of placements and trying to get a better prize pool for themselves.
Yeah, the current bar is set at 20 points. Let's go into the draft of the final game. And this time, K1 gets to call dips on it. Again, we did talk about how today was a very rough day for K1. Just couldn't really get much going. So he will go for the Amon as the commander for his final game.
Got Loyi coming out for Dorky as well, and the Guinevere for Chatty. Meanwhile, Scan Dominic going for his final hurrah, which is the Fanny, and Wisnu pulling out the Karina, and Arvin, we see the Angela. Oh man,
So
pulling out the Angela now.
We did talk about if the Gwyn is gonna come out, right? So now we get to see the Gwyn once in the Blue Moon, and a Yuzong for Finn. I mean, the only time we saw Yuzong early on was by Wisnu, and unfortunately he finished last. Let's see, man. Finn has been on the ball when he gets ahead, and now he plays Yuzong in game 5.
Yeah, I mean, Gwyn is like the ultimate gambling character, I would say. I mean, Indonesians, they're saying like, oh no, we don't like to gamble, we like to keep it consistent. But Gwyn is like, 14% chance for one free hero to appear, 24% chance for finding free heroes. It's all about the gamble. And Chatty, he's going for the gamble at the end here. Arvin as well, he went for the Angela as well. So that's a very interesting pick, right? Angela, it does give a hero to protect as well, giving the mana regen and HP and also shield, right? And that's gonna mean like a very good early game for the Angela, very good mid game, and in the late game when you build your hyper carry, if you're going for like a Guinevere, once again like a Kadita, you want to see that hyper carry mentality come through.
Basically going aggro at every given chance. Let's see Finn, Soul Vessels, and the Shadow Cell going all in on the Yuzong. Let's see who pivots. Wisdom actually goes for the Moskov Go-Go card, but everyone else sticks to the same. Willowsu going for the Paquito instead.
I mean, he picked the Valir one and he randomed into Paquito, because Valir gives you a Go-Go card that is Valir. You get 6 gold and you random into something else. So he randomed into Paquito, which is not too bad. The Boxing Gloves actually gives you an option to copy a hero as well. So that's going to be something that he can look forward to do.
So now the benchmark, the bar set is currently 20 points by Arvin, but he can raise the bar depending on his placement, so it's constantly moving. But at least for all these players, they are looking at 21, right? Because even if he finishes last, he will still get that 1 point. So 21 is what we are looking for qualification into top 4. To be safe is 22, depending again on our Latin representative's placement by the end of this game.
Yeah, at this point, it's all about getting into the top 4. The potential breakthrough coming in from Willow Sue and also Chatty. Chatty going all in with that Guinevere, really just playing into the luck of the cards. Meanwhile, for Willow Sue, you do see that he is going for the Valir here, but he is getting a slow start compared to the rest because he is on a Valir after all.
Yeah, Willow Sue gracefully takes that. With a smile, he knows that he's going to be off to a slow start. Again, for Dorky, I mean, pretty nasty having a 2 stars marksman at the very beginning. Does have the, I believe that's a Jawhead enchantment on his Obsidia. So you get that bruiser, benefit on top of it.
Yeah, at this point, you have that Toy Mischief combo that he can't go for. He does not go for the Jawhead. Actually chooses to sell it out.
Wait, did he
Yeah,
keep
does
the
not go
Jawhead?
for the 2-star.
Huh. Yeah, I
He
thought
sells and buys it. I think he wants the blessing to go on someone else.
Now he buys it.
Oh, okay.
I think he transferred. Did he transfer the Clint early on into the machine? I think he did. Hold on, that could be. Yeah, he basically put the Jawhead into the machine, and then he decided to put Clint instead. So yeah,
there we go.
Jawhead was intended.
So now we do see the early game builds coming out. Now we will go to the first carousel here, and okay, we have a scavenger, the KOF, yes, the K as well. So K1 instantly going for the K, not having a good start on the Gushin, and now with a War Axe and the defensive items being picked up, Wisnu does go for the scavenger here. Golden Staff being picked up by Scan Dominic, and Dorky going for the Berserker's Fury, that offensive item. So not too many game-changing pieces, but they start to build up towards their eventual endgame boards.
Willis was actually getting the Aulus 2-star. Weapon Master Blessing activated early first for Arvin. It was, I guess, puts the Angela on the Lolita too. So it's just trying to power through with sure bulk in the early game. He's also looking for his first win so far. Hasn't won a single round. Up against Findo, who has 2 more pieces than him. It's not going to be easy with the Beyond the Clouds building up for the debut.
Yeah, looks like he's going for the Beyond the Clouds again. That does have the 2-star Hellcurt, but this time the Alu card is going to come through, right? He does have the highest power and the defensive items actually coming into play. The Shadow Cell slowly starting to build up economy for Arvin Broby here.
So it's going to be another loss for Finn, 11 to the face. Over time, this Minotaur healing not enough there. So Dorky suffers his first loss against K1.
Yeah, K1 finally getting a bit of a breather here with that 2-star K, that Gushin hoping to keep him in check for the next few rounds. Scan Dominic on that win streak on the Fanny, but not for long, right? Fanny scales off in power, especially in the mid game, because you are invested in pieces early, but you lose out in economy in the mid game as well.
Yeah. Look at the essence core, right? We did talk about it does grant you damage, but on top of that, the face warper repositioning when your health falls below a certain threshold. Everything banked in on this Minotaur for now. We does do some pretty nasty damage on top of the healing. So the game drags into OT. The Minotaur can actually pack quite a punch. Not against the Marksman though, who does shred through defenses pretty early. Not to mention having the Leona that dodges physical attack. See the Valentina to go through from Scan Dominic. One last cast. She'll do the job.
Yeah, Scan Dominic having that golden staff on that Valentina as well. Really going for that win streak, and also going into the creep round right now. I'm surprised that a lot of people, especially during the last round, right, they lean away from the common synergies at the start, the Soul Vessels, the Bruisers, the Toy Mischiefs. No, we're not seeing any of them this round. They're going for what they're comfortable with. We see more of the Marksman build coming out. We're seeing Shadow Cells coming out. And yeah, you get to see them in their home ground here. Finn starting build up Shadow Cell together with the Beyond the Clouds very early, already 12 Thunderstones.
And important to note is also the go-go card that he went for, right? He decided to go for extra interest. So now his interest is capped at 8 instead of the usual 4. He gets an extra injection of go. Look at his goal right now. He's at 62, but because of the extra interest that he gets from the go-go card, this is where he can start recovering economically, but also with the Terry Bogard that he got early on, we can expect him to hit level 7 right about now and start rolling for some pieces. Or he can still trade his health for more eco so that he gets in the carousel first, but be the first to hit level 8 and then play from that point onwards.
Yeah, I mean, he can even go for level 9. He's at 63 HP at this point, but still, HP as a resource, if he wants to go for it, then yeah, the 18 gold injection with the extra interest gonna deal a lot of economical damage later. But now looking at K1 with that Gushin on that 2-star, can it do enough with the Holy Crystal here, as there is a 2-star Obsidia on Scan Dominic. He does not want to lose this win streak on Scan Dominic. He wants to keep it as long as possible, and Scan Dominic does get the 6 win streak.
Then loses another round as suspected, but every round that he wins is only going to accelerate his late game build. For now, willing to take that L is a very small price to pay for what he is currently going with the Yuzong.
Currently, Soul Vessel 4 being built up over here. That 2-star Dijang, yes, with the blessing on the Clint, but it's not enough to carry you through unless you are going for that Benedetta in the end for Chatty here. Still, he is on that Guinevere. He does get a free hero in the shop. Like, there's a percentage chance. So he's going for a gamble here. And now he does buy the Terry Bogard with the Guardian Helm on it.
Wilsu having the Granger too. Casual Blade Armor on top with thanks to the Claw Theft device. He is running the Valir, but he gets the, I think, enchanted Claw Theft device, so an extra punch for the Granger. Obviously, he's looking for the 2 stars. Kadita can't hold a candle to Dorky, so Finn, another 11 to the face, down to 42.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, we know the game that he's going for. He's going for that lose streak. He's going for that gold. He's going for the economy. He's already level 8. So, yeah, Willow, Scan Dominic, currently at level 8. But Finn has much more gold to roll and play with. So, he has 34 gold at the moment. Right now, you can see that he's rolling in the shop. And he does get the Harley here.
Yeah, and this is his game plan all along. We talk about his economy and how he's been able to build it up early on thanks to the gold injections. He's gonna be looking to get to 9, and it will probably just sacrifice his entire bank just to get there early, depending on the result of this round. If he gets the win, then he gets another leeway to save up, but with the Kadita still alive, there is a chance the round wave doesn't go off towards the end though. Is it gonna be close? It's him against the K. The K has the Holy Crystal and the Revitalize. Should be able to kill off the Xavier. The Ixia is just a 1-star. So Finn, close call.
Yeah, it takes minimum damage though. It takes 8 damage, so he knows that he has one more sliver of life to play with, barring a complete hard death. But now with that, the rest of the players also falling low. Going into the next carousel, Finn will be having first dibs. Has the Vexana and also the Kadita up for grabs, but he goes for the +1 capacity. Chatty picking up that Winter's Crown. RV Broby now picking up that Golden Staff as well. Stargazer Synergy picked up by K1. We know what kind of strats he's going for. He's going for his tried and tested Stargazer Mage.
I am the abyss.
Look at the Shadow Cell. This is what we saw. 3 stars. Arvin B. Rob really full sending it only at level 5. So he's not looking for the big pieces, but will have a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah. Arvin, at this point on this Angela, couldn't get the win streak that he wanted at the start. Instead, the Fanny and Valir dominating on Willow Su and Scan Dominic. Willow Su on track to try and qualify into the top 4, but as of this point, it's still anyone's game, and the next Go-Go card coming is an orange card. So still, it is still up for grabs now. Wisnu going up against Finn. Finn might be taking another L here, but has the Harley up. So yeah, does not matter. Does finally get his first W as he puts 11 damage onto Wisnu.
That is great news for Finn again. Gets to build up on that interest. Perfect scenario to be in as well, right? If he hits level 9, I think he has the capacity to go level 9 pretty soon.
I hear you.
Yeah, he's going for more options, right? He picked up the +1 cap, so he had the ability to go for Stargazer. He had the ability to go for Vexana. There was a Kadita on the board, but no, he does not want to lock himself into that Stargazer build because he has the gold to go for anything, and he has not. The only 5 cost that he has is the Harley. So if he gets an Akai, it opens up something else. If he gets something else in the Go-Go card, he gets something else. It's still round 3 too. The Go-Go card has not been activated. So Finn is keeping his options open, and he's doing such a good job of it while winning games at the same time. So Arvin Broby with the 2-3 star. Let's see whether he can hold on.
Even for Wisnu, now needs to see if he can chew through these 3-star of Arvin Virov, who is fully committing to the Shadow Cell, and it is paying off big time. This 3-star Alucard, 3-star Lolita, and Helkert, they are making light work of this of Wisnu's board.
Yeah, Finn takes 13 damage. Blue streak still now at 21 HP. He will fall to the lowest, but still, he knows that he has to creep round just for a mere reprieve. Going into the cards, going into the Go-Go cards right now, he does pick up the Starwing synergy along with the Enchanted Talisman. Now, Last Resort is being given as well. So these are all golden/orange cards. We do see a lot of the people picking up the economy cards.
Yeah, and for Scan Dominic, he spends lesser to level up too, so that's also one of the ways that he's gonna hit his stride faster than everyone else. In terms of living speed, it's probably Scan Dominic and Finn, but for Finn, he's down to his last 2 lives, in fact. The Harley has the Swift Blade
It's getting
Crystal,
more lively.
but also having that Starwing in play could help amp up the Harley just by a little bit. Another 3-star for Arvin Virov. This is 4th, and it's a 3-star Obsidia as he finally hits level 6.
Must face this alone.
Yeah, so he's just playing for the 3 stars at the moment. Taking a look at Finn's board, he has 10, and just now he started at 76 gold. He's rolled down to 0, looking for a unit to complete the Starwing synergy, but he's unable to find it so far, so he will settle for the Vexana. No, he does get it. The Bellaric is put out on the field. He sells the Arlet for it.
Is it enough though? He's up against Arvid. 50 Shadow Cell stacks, 4 Shadow Cell synergies, but the Kadita gets enough of the rough wave off. It might give him a much needed win. He's also looking for the Kadita too, but the 6 Stargazers should be more than sufficient with the constant Eternal Guard slamming down into the front line. The Lolita needs to go.
Yeah, it's like an unstoppable force versus an immovable object here. That Helkert is not going to be an issue for the backline as long as it does not reach them. And yes, Finn just wins it out. Alvin Birop finds himself at 27 HP. This all-in strat coming in from the Angela. Not looking too good here.
Yeah, the snowball didn't get the snowball rolling enough, and he has completely missed the window to contest for the late game. And now he's just playing for positioning in the most crucial game as well. He's gonna decide whether he qualifies or someone else does. But it's not looking good for him. Finn got his 2-star Kadita, and things are gonna start looking grim for some of these players out there. 6 marksmen for Willow Su with the X-Borg and the Metro Zero synergy. He needs 1 more to trigger that 8 Metro synergy.
Yeah, at this point right now, he does have that Irithel with the 6 marksman synergy, so he's going to be able to tear through quite a lot of the front line, but not when they jump into the back line, but he's able to handle it perfectly with the export coming back through. But now going up against Arvin Broby, it's always a through test when you go up against these kind of 3 stars, right? Is your build good enough? Is your synergy enough to carry you through the power of the 3 stars? And he does take away Arvin Broby's HP. Now he's at 13 HP. K1 also at the risk of elimination.
Scan Dominic
Target
losing
acquired.
out just by a small margin too.
Target acquired.
The Arla seems to be the angle that Dorky is heading towards. The Saber as well. He does have the 6-star wing just like Finn. 9 Metro 0 build now for K1. And surprisingly still not being able to find a functional line that gets him some of the wins. The 2-star Granger could change things.
Yeah, the 9 Metro 0 with the Swiftblade build is good, but he needs a stronger Granger or a stronger Saber, right? And now he gets the 2-star, yes, but most of his units are at 1-star. He's been keeping that 2-star K forever. And synergies versus stars at this point in the late game, stars are way more important, especially if you already have the synergy.
And he doesn't have the items for the Granger too, so the K can't get enough work done. The round is essentially lost, and this one seems to be going down the same path up against Scan Dominic, who takes out K1. Another last place finish for the Burmese rep.
Yeah, K1, congratulations though on making it to the semifinals, but today you're not qualifying it to the grand finals, as Chadi will be the next on the chopping block. It looks like he won't be able to qualify here, as the cutoff point is still at 20 for the top 4.
Yeah, right now, in fact, the bar has been raised to 24, because Arvin, the least he can get is 3 points from this round from placing 6. So 23 is the cutoff point. So Willow Su, it's between Willow Su and Arvin, right? It has to be between those two.
My ancestors.
It is.
And-
And currently, Arvin going for this Shadow Cell build. Yes, it ramps up into the late game, but he does not have a good Shadow Cell unit. Oh no, he has the Alucard now. Okay, so this might change things with the Obsidia 3-star and the Alucard 3-star.
Oh, he was able to get both the Masha and the Valentina too. So 6 Shadow Cells. And I think the Bless and the Obsidia 3 too. Yeah. This could be it. But Arvin needs to lose, I think, next for Widowsu to have a chance, right? Like if this goes into like a top 5, then Widowsu might also miss its window due to point differential.
Yeah, that's true. So Arvin right now with the 3-star trying to hold on. Obsidia doing a lot of work in the backline, but this Irithel is still hitting with the Hanabi in the back. He's unable to tear through the Barats, and Arvin is down for the count. This gives him at a 23-point standing. So right now, Willowsu, he needs to get more points here. 4 points are not enough here. He needs to get more than 23.
He needs a top 3 finish. And then if he needs a minimum of 3rd place. He gets 3rd place. He gets 6 points. He ties with Arvin, and he wins through a tiebreaker because he did finish first in game 4. And that's one of our tiebreaker rules. We look at some of the conditions, and I believe that one of the first that we look at is whether you got any 1st place finish. Like Arvin has been consistently finishing 4th and 5th, but for Wilsu, sure, he has the last place finish, but he also finished 1st in game 4. As long as he finishes top 3, I think it qualifies.
Finn just completed his build. 99. It's gonna be 99 Beyond the Cloud Thunderstones, and then Kadita 2-star with Starwing Stargazer Beyond the Clouds. So yeah. Anyone up against Finn is gonna be in a bit of a tiffle here, but Willow Su falling onto 5 HP, but takes out Wisnu with his mirror. He is inching closer, top 4 position, so he needs to hang on for Finn to lose, actually.
Willosu might just make the miracle run. Scan Dominic is the one leading the pack so far, but if, like you say, if Finn loses, when Willow Su gets in the top 3, I think he's more than likely guaranteed to qualify. So close. I mean, even for Arvin yesterday, right? He has been playing in the middle of the pack the entire game, the entire match that he played in. But this all-in full send the Shadow Cell might have just been his undoing, right? It is a very interesting line to go for because no one else was doing it. But at the same time, it wasn't enough to get him through the finishing line.
Yeah, at this point, the Metro Zero coming out for the side of Willow Su. Gotta see whether he is able to find the synergies, whether he can find the star up for the Irithel, especially because that's the most damaging 5-star, 5 cost that he has. And for Scan Dominic, it looks like his build is set already. He's dealing insane amounts of damage. And taking a look at Finn, he did lose the last round. Thought he was gonna win with the 99 Beyond the Clouds synergy, but didn't pull through.
Yeah. Again, just to remind everyone the tiebreaker rules, we look at total points, and if it's tied, we look at the most first place finishes. And Willow Su has that advantage. Scan Dominic against Dorky, Finn against Willow Su, and Willow Su loses!
Oh.
Finn knocks him out right before top 3, and that has got to sting. Willow Su finishes with 22 points. And Arvin scrapes by with his 6th Shadow Cell still.
Yeah, I mean, Arvin, 6 Shadow Cell, you might say it might be his undoing, but it helped him out. Anyway, right now, top 3, Scan Dominic, even if he gets 8 points, if he gets first place, he's not going to make it to top 4, but he gets a better placement in terms of the prize pool.
He does. Man, what a grouping though. At Willow Su again came online slightly late, right? He bought himself an extra opportunity, but it was Finn, man. It had to be Finn to stop him. So Finn gets top 3 finishes the entire match. And let's see how far he can push this. Can Finn make the run it back? He's gonna be up against Scan Dominic, with Dorky up against his mirror.
Yeah, Mirror, Finn, at this point, he has that 99 Beyond the Clouds combination, but it's not enough to take out Scan Dominic. Finn does get taken out, right? Yeah, he loses. So Dorky and Scan Dominic, top 2 right now, but Finn always consistently in that top 3. And yeah, he's just been one of the players to watch. This is why he's SEA Games champion here. This guy is crazy, man.
Insane. Again, we said that he's guaranteed grand finals, and he finishes the groups with on top of the leaderboard, right? With 34 points and only top 3 finishes. 3-star Claw, 3-star Hanabi.
Ooh.
Online for Scan Dominic. He's going for first to go out with a bang to close out his group run. 3-star Parat. Yeah, he's looking to leave an impression, even though he is not gonna be in the grand final.
Yeah, finally high rolling on the last part. Hanabi dealing insane amounts of damage. 24,000. As he will be able to get the better of Scan Dominic and yeah, secure himself the first place. But Dorky, well, he's been consistent as well. The Indonesians has been very consistent. Chatty, the only one not to make it to the top 4, but 2 of them will be representing Indonesia in the grand finals as Wisnu and Dorky, they make it through.
This one is just for pride. Scan Dominic guaranteed to win unless a miracle happens on Dorky's end. I mean, what a Group A we've had, right? And we still have one more SEA Games representative for Group B, and it's gonna be from the Philippines too, so something to look forward to. But Scan Dominic just looking to close out his run in the semis with the biggest possible bang. Can we find a 3-star Arlet for Dorky? Gets it.
Okay, so Dorky coming up with an answer on his own, but is it enough to fight the 3 stars coming out from the side of Scan Dominic? What a statement here for the Bolivian representative. Even though he is out and down for the count, he still gives his best, gives his all in the final set of the MCGG semifinals here, as now we see final animation of Group A. Scan Dominic taking out Dorky, but still the die has been cast. The top 4 are set, and Scan Dominic, what a performance, a dominating performance on the Fanny for the game number 5.
Yes, the last 2 rounds were won by the teams, the players who were trying to catch up, right? Scan Dominic and unfortunately in this case for Willow Su, both of them came online slightly too late, but Willow Su really just a 1 point difference, just a placement difference. It's either Arvin gets knocked out earlier or Willow Su finishes higher, but they couldn't meet in the middle. It was Finn, the most consistent player of this group, that put a stop to all of that, and putting himself at the top of the group after that final game.
Yeah, really, it was down to Arvin Broby and Willow Su to get the top 4 position. Arvin Broby went for that all-in 3-star Shadow Cell, and yeah, the build was that he was staying on level 5, level 6, hoping for the 3 cost to just roll in, right? And he did get what he needed, the Obsidia level 3-star, the Hellkit 3-star, and eventually the Alucard 3-star as well. But it wasn't enough to win the game, but it was enough to secure the top 4.
Yeah. And let's take a look at the match overview of this game, because it's also another crazy one, right? The triple 3-star 4 cost hit, also enabled by the fact that Scan Dominic went for full throttle, so he hit level 9 early, had to spend lesser gold to level up, and was able to start rolling down for the 4 cost. But at the same time, all the 4 costs that he hit on for 3 stars were uncontested, so he had a free line to go for.
Yeah, I mean, the sheer number of 3 stars. You look at the stats for the game and you'll be like, what's going on? Why does this guy have so many 3 stars but still lose? But you can see the synergy is coming out way stronger than 3 stars. And this is why like heroes like Harley, despite the fact that you get like 4 gold, 4 cost units, 5 cost units very early, the synergies still matter a lot when it comes to the overall scheme for the MCGG. And looking at Scan Dominic, our Bolivian representative, did not do too hot in game 1 to 4, but he found his stride in game number 5.
And we've already established that even if he wins game number 5, in the best possible scenario, he still wouldn't have enough points to qualify. But it is one way to close up shop, right? And one of the conditions for him to hit his Claw 3 was also for Willow Su to get knocked out, because Willow Su was holding a Claw 2, and that was exactly what happened. The stars did align for him to set up the fireworks at the very end, but it's another demonstration of how how experienced Finn is when it comes to MCGG, because he was on the Wii's for the majority of the game, and then he hits that extra interest GO1 card, he starts building up his line, and suddenly you see him hit all the synergies, and he got in the top 3 like that.
Yeah, Finn was keeping his options open, right? Stargazer was available for him. There was a Vexana in the carousel. There was a Kadita in the carousel, but he went for the +1 cap. He waited for the GO1 card to secure that Starwing synergy before he went into that Stargazer line, and we saw it actually coming through. He did take quite a lot of damage to Dorky, but finally pulled through when he got that 3-star Hanabi Barat into Claude.
Yeah. And from that point onwards, it was smooth sailing for Scan Dominic. Nothing is going to stop him anymore. Not even the 3-star Arlet, which actually took quite a while because he had to get to a 3-star Baraz, who basically eats up everything from Dorky. But Dorky did have one underwhelming round, out of all the 5 games he played. So all things considered, still very respectable performance from our competitors overall. Scan Dominic, we definitely love to see him more down the road. We did say yesterday at the start of the show that it's not just players from SCA. Outside of SCA, they are also stars like this man here.
Yeah, I mean, he provided a competitive edge, provided a new perspective on the game, right? Cannot just be Southeast Asia. Of course, we do have competitors across the globe coming in. Bolivian representative, Scan Dominic, Metro Zero build with the more the merrier. So gain 1 gold for every 1 synergy activated. So his economy was set on the Fanny. We talked about him having a late game economy that's not too good because you're invested a lot in the Fanny, but he found an answer with Full Throttle, the Gogo card that reduces the EXP to upgrade the commander by 15%. And then he went for an early Toy Mischief into Scavenger to secure that kind of mid-game to late game.
And with that, here will be our semi-final standings. Congratulations to Finn, Dorky, Wisnu, and Arvin. All of them have qualified for the grand finals. Widosu coming close, but just 1 point short of a tiebreaker win at the end. Scan, Dominic, Chatty, and K1 will unfortunately also have to wave goodbye to their run in GO1. But nonetheless, some great showings from all these players. Like even Chatty yesterday has had a great showing in his own group as well. But today we talked about it, is the heavy hitters. And funnily enough, at least in Group A, only Finn was able to qualify directly into the grand finals. Everyone else, Scan, Dominic, and Widosu still fell short despite having the bye.
Yeah, I mean, at this point right now, the Indonesians are proving very strong. Dorky and Wisnu as well, just very strong contenders. Arvin Broby surprising me with the last build, but it proved to be just enough as he had consistent top 3 placements in round 3 and round 4. So we get our 4 going into the grand finals already, but of course Group B awaits, right? And I'm looking forward to what Group B has in store, as there will be 8 more players trying to vie their way into the grand finals.
8 more players, 4 more slots, and I mean, they have shown us some great consistency in Group A, so we need to kind of have a deep dive into the minds of some of these players out there. So we're gonna have an interview in just a little bit with the winner. I would assume it is going to be Finn or Dorky. So let's talk to him and see what his thoughts are and his preparations coming into GO1.
Halo, brother. Salam dari Indonesia.
Salam dari Malaysia.
Halo juga.
Momen, welcome bro.
Hey,
Yo.
Hello man, hello guys. How you doing? Congratulations, Finn.
Hey,
Congratulations,
thank you so
Finn.
much.
Okay.
Oh, so I asked the question first? All
Yeah.
right, guys. Finn, I have a question for you, all right? So you are super consistent when it comes to the gameplay, when it comes to hitting top 3. You were the SEA Games champion, yes, but what's your secret to being so consistent? What's your strategy when it comes to MCGG to get that top position every single time?
I think the player in this semi-final don't aggressive in early game. That's why I can beat them in early game and consistent to top 3. They don't aggressive. The gameplay so predictable.
Oke, predictable gameplay.
Predictable. Okay. So, Finn, I have a question for you.
Okay.
You can speak bahasa Indonesia?
Boleh.
Boleh. Cakap Indonesia ya. Oke, di sini
Boleh.
kalau kita lihat di sini dari tadi memang gameplaynya memang sangat santai banget, rapih juga ya. Ini kalau boleh tahu memang kalau dari segi sebelum adanya GO1 ini emang sering main setiap hari atau gimana?
Oh, aku ini streamer.
Oke, streamer.
Ya.
Setiap hari berarti.
So setiap hari aku live. So dari live tuh aku training.
Aku sih udah
Training dari
kenal.
situ.
Saya sih sudah kenal lama ya dengan Bang Vin, ini juga sempat pernah top global bareng aku, Bang Vin, di season 8 ya.
Benar.
Wih, luar biasa sekali. Gameplaynya emang benar-benar kelihatan
Iya.
banget santai, terus juga kayak relax gitu, nggak panik, darahnya di bawah juga masih stabil banget.
Dan Bang Vin ini juga mewakili tentunya dari regional SEA Games ya, juara 1 SEA Games ke-33 Thailand kemarin.
Wow, luar
Bang Jen.
biasa sekali di sini. Congratulations sekali lagi untuk di posisi pertama dan langsung masuk ke Grand Final GO1 yang nanti diadakan di Januari 25 ya. Oke, nice banget. Mungkin maybe you have another question, bro, Momen?
Yes, I do have another question for you.
Sure.
You're the only Malaysian
Sure.
representative going into Go1, right? How do you think Malaysia fares in terms of the other regions? Do you think you can beat your counterparts in Indonesia?
I think I can beat them. If they know my strategy, maybe I can lose. But I confident I can win this tournament. GO1 in
All right, man.
offline, I will meet them and crash them.
Crash them ya, luar biasa sekali.
Alright.
Wow, luar biasa sekali. Ini tingkat PD-nya tuh keren banget sih dia sih. Oke. Mungkin
Tapi banyak hoki sih tadi.
Hoki ya?
Go-kartnya bagus-bagus
Oke,
sekali
oke,
tadi.
oke.
go-kartnya memang kelihatan memang lagi harinya Bang Vin.
Lagi
juga.
wangi, lagi wangi.
Gameplaynya
Benar-benar
juga
lagi wangi.
bagus juga di sini. Oke, sekali lagi congratulations buat Vin. Mungkin ada dari Vinnya sendiri mungkin ada kata-kata untuk yang mungkin nanti bakal kan kita masih ada lagi nih yang grup yang kedua nih.
Ya.
Mungkin ada kata-kata buat mereka atau nanti ada kata-kata buat yang nanti di final.
Sudah menunggu di
Aku
final.
harap semoga grup 2 tuh 3 Indonesia tuh layak lah. Karena aku mau jumpa semua Indonesia di final kalau bisa.
Wih, di 3 Indonesia ya. Luar
Ini
biasa.
dia.
Let's go Indonesia.
Calling
Let's go.
out untuk 3 player Indonesia sudah ditunggu RV Alvin di Grand Final.
Tapi aku ada satu pertanyaan terakhir nih, Vin.
Oke.
Oke, kira-kira dari 4 peserta yang tadi tembus, kan ada 2 tuh yang dari Indonesia tuh.
Ya.
Ya, kira-kira yang paling ditakutin siapa tuh di antara 2 itu?
Sebenarnya aku udah lama M nih, Wisnu. Karena
Takut
dia
sama Wisnu?
sama-sama Geza. Sama-sama Geza, bukan takut. Tapi matching up-nya kayak macam keren. Dia punya game style. Aku suka
Suka.
Wisnu.
Wisnu ya, takut sama Wisnu ya. Oke,
Ya,
Bang
benar.
Wisnu. Mungkin yang di rumah udah kayak oke, gue udah ditandain nih ya sama si Vin nih. Oke. Luar biasa sekali. Sekali lagi thank you banget buat Vin yang udah memberikan yang terbaik. Ya, sekali lagi thank you juga. Thank you Moment for the great
Alright,
caster
thank you,
out
guys.
there. Ya, good luck
Thank you so
for the
much.
next
Thank
caster.
you.
We can do it, bro. Let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you,
Group
thank
B,
you.
guys.
See you.
See you, Finn. Bye-bye.
See you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye. Itu dia.
Thank you, Jeremy and Chiplock, and also Finn. You know, you heard from the great man, the only surviving Malaysian rep in GO1, confident to take the trophy home. Says he's gonna thrash all the Indonesians, but also wants to meet all of them in the grand finals. With a shout out to Wisnu as well. He enjoys his playstyle, but I think the interesting takeaway I got was also he says that it's easy for him to play into this because everyone else is not aggressive enough and thus very predictable.
Yeah, I mean, I do feel that early game strategies coming out from a lot of the other players, a lot of them are going for the end game here. They're not going for a lot of mid game strategies. They're not going for a lot of early game strategies that are present in MCGG. I do agree with Finn when it comes to Group A, right? But yesterday, Group B, they provided a different perspective, right? We saw a lot of early to mid game plays. We saw a breath of fresh air coming out. Nobody was going for bruisers. Everyone was going for a different set of strategies. We saw Shadow Cell being at the top. We saw Stargazer. We saw Mages. We saw a plethora of different just moves coming out.
But and one of my most anticipated players is coming up, Cyril Martins in Group B. Let's see if the Turkey Giants gonna have anything special for us. But for now, we will take a short break, and you guys should do too. But in a very short while after that, we're gonna be back with one more match for Group B, 8 more players, 4 more slots into the grand finals. See you guys in a bit.
焼き尽くそうね。虫けらにしてはよく頑張ったね。
Rise beyond greatness and reignite your star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.
焼き尽くそうね。虫けらにしてはよく頑張ったね。
Rise beyond greatness and reignite the star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.
頑張ったね。
Rise beyond greatness and reignite your star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.
そうね。虫けらにしてはよく頑張ったね。
Welcome back to the Magic Chess Go World Championship, also known as GO1, where your esteemed caster is Husky and Moleman on the mic. We just got done with Group A, where 8 contenders went on with each other, and we settled for the top 4 who have made it to the grand finals, and now we're looking for another 4 to join them. This is going to be Group B, where 8 more players will play 5 games of MCGG, but just like we had before, only 4 of them will make it through.
Yeah, only 4 of them will make it through. And for those of you guys that are watching right now, this is the MCGG semifinals. We're at Group B, so if you're cheering for YG, you're in the wrong stream, my friends. But of course, if you're here to watch some MCGG, there are some Burmese representation here as well. I believe Jerry will be playing in Group B, and he's all the way from MR2.
Yeah, we might have seen the unfortunate exit of K1, who was quite the character, but it's not all doom and gloom just yet for Myanmar. But also for our Turkey fans, we have Cyril Martins, who's going to be playing in just a little bit as well. Show some crazy innovation from yesterday's group stage, and let's see if he's going to be able to carry that forward to today's matches. But before we hop into the nitty-gritty, I want to remind you guys to remember to follow our global Facebook account at Magic Chess Go Go, as well as our global TikTok account at Magic Chess Go Go Global. There you'll find the latest and most comprehensive news about Magic Chess Go Go, as well as official live stream updates. You can also send the message follow MCGG TikTok in the chat, take a screenshot and go to the pin post on the official global TikTok account for the live stream event. Follow the rules for a chance to win some great prizes. Also, if all else fails, just scan the QR code on the lower third that you saw just now. You can always rewind it on the live stream no matter where you're watching from, so do not miss out the opportunity.
Yeah, of course, lucky prizes are hard to come by, right? But still, talking about prizes, these players, they're playing for a prize of $25,000 in terms of USD. Now we're taking a look at Group B. Once again, there will only be 4 players to make it. There are 8 players left to play with, and yeah, 4 to eliminate, so half of them will be gone from the series. But of course, moving on forwards, it is going to be the grand finals. But looking at the point system that's going to govern the entirety of all auto paddlers, Husky, can you take it away?
Absolutely. Of course, just like the group stage yesterday, the Holy Bible of MCGG competition is as follows. First place finish gives you 8 points, and then we minus 1 point for every single placement after that, all the way down to 1 point in 8th place. But like Moman, you always say, it's a marathon, not a sprint. We've seen some good run it backs, and the same applies to Group B. All for the prize pool of 25,000 worth of a honeypot, with the champion walking away with 10 grand.
Yeah, and of course, 10 grand, very different prize pool from the runner-up, who's going to get 2.9. And if you're unfortunate enough to place last place in the grand finals, well, you still get $500, and that's not too bad, right? Given the fact that GO1, you know, these players, they are playing from the comfort of their own home on the game client, on the MCGG client. So if you've not downloaded it yet, if you're interested in auto battlers and you want to compete, it could be you in the next GO2 that we're gonna have next year as well, right? Every international tournament, there is a chance with the MRS, the Rising Star competitions. It's in the game, guys. Just click on the Rising Star. You get to play your division, and if you get to go to the top, you get to represent your individual region when it comes to the GO1. But looking at the players, these are the players that will be representing their region.
And of course, starting it off, we have the SEA Games second place finisher, Yaya Nina from the Philippines, followed by EVOS Oppo FXL, EVOS Chen, we have Jerry, we have Ciro Mertens from Turkey, we have Yuresh from Cambodia, with Floxy from EECA, and last but not least, Anxiety from Indonesia. So also a very Indonesia heavy lobby. We've seen what some of these players have been able to show, and it's a very good mix, right? Floxy was showing us some major skill, Yuresh and Jerry also some good flair, Ciro Mertens with his very unconventional approach to the meta, and Anxiety always playing on the edge.
Yeah, and of course, all these players, only 4 of them will be remaining here. They're joined by 2 new Indonesians and 1 Filipino that's going to come in from the SEA Games and also the MRS Season 3. So these are your top seeds. This will be a very competitive game. Can we see Jerry and Ciro come out on top like they did yesterday as well? But now Reg going first, going for the Minotaur, straight up pick into the Valir from Oppo, and Jerry goes for the Karina.
And Yuresh has been one of the few players that really favors a Minotaur in the early games of the match, just so he could get the snowball rolling and get as good of a placement as possible. Floxy opting for the 1-1 as well, the Loi of course being a choice for Anxiety. Nia with the Cushion, we get the Valir for Oppo, Chen with Fanny, and Ciro Mertens with the classic Yuzong opening.
Yeah, Zero Merchants always opening up with the Yuzong. Very interesting here. But Anxiety getting dibs on the Loi here. That's going to be one to watch because a lot of the Indonesians, they do like the Loi. But Chen, surprisingly going for the Fanny, right? Going for that very fast start. And Yereg going for the Minotaur as well. Floxy just going for the 1-1, which is going to have quite a bit of damage on the board. You want to get that early game synergy going, early game damage going towards the other opponents.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, for Jerry, Yuresh, and Floxy, they all qualified from Group A yesterday. So this is going to be quite an experience, right? Because when we looked at the Group A performances, they definitely had some rough moments. Let's see if that changes. Early Shadow Cell start for Floxy. He is one of the few unconventional players coming into this in terms of how he approaches the board. Sort of what we saw, like what Arvin did earlier on. So if there is a Shadow Cell player, Floxy could be one of them.
Yeah. I mean, Floxy definitely 1-1 going through. Now looking at the go-go cards coming in. Oh my god, Opie, he did get the Harley card after he went for the Valer reroll. So yeah, that's going to be very interesting.
Even Zero Merchants.
5 costs. Yeah, 5 costs.
Yeah. Zero Merchant actually going for the Fanny. So you get the extra hero slot at a certain point in the game. So that is going to help bolster his board on top of having better quality go-go cards with the Yuzong.
Yeah, definitely. Now with the go-go cards coming in, we do see the early game start coming through. Toy Mischief will be picked up by Jerry already with the Defender and Bruiser synergies. So yeah, a lot of early game synergies coming out for Jerry. So good start with the Karina, and that's what you want, right? 2-star Atlas with the Toy Mischief items as well. So yeah, very good start from Yomur so far. But Floxy, Yeyenia, and also Zero Martins taking the first early bout of damage.
Yeah, and Anxiety's Layla was sort of trolling a little bit. There's a last hit on the Alders, but the AI decides to ignore that. Either way, early losses, not too big of a deal. Zero Mertens getting his 4P Starwing Stargazer. Very classic opening. Does have the Stargazer crystal to work with as well. So unlocking some very early flexibility there for our Turkish competitor.
Yeah, a lot of flexibility, Star Wing very early on. So potentially looking at that 6-star wing build here. But of course, Yuzong is all about the cards coming through in the next stage, right? The first go-go card really decides the pace of the game, whether or not it's going to be blue, purple, or orange. I mean, you get an advantage, 14 gold, I believe, if it's orange. But if it's not going to be too good.
Zero Merchants with the Stargazer Olive actually ended up paying off because he keep able to slam that axe for the extra damage to trigger the rockets too. Small wins there for Zero Merchants, and funnily enough, the 2 Yuzong picks that we have seen from Group A started with lose streaks. When Zero Merchants, when we saw him approach his first round with the Yuzong, it has always been about snowballing, and it seems like he's been able to find that tempo now hitting level 5.
Yeah, at this point, level 5 all across the board here. Now, with that, we do see a bit of HP loss coming out from the side of Anxiety as well. So on 87 HP, going up against Yeyenia. As a Loi, right, it really depends on the 3 costs that you get. And it seems like the 3 costs that he got is not too good. So yeah, he's just hoping that he gets to lean into the Toy Mischief.
Yeah. Because Olive would be the ideal one. The Leslie also not too shabby. I believe the Leslie has a Scavenger enchantment from the Loi. So let's play into the econ a little bit for Anxiety. But it's gonna take a while for that ramp up to happen.
It's gonna take a while for the ramp up indeed. Now, but he does get first dibs on the carousel, right? And now the Guinevere available in the carousel. Floxy instantly jumps on the Guinevere. Meanwhile, Anxiety goes for the Barati, right? He's leaning for the Toy Mischief synergy. The Holy Crystal, another option. So Merchants does take it up.
Yeah. And if there's anything, you know, that we know from the Group A yesterday, it was that Guinevere is the hot cake, right? That's what everyone is going for. And it seems like the piece offered by Anxiety's Lawyer is indeed the Leslie. It opens up early aspirant angles, but also gives you raw damage even without item, as long as the Leslie gets to use her abilities. So the problem is finding a good front line to allow the Leslie to go to work. So unless you can make that happen, you are still going to most likely go on that lose streak.
Yeah, Minotaur playing Minotaur, not something that we see every day with the Soul Vessels build, but now with the Layla 2-star, is it enough with that Minotaur taunt in that front line coming out from the side of your red here? Didn't do too well yesterday, but of course did make it through to that top 4. He did have a Cinderella story, getting that first place in that last game, but right now taking quite a bit of damage early on as a Minotaur, and that's not what you want.
Not only that, the
winds of battle are
splash
picking up.
damage, the bounces from the Hanabi to the early Hanabi that was picked up, does cause some problems on the back line. Not to mention that they were all placed together. A Terry Bogart picked up very early here by Chen. So it does give that a more solid front, since he does have the Dijang. Then there is some good supplementary damage to go with it.
Yeah, at this point, looking at Chen's board here, and we can see like a lot of them, they want to lean towards the bruiser. We have the minimum 2 bruiser synergy with the Soul Vessel as well. So all those early game synergy is going their way at this point. So a lot of them are just banking on the early game. There is nobody that's going for the late game, I would think, other than Anxiety, who wants to have a bit of a, a lesser start, because he didn't really get the piece that he want on the Loi Yi.
And unfortunately, doesn't have the solid aspirant line to go towards as well. So the window definitely is starting to close, because the ramp up, even if he gets it, it's going to be slightly late. Nia does have the Stargazer crystal there to work with, so that could allow him to, if he gets a Kadita and he goes into 4 Stargazers, that could boost his power level. Oppo instantly goes for that level 7 at this juncture at stage 2-3.
Yeah, at this point, it's going to be a bit different coming in. Not a lot of them going for the economy cards, actually. Only 2 to 3 economy cards, and the rest of them are actually going for the power cards here, right? Steel Front, they gain 32 hybrid defense. They go for the Oracle as well, and fully loaded coming out from the side of SSB Anxiety.
Thought you could get away?
We see the Freya and the K2 for Oppo, who is who is running the Valir, if I remember correctly. Yep, has the 2 aspirants. It's a bit of a ramp up, and now starts to open up the board a little bit, going into the Starwing Weapon Master, the 6 synergies.
I can't get more excited to get
Let's go for 4 Starwings is available with the Matilda pickup.
Yeah, at this point, Matilda being picked up right now, but still, Nia going for this Stargazer that finally finds the Beyond the Cloud synergy, can start building it up. Feels like no one else has been interrupting his piece management so far. Now we see from Floxy, he's going much more into a more reserve build. Now with the Aspirants and the Scavengers, hoping for the late game economy, didn't get the good start that he was hoping for.
Leslie going to work, but it's just a 1-star Leslie, so the damage not really hitting the mark. Not enough to tear through this barrage. Same as that Gushin. Sadly, that Enchanted Talisman isn't really the item that you're looking for. The improved cast rate actually doesn't help too much. Not against a barrage that can split into 2. Anxiety finds that first win.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's going to be a very different game here for Floxy, because he is on that scavenger hunt and he's already at 51 HP, not looking too good at all. Meanwhile, the rest of the board, the rest of the crew, they're already at level 7. Yes, Floxy's at level 7, but it's always that dice roll for that 5 cost that really gives you the direction to go towards. Right now, for Glory League, 2 bruisers for Chen at this point. As the Fanny, you do get that unit advantage.
Then bounces that Masha in. You have a D-Jump to worry about, and also the Hanabi, the Glaive bounces. Doing a bit too much work for Oppo. Just clearing a house with the Masha dead. There might not be enough output from the side of Shen. This Claude will be the final hero to give them an opportunity. The Hiragana comes out, but it wasn't enough. The Claude comes through with the Granger. Oppo at this very, again, power leveling through. Now at level 8.
Yeah, now at level 8 indeed. Oppo, Floxy as well. They're both powering through, right? Oppo with a win streak, Floxy with a lose streak. Now he does have the option over here to go for that Jawhead level 2. Does he want to go for that Toy Mischief synergy? It is very strong at 6 synergy, but looking at Oppo's board, still he has opted to go for more economy given the HP he has to work with.
Anxiety should be leading into that Star Wing with a bit of the Toy Mischief to boot. Let's see, does have the Berserker Spirit at 2, so that raw damage capability goes up. We see the Arlet enchantment on the Uranus, who can not only split into 2 with Toy Mischief item, but also has that Space Warper survivability. But this Dijang having the Zilong Spear as well, so extra auto attack chances with the Inspire and DHS proved to be too much for Anxiety. It takes a loss. Jerry will ping him for 8.
Yeah, YG does ping him. And now going in the carousel, it might be part of the play all along. Floxy not given very good choices, but he opts for the Shadow Cell emblem here, and Anxiety gets the +1 cap. So yeah, Anxiety does get the best option available, but then again, Chen, he's going for that bruiser build, so he does get the Iori. So these are the game-changing builds that you will see. Floxy potentially with a Shadow Cell, Anxiety with a +1 cap, opening up more space for bruisers, and also Chen unlocking that Iori.
We did say that if there's one guy who would go for the Shadow Cell, it is going to be Floxy, and that seems to be the case. The Shadow Cell Crystal, I'm very interested to see what the approach is gonna be. Guinevere build right now, we see right here for Floxy. He's gonna put the Shadow Cell Crystal on her, but there's no activation of the synergy.
Yeah, I mean, at this side, we do see Floxy finally getting a bit of damage through, but will his lose streak continue here? That Owlus is going to be a problem, but does have that Toy Mischief itemization on it. The Harley finally able to clutch it through, able to get the better of Cyril Mertens, his first win for it.
Anxiety continues to struggle a little bit, takes the L, this time in the hands of an Edith from Oppo, who is at, I believe, level 8, so here's a 5% Edith, and keeps himself in first place with 77 health.
Yeah, and yeah, this is guys, though, for those of you guys that are in the chat asking where's YG versus Odic, M7 is another stream on this channel, so you might want to click on that if the game has already started. But yeah, this is MCGG GO1, and it is also part of MLBB. If you guys are watching now, a separate game, used to be part of the Magic Chess. And for all the Burmese out there, yes, this is not YG, but you can see the Jerry representing Myanmar for you guys here. So in Burmese, I'm gonna do a little bit of housekeeping in Burmese, Husky, because there's too many Burmese chatters right now. Em xem đi mà hậu cú, đây stream này mà, so đây stream này mình rồi mà tôi chỉ lại. All right, thank you.
One moment say. Yes. But yes, I again, a lot of, I think, Turkish supporters as well here for Cyril Mertens, who is not doing too shabby, right? In the middle of the pack with 58 health. Yuzong still going out well. Let's take a look at the third Go-Go card. Let's have the level 2 Aulus with the Blessings. 4 Toy Mischief. Glittering Jewel picked up for Oppo, so more reroll. The Defender Badge there for Defender Badge, I believe, for
This is my domain.
Yuresh. Bruiser Badge, excuse me, for Yuresh. Defender Badge for Ye and Nia.
That's really good, right? The Bruiser Badge, but he's not able to get the 6 Bruiser build that he needs, but instead Floxy with the Iori he actually completes that 6 bruiser build. So we're gonna see Floxy starting to get wins now, right? This is a creep round, doesn't matter too much. The blue cards have been picked out, but now with the rest of the members coming through, you see Jerry, he's still at the top 71 on that Karina, but I'm very curious to see what build he's going for. But taking a look at Chen as well, he has that 6 bruiser with Iori at the top.
Oh yeah. And has the max stack twin blades from the Karina too. An extra crystal on top. The Starwing crystal. Ken's gonna be putting him on the launch pad, so bounce him in on the left side. But now deciding who to put on that Starwing platform. It seems like the Masha is gonna be one of the choices. The blessings activated. That's 10 synergies. Metro Zero synergies for Anxiety. He has finally hit that line. Let's see if this Saber is going to be enough. It's a Saber with the Face Warper enchantment thanks to the Arlet.
Yeah, Face Warper enchantment, and that Saber is going to be jumping around the map indeed, but the Kadita, always a problem to be dealt with, finally manages to lock him down. Anxiety, the Metro Zero build coming in very strong, and all players are still alive. They're playing very reserved in the first round, going for the end game build, trying to get as much points as possible. But now we see the border get red, right? Struggling to find that 6 bruiser build, has to settle for that 4 marksman instead, and just all eggs on the Claude and the Guinevere.
And the Claude Bruiser of all things does get the 2 toy mischief with the Akai coming in. See what the angle is gonna be, because Yurej, he has even the starting items that he sort of got weren't exactly the best. He had to slam it on the Minotaur in the earlier rounds, and we did see that Yurej had to take a couple of L's. And now is the time for him to find that Claude 2-star, but sadly he has basically rolled away all of his economy. So he will have to take a couple of L's if necessary. Let's see if this Akai is enough. But with 1-1, this Floxy's 1-1 taken it out. It all comes down to this Claude. Iori couldn't get the roundhouse off. It's a Claude and Edith trying to work magic, but they're both 1-star, and that is just not it. Floxy takes away 15 of his health bar.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Floxy, he was going for that lose streak with the Iori, gotten in that carousel. He managed to get that 6 bruiser build for himself. Now he really needs to roll for the stars on the bruiser, and he gets the 2-star Guinevere going already. So as the story of Group A, you know, Group B following the same timeline where, yeah, the bruisers are king, but Nia with that 6 stargazer and potentially 6 mages as well, but does not have the space on the board so far with the Kyo Kusanagi available.
Yeah, Kyo Kusanagi is one hell of a tank melter too. Can absolutely decimate your front lines when given the 6 mage and 6, especially 6 mages. But now with 6 stargazers, those fireballs are gonna come out. And here's the KOF captain too, a 2 KOF synergy to boot. Let's see this Kyo with only the crystal and no items. Let's see how much damage she can throw out. Already pretty substantial, right? Because the bulk of it is still on the Valentina, but it does get sliced to ribbons by the Electro final blow. Jerry will have to rely on the Dijang, but it's a Dijang 3-star. Let's see the Shockwave. Does get dodged by the Kadita, but should be enough to win this round. Yeah, Face Warper too.
Yeah, Dijang Face Warping around. It's going to be a bit of a problem to deal with for now. But still, looking at the side of Nia, he needs a bit more, right? He needs that 6 mage synergy, and he will get, you know, somewhat of a space going for himself. Does he go for the cap +1 here? No, he goes straight for the Edith to go for the Beyond the Cloud synergy, but I think it's a little too late at this point. And he's just hoping that the other opponents are weaker than the previous opponent he played against.
Yeah. But his best chance might be going up against Anxiety right now, but I think Anxiety also has just found his line. There really isn't much left in the tank here for Anxiety. He's really looking for any 2-star, but doesn't have room to bargain for it, so we'll have to hope that he wins the next round or clears enough of the enemy board to survive an extra round. He needs to get to that creep round for the extra items. This 10 Metro Zero build, surprisingly, even with 2 Winter Crowns and a Face Warper on the Saber previously before he puts it on the K, hasn't really gotten him the wins.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, because it is more of towards a Swiftblade build instead of the Marksman build, right? With the Swiftblade build, you get the penetration. With the Marksman build, you do get the attack speed, and the attack speed just becomes way more. So yeah, it's going to be a very tough uphill battle for him, but right now he looks like he's holding his own against your Red's units, but he might be going out here. The Saber is his last resort here, but he gets kicked into high ground and now 3 HP, but Yeenia gets picked off. That Edith pick was not the good pickup, man.
And we just say anxiety, he just needs to clear enough of the units, and indeed he did. And that's gonna get him his 2-star Granger. Let's see if that's gonna be enough. We saw the Electro final blow from the Benedetta early on. Now with the Karina Twin Blade stacked up to max as well. 6 Soul Vessels being ran there. And this 52 stacks on the Shadow Cell, on the Floxy. We caught it. We said that if there's one guy that runs Shadow Cell, it's gonna be Floxy. And he's doing pretty fine in second place so far with 46 HP.
He has a Shadow Cell emblem that he went for. He put it on the Guinevere. So yeah, that's gonna be crazy damage on the Guinevere. That's gonna be something to watch out for. Now Anxiety on his last legs. Can this Swift Blade into Metro Zero build do anything for him? He does get the 2-star Granger, which will keep him alive for now. Only a 3-star D-Jump left to take out. The Benedetta gets taken out. But that 3-star D-Jung is going to be a huge problem. Okay, he does take it out.
Yeah. Thankfully, it wasn't a Benedetta 2-star, because a 2-star Benedetta would have completely decimated his entire board. So a saving grace there for Anxiety. He was able to stall out the previous round and then win the previous one. I believe he also has the Go-Go card that gives you extra health and economy. He's now up to 9 health, which I think previously he was at 3. So now he gets the item round. This could be the start of a comeback.
Start of a comeback, indeed, indeed. Anxiety. Well, you know, I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. This guy always gives me anxiety, man. He always plays to the point where, yeah, you think he's gonna lose, but suddenly comes out on top. And yeah, we were praising him about how consistent he is at always just making sure that he gets that losing streak and does a miraculous comeback. But hopefully for the other guys, not this time, because Floxy, he has a 2-star Iori Hagami right now and a 2-star Guinevere. So that adds on to the Shadow Cell Bruiser build that he already has.
Yeah. And that could just be what he needs to export 2-star also. He's going to sack one of the Akai to get the export to where he needs to be. Metro Zero is the focal point after all. And Anxiety, I think he's on his way back, right? Another 3 health from the Go-Go card. Give him 3 more rounds. He might just have enough to stall out for a bit more.
Yeah, getting that 2-star X-Borg might be a huge reprieve here, going for the last Insanity. Is it enough damage? Granger is still alive, but so is Claude and Irithel on the other side. It's doing a lot of damage. Oppo here, only left with the Irithel. It will not be enough. Anxiety survives for one more round, puts Oppo down to 10, and so is Chen as well, as he goes against Anxiety's mirror here. And Jerry gets taken out. The build not working out for him. Game 1 here. We do have the bottom two being the Philippines and the Myanmar representatives.
Yep. Jerry sadly wasn't able to hang out until the very end, but Ureg, this Minotaur, is finally starting to pay off. You see the Guinevere. He's looking for that Guinevere tree. 6 bruisers. There are a couple of Guinevere contenders. Look at this. Guinevere with the War Axe and the Golden Staff. Oppo as well. On his last legs. Claude, 2-star Akai with a golden helm, with the Garden Helm and the Duke Machine. He needs one more Claude. He needs to survive this round. And it's against Ureg.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough call, man. There's a lot of items and it's all enhanced items on the Guinevere. Can he take it out? The Hanabi actually comes through. The 3-star Navi, right? So
yeah.
Oppo looking for that 3-star Claude to really end things through.
Ureg with the face palm because he just realized that there was a 3-star Harnavi on the other side. So has to take that L there, finishing in 5th place. Cyril Mertens now down to 2, hits his 2-star Harley, that's the 3-star Claude out. He doesn't have enough
Okay.
gold! He's gonna sack something else, right?
He's got a sack. He's got
Is
a
he gonna
sack.
sack? Is he gonna sack? Or can he
No.
tough it out for one more round? He has to. It's too valuable. It's gonna be his biggest regret if he loses the next round.
Yeah, that is too valuable, right? You don't value the what's that Metro Zero synergy over that Marksman synergy with the 3-star because you already have that 6 Marksman synergy here. Then now Anxiety somehow making a huge comeback now at 18 HP. This guy never fails to impress, man. The Indonesians are so consistent when it comes to MCGG at this point. Now 3-star Hanabi and 3-star Claude. Oppo never regretting the decision, taking out Cyril Mertens, the Turkey representative being taken out. This puts Floxy in contention with the Indonesians here, the only non-Southeast Asian representative. Floxy, can he make it to top 3 as Anxiety gets taken out?
Oh, and he has done just enough to bring himself to top 3. EECA definitely continuing to show the flair. This approach from Floxy has really paid off. Of course, we did say that the Indonesians are powerhouses. And both Ten and Oppo, who did get the bye straight into the semis right now. I mean, all of them are one round away from getting knocked out. It's a matter of who finishes first by the end of next round. There is the possibility that a mirror also takes one of the other players out, and then we instantly get the first place finish. Surprisingly enough, if there's anything, I believe the 3-star Valentina here. Gonna be more than enough from the side of Floxy.
3-star Arla as well, so yeah, there's gonna be a lot of frontline, backline damage, right? Shadow Strikes and the final slash with a Guinevere consistently healing up with a Golden Staff and the Shadow Cell. Floxy, hopefully with the Shadow Cell synergy, can come through.
The face warper from the Arlet, and now it's Valentina against Claude. Winter Crown, which one proffers? The Valentina has no Winter Crown anymore, does it? Yo, sure did
No,
proc
it does
it.
not.
Oh, Oppo with the first round win.
Yeah, Oppo getting that 3-star Claude, sacking the unit at the correct time. We were worried about him, but luckily he sacked the unit at the perfect time. Got the 3-star Claude, 6 Marksman synergy, still proving to be very strong together combined with the Metro Zero.
Yeah, very important decisions needed to be made. But even for Floxy, right, ending this, was it third? Was it second or third? But still in top 3. Either way, a great round 1 overall. But Oppo, man, the 3-star Claude and Hanabi were really what got him through, especially hitting the 3-star Hanabi first to start winning against Yuresh, and then afterwards hitting the 3-star Claude. The Arlet was only able to take out 1, but unfortunately the Claude was too much to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, the Claude is just a monster when it comes to these late game skirmishes, right? The ability to jump around, the ability to have the Blazing Duet, and also decimate the back lines there. That was just a beautiful match to watch coming in for Floxy, because he was on that 1-1 and also just not getting into very good synergy at the start, but with that Shadow Cell pickup, he did secure top 3, and of course, Oppo pulling it extremely clutch. Let's take a look at the progress and the build up from the other players.
Yeah, and overall, it's just game 1 going the way of sort of how we expected it to go, right? Some of the nuances, some of the niche that we have already gotten the taste yesterday from these players being repeated. You know, Cyril Mertens with the Yuzong approach, trying to get a snowball going, but wasn't really able to come through. Same as Yuresh as well, falling victim to a 3-star Hanabi. But Foxy with this 1-1, trying to go aggro, and same as Anxiety, he did take the healing fountain, but he did have enough health to really stick it towards the end, especially making the Shadow Cell work.
Yeah, top 4 finish for both all three of our Indonesian representatives here. But looking at Oppo at the start of the game, he was not doing too hot, right? Did have that Freya Hanabi extremely early, given the chance that he did get that Harley card, right? That Harley card gives you a forecast card, a forecast unit extremely early in your shop. And whether or not you want to destroy your own economy by buying it, he chooses to do so, and it becomes the late game decision of a lifetime.
Yeah, and I think overall, it's also a good time to bring up the possibility that we might have 5 Indonesians out of 8 slots in the GO1 finals. That's how crazy it is. 5 out of 8, yeah, I think 5 out of 8 slots, it is possible, right? Because we do have 3 Indonesian reps in this Group B as well. So, if it's hard to deny that they are one of the powerhouses in MCGG, and this opening round sort of proved that, right? Like Oppo and Chen finishing top 3, Anxiety definitely having a rougher round, trying to find that line, but came too late. But overall, I think, at least we are not falling back into the Group A pattern that we saw yesterday, where everyone was owing for the Gwyn. At least now, the 6 marksmen are a lot more viable.
Yeah, I always thought that 6 marksmen were viable, right? Even in set 1, the marksman build does give you a lot of attack speed, and it really benefits the entire board, especially if you're going for physical attackers. Even if you're going for mage attackers, more attack speed equals more mana, equals more skill procs, and he goes for the steel front, right? The hybrid defense for the Akai, so that he can protect his back line, which is the Claude and the Hanabi, and it proved to be the winning factor because a little bit of more frontline damage, and that would mean that the Claude and Hanabi would not have that much HP to face off against a Valentina.
Yeah, and I think for the Harley power, I wonder what were the forecasts that he got, right, from that first auto refresh. There were a couple of forecasts on the board. I believe Hanabi was one of it.
Yeah.
The Hanabi was one of it, and that's sort of what he was banking on to get him through the early rounds. But being able to hit the Akai was sort of the turning point when he hit both the Akai and the Barats.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, he had Hanabi and Freya. So he went for 1 out of 2. So he sold the Freya, then afterwards he banked everything on the Hanabi. So yeah, kind of worked out because the Claude act eventually came through for him as well. So yeah, it's Metro Zero, that synergy was enough to carry him through the mid game, and that 6 marksman synergy for that late game.
And great start for the Indonesians. And let's check out the standings after game number 1. So give you guys an idea of where everyone stands. Oppo with 8, Floxy finishing 2nd with 7 points, Chen in 3rd with 6 points, Anxiety with 5 points. So again, the Indonesians finishing top 4, with Cyril Mertens coming in 5th with 4 points, Yurej with 3 and 6 points, Jerry in 7th with 2 points, and Iania with 1 point. But from this point onwards, it's also a good time to remind everyone as we prep for the draft phase of Game 2, the sequence in which these players pick the commanders will now be decided from their standings of the previous game, so which means that Yayania gets to call first dibs on who he goes for, and Oppo will go last.
Yeah, and it seems to me like, the Burmese representatives aren't doing too hot. K1 and also Willow getting taken out from that Group A, Jerry being the sole Burmese representative left, and so is Yurej as the only Cambodian representative left, and Cyril Mertens came in as the sole Turkey representative. So can he do it for his country here? Floxy still getting that 2nd placement, doing too hot in that game number 1. But going into the drafting phase, let's see what commanders they go for this time. That Loyi still in play for the side of Yayania, and he picks it up.
Yeah, has to go for the Loyi, or the more sought after ones. Minotaur now in the hands of Jerry. After Yurej has had a go with it, Jerry will now make an attempt. So Yurej instead will take the Fanny for himself, Karina for Cyril Mertens.
Now, Fanny Valir coming through for the side of Anxiety as well. I mean, Anxiety really likes to go for these late game builds, all these economy builds as well. And I'm very curious to see what Opal goes for, because he's going to be the last. So there's not going to be a lot of eco units, but he goes for the Gushin, right? Gushin gives you a lot of direction in terms of the crystal available, right? The gem, the emblem, whatever you want to call it, that role synergy added on when you have that Gushin character as well.
Yeah. So nothing out of the ordinary, aside from Floxy, right? The Cho for the extra econ, Chen going for the 1-1 for the early snowball. I think from the Group A itself, we also sort of have a good idea on how 1-1 can work even in the late game, where we kind of presume that it will start falling off. But players like Finn have been able to find success out of it and at least earn himself a top 3 placement. Let's see if this is going to be the same for Chen in Game 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough game indeed. You have a very big plethora of eco units, and of course Zero Merchants now on that Karina is going to be a very big threat if he gets a very early snowball going, or if he gets a very good synergy going. But going into the first go-go card coming in, and also the early synergies that come through, that first board, very important, very telling in which direction you're going to go.
Yeah. Look at the go-go cards. Yuresh going for the Dyrov one, so you get to really start amping out some of the big units. We see the Baras on the board already, so 2 Face Warpers, 2 Soul Vessels, and 2 Toy Mischief. Yuresh hitting a strong early game line.
Wait, Floxy went for the Dyrov card as well, and I believe Floxy has a Hanabi on the board right now. So Floxy might be going for the same thing here, because he knows that not a lot of people... Yep, there's a Hanabi on the board.
Yep, we see it. And it also has a double Soul Vessels. If it's contrary to what Finn talked about in his interview, where at least the Group A contenders to him aren't aggressive enough and are predictable, it seems to be a different light in this Group B, and it's the non-SCA reps who are, at least one of the non-SCA reps, Foxy, trying to ramp it up. It's good to see that some of these players are more willing to just put a lot of that eggs in that early game basket, just so you could get some cushion to fall back on.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Jerry, first bout of damage being taken at the Minotaur. With the equipment that you're given, you're either playing super early game or super late game here, and it looks like Jerry's going for the latter option. Now, Zero Merchants, he does have that Toy Mischief Bruiser synergy very early, so he can't go for the cookie cutter build of the Toy Mischief and the Bruiser, right? But he does need to get a lot more tank ability, especially against the itemizations coming out from Jerry at this point.
Yeah. Let's see Zero Merchants taking his first big class from Jerry. Ania also unfortunately bows to Opal. And Ania, even in Game 1, had to go on that lose streak, but wasn't able to really form that composition that he was looking for, and seems like that could be the case, right? Going into the first carousel, he will have a very good chance of getting first dibs with Anxiety, sitting at 85 HP and not really having the best line to work with.
Yeah, Anxiety, at this point, you go for the Valir, it's always a bit of a gamble where you get that 6 gold, the extra added bonus economy at the start, so you do get the interest going, but at the same time, because you want the interest, you don't get to buy the units. But somehow, he does manage to get that 2-star Hellkirk that does get taken out. Now, with that group of units, the Kagura, we're waiting on that skill usage coming out. And if it comes through on the Dijang, it'll be nice, but sadly not so. Now, it'll be a Dijang versus Kagura showdown here. And we see who's going to come out on top. The Kagura slightly so, as he will be taking damage on Anxiety.
First carousel coming up. Nia gets to call first dibs again. Go straight for the Freya. Anxiety already went to Crown. And we're starting to see what the idea is for some of these players, right? Floxy with the Claw Theft device, wanting to capitalize on the fact that he does have the Dyrov, so having some extra items is definitely gonna help that snowball going.
Yeah, the K being picked up by Zero Merchants as well. That's going to be very interesting because he does have that bruiser into Toy Mischief synergy. Whether or not he wants to lean into the KOF as well, because he feels that there is not much people leaning into it. And Opal, you can see, right? He's going for that Stargazer symbol over there. So the Stargazer emblem is the one that's being priored for Opal.
As the Resh bouncing the barrage in, and this barrage is incredibly durable. Definitely a slow burner in terms of that damage output, but let's see how much work can Jayania's Alucard do to that backline. This Leslie needs to get at least one more rotation of the ultimate out to secure this round, or at least take out this Freya. Yeah, Freya's gonna be out. They should free out the barrage, and now Leslie... Man, at least I learned that today I learned that the Leona can actually dodge the Leslie bullets with her ability. That's some new tech right there. Yeah, Nia with the win.
Yeah, I mean, Nia at this point, he did put the scavenger symbol on the saber as well. So that scavenger symbol it doesn't do much in terms of battle, but it does give you a free unit every 2 rounds, right? So he's going for the eco route. Now he has the triple scavenger on the board. So yeah, he's not looking forward to win here. He's just looking to build up the economy while using the HP bars to just tank up as much of the damage as he can.
This was the Hanabi that we talked about earlier from Foxy. Still at Hanabi 1, of course, he's only level 6. But that's why he went for the Claw Staff device to try and bolster the Hanabi. Sadly, with only 2 soul vessels, is really not enough to even get the D-Jung going. Not to mention that there is the Lumen Nexus from Ye and Mia. So Foxy losing 10 health because of that.
Yeah, and a lot of aspirant synergy being built up from the side of Jerry. I mean, Yareg so far, sorry. Yareg, aka Cambodian Jerry, because Yareg is actually, fun fact, Jerry spelled backwards. So now we do have that blue cards coming in. Okay, going for the glittering jewels is Yayania, and then we do have the dimensional shot coming through from the side of Ken as well, right? So now we have a lot of eco cards coming through, which is pretty standard.
Yep.
And a lot of jump the guns.
The item round is also going to be pretty important to see how this one is going to pan out. Nia opting for some extra equipments on the go every 9 rounds, if memory serves me correctly. And just coming at the right time where he's starting to win rounds too, so that could help him down the road. As he's at 7, right? We're looking for 8. Anxiety is the first one to hit level 8. Coincidentally being in the last place, so that could not only help him get Carousel priority with enough health to work with, but give him a heads up to start hitting some forecast.
Yeah, Ken at this point sacks off the aspirants units. He sacks off the aspirant synergy as well. He only had 10 aspirants energy and goes for the Freya build. Does not get the 4-star wing though. So yeah, he is going for more of a soul vessel into the defender combination and just banking everything on that Freya with that 1-1 synergy.
Yeah. And that's the 2-star Leslie with the Sea Halberd. The Red pumping up some big numbers there, but the barrage needs to hang on for a bit longer. Sadly, that would not be the case. Face Whopper Harley and Leslie could be enough though. Can she pump out another cartridge? Seems like not gonna be the case. Because Harley also going down. Chen able to weather the storm.
Yeah, Freya dealing a bit too much there. Even the 5 cost, not enough to deal that much damage. Harley by itself, you do need quite a bit of frontline. You do need quite a bit of itemizations to get the mana on the Harley so that you have the consistent cast of the cards as well. But now we do see the Karina coming out from the side of Serum Merchant. So he's really banking on the K, and he swapped out his Bruiser Toy Mischief synergy into that KOF that we were talking about.
Yep. The K also has the Twin Blade too. Should be able to get some executions on that backline, making quick work. The majority of the pieces, you're red. Gonna lose that Leslie right off the bat. When it comes down to this Harley, K will start to work on the barrage, which is still stuck at 1 star, and that has been sort of the bane for your red, because barrage was needed to hold on. But a lot of the times when the barrage goes down, the entire composition collapses. With that execution, it should be enough for Zero Merchants to edge out the Hardy. Another loss forced to be taken by your Reg.
Yeah, at this point now, your Reg still hanging on though, right? Zero Merchants and Jerry somehow at the top. Jerry, I expected him to go for that late game build, but somehow he found his synergy, and now Anxiety looking towards that Starwing build, trying to swap out from that Scavenger, removes one Scavenger, now currently at 2, does not get the 2 gold right now, but still getting that free unit.
Yeah. Anxiety really trying to speed run that leveling. Let's see if you can get past the Zero Merchants with a win here, then it would benefit him even more to head into level 9. But this K is doing hell of a work with that Karina Twin Blaze. With the crown, is it going to be enough from the Freya? As this K gets the work done. But Terry Bogard should be the saving grace for Anxiety. And that's exactly what he needs.
Same thing happening for Jerry, losing that win streak to Yereg as well. Now going into the second carousel here, Floxy will be the first to go, does go for the cap +1, and that KOF is available. I mean, if who's that? Zero Merchants wants to go for it. I don't think Kyo Kusanagi is the play right now, but he actually picks it up, and Yereg picks up the Demon Hunter Sword as well. Not too big of game-changing decisions, but the fact of the matter is the Claude was also picked up.
Yeah. You can see the Shadow Cell from Anxiety. Again, we did say that he is speed running that level, so he's going to be the first to level 9. Let's see if that's going to give him enough of an edge when he starts hitting those forecasts. He's sitting at the bottom 2 of the standing so far. 58 health to work with, so pretty manageable. Jerry, on the other hand, with his Minotaurs, at the top with 82. Now he's going to go up against Zero Merchants. And now look at check on Floxy against Ken.
Yeah, Floxy is the guy that went for the Claude actually. So he's going for the similar build, but this time on an eco perspective with the 3 Scavengers. So if he gets a W here, he is going to be very set in terms of HP, but has to worry about the opposing Claude on the other side as well. And this time, he does not have a 3-star Hanabi to save him.
The Molina's gift adding insult to injury. Even the Benedetta from Floxy unfortunately wasn't able to pull through. That's the 2-star Hanabi. Just right on time. But now, I think for Floxy, he's probably going to be thinking about trying to go to level 9 first before he further develops his board. 6 Marksman though that's come through alongside 3 Scavengers.
Yeah, 3 Scavengers, 6 Marksmen. And you know, Scavengers is not a build that you want to keep. It's something that you pivot out from once you get enough eco. So he's going to just try and power level to level 9 at this point, right? Trying to keep ahead of the curve. Anxiety, the only other one that's actually at level 9. Now we're looking at Floxy go against Yereg at this point. But Floxy, he's going for that same Marksman build again, but can he find the pieces to make it work?
Ooh, the Claude doesn't have the items though. With the Hanabi down, this should be a win for your Red. Foxy did clear enough of the board, so only 10 damage as Nia able to find a win over on the Zero Martins with that Edith, who also has that Karina enchantment, so some scavenger buffs on top of that, on top of it for his eco.
Yeah, going for that purple go-go cards coming through. Zero Merchants. He picked up the Kyo Kusanagi. Right now, he does have that Winter Crown. So, Floxy, oh, interesting pick.
That could be what he needs, right, to kind of reach the finishing line. Jerry also going for a full carry go-go card, right? The 3 fully slotted heroes get 20% extra damage, but for Floxy, we did say you want to hit that forecast, and with that extra 8% increase and not carrying too much of the 5 cost, this could be where Floxy starts turning it around. Because Anxiety did hit 9 earlier than everyone else, but he doesn't have that extra 8%. So it's gonna be a race between Anxiety and Floxy.
Yeah, the extra 8% really gives a very big difference here. Now, Floxy, we know that he's trying to build towards that Hanabi and also that Claude, but the Claude is being highly contested right now, so he will have to go for either one of the two so far, unless there are eliminations coming, but it's not going to be in sight right now. All the players are still relatively healthy, all above 50, except for Anxiety and Floxy. But now going into the next round here, Jerry going up against O.
And Jerry is all inning on that Benedetta. Extra 20% damage. It only matters if the Benedetta can stay alive for a couple of casts, but so far, only getting one Electro final blow, and that is not enough. So, Commander Shield that he got early on is gonna be down to just one. Floxy able to win his bout over Cyril Mertens with that fat 20. And every single round that Floxy wins from this point onwards is going to even benefit that 8% increase even more. At level 9, you get 18%, but for Floxy, it's 26.
Yeah, Ken getting that Guinevere level 2 right now. So it is going to be a 2-star that is available, but 6 Bruiser synergy is there. But the itemizations is not there for the Guinevere, right? Is a raw Guinevere enough for this? No, he puts the Demon Hunter Sword and also the Inspire and the armor on the Guinevere as well. Just give it some form of sustainability.
Can Floxy pull this off? 8-0 Metro, 6 Marksman, classic. Damage profile is there for the Hanabi, not so much for the Claude. Was given the DHS by the false death device, but the highlight is going to be on the Hanabi. Barat has already gone down, the front line collapsed, and sadly still insufficient despite having the synergies to work with. And that's another 16 health. Floxy now going to be on his last legs.
Yes, last remaining hurrah here. Needs to roll it down. Nowhere in sight for that 3 stars at all. So 2-star Irithel is the closest that he is right now. He's hoping that he gets a weaker opponent because he does not have any economy to work with right now. Does complete another 2-star Hanabi, but he's still 6 out of 9. He needs 3 more to go. And that is a very far from the that we round number 1.
Yeah, he's going to have a bit of a leeway if he wins this round. Yuresh, a 2-star Irithel. So there is some contest there for the marksman build. Maybe between him and Yuresh. As Cyril Mertens still trying to rely on this K to get him the wins, but the ship has sailed for quite some time. Winter Crown does proc, but Cyril Mertens fortunately is actually I think was able to win out this round. No, Anxiety is the one that cleans up shop. And that's gonna be Floxy, the first one out.
Yeah, Floxy being taken out. That is just sad news. He did get a very early Hanabi. He did get a very early direction, but still, it's a very late game build that he was going for. If he were here, he would have been going for the Irithel, and now he's not. So right now, no game-changing pieces, but Anxiety does get the Benedetta, and that leads to one more Benedetta towards that 2-star Benedetta.
All the damage on this Obsidia too. I think you are definitely trying to hunt for that 2-star banner. Cyril Mertens been on a lose streak for quite a while. Again, banking everything on this K. He needs one more Switchblade to hit 6, but doesn't have the resources to commit to that. 9-0 Metro synergy here for your wretch. 2-star Irithel.
Yeah, right now we do have the Metro Zero build coming in for the other side as well, but now KOF build not really going to be doing too hot here. Jerry taking 18 as well. Cyril Mertens out of the game. I don't think the KOF line was that build coming in for Cyril Mertens. He did have that Toy Mischief and the Bruiser start. He should have went with that pool. He should have went with what the game was suggesting to him instead of trying to go against the grain. And yeah, not working out too well this time.
Yeah, very, very unlucky. You see the frustration too for Cyril Mertens. He really banked everything on that K, but when he started losing rounds, there was no pivot Or at least there's no attempt to pivot away from it. He doubled down and the gamble didn't pay off. As we're down to our final 6. Jerry, Yuresh, and Chen both 1 round away from getting knocked out. The chase for that Irithel continues for Jerry. But we also have Yuresh, who has that 2-star Irithel, and that was what took out Cyril Mertens. The burst damage from the heavy crossbow was doing a lot of work for Yuresh.
Yeah, I would think at this point putting the golden staff on the Irithel would be way better, but Yarej did get the opponent that is Jerry, and you can see the aestheticness that he made a fist of glory there. He pumped his fist in the air because once he takes out Jerry, there's more marksman units in the pool. So that's what he wanted. Now, taking out Jerry -20, that's cold, but that's exactly what he needs to do.
In the meantime, Nia also lost his bout, so Anxiety is the one that is leading the pack. But for Yuresh, that frees up, I believe, all of the Irithels. I don't think anyone else has Irithel. If he survives long enough, we could see a 3-star Irithel come out. The first 3-star 5 cost in the entire GO1 circuit so far. It is a far cry away. He needs, what, like, last we checked there were 4 pieces left, so in the pool. So there's a lot of go and a couple of rerolls needed. Let's see if this creep round so we give a bit of that respite for Yuresh to plan his next move. The items are going to be important as well to feed into the cloth.
Yeah, Ken, at this point now, going for that Bruiser fully invested in that Guinevere build, looking for that Guinevere pieces, but now with 20, he does manage to find and pick up another Guinevere, but he's still far cry away from that 3-star Guinevere. Does pick up the Claw though, but Yarej on the other side, he does have that 2-star Akai ready and set to go.
Yeah, there's a 2-star K available for Ken, but even after that, he will need 3 more pieces. Anxiety just got his 2-star Freya and Saber, but it's the 3-star Kadita that has been really pulling him across the finishing line in a lot of these rounds. That's what Nia just hit as well. No, Nia is the one that hit the 3-star Kadita.
Yeah, bit of an anxiety fest here. I mean, not shout out to Anxiety, but really, all these players all at low HP. Nia needs to rely on this 3-star Kadita, hope that the rough waves are dealing enough damage. The Saber is buying enough time against the Valentina, and that comes out clutch. Nia survives for now.
Another takedown. This time, I believe, is gonna be Yuresh losing out to Anxiety thanks to that full send on the 2-star Benedetta. Again, the go-go card that gives you extra 20% damage when you have a 3-slotted hero. The 2-star Benedetta coming in clutch. But now we're looking to see if anyone can stop this Nia 3-star Kadita.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Anxiety, it is the Benedetta versus the Kadita. He does have 2-star 5 costs. He has a 2-star Harley and a 2-star Benedetta as well. So that 20% extra is going to do so much. But Oppo does pull off that 3-star Valentina as well. With that 4 mage synergy, is it going to be enough against Anxiety though? There is a lot of 5 cost power here.
See this 3-star Valen has been quite the popular pick so far. I mean, the Terry Bogard is also just punching right through. And Oppo survives this round against Anxiety's mirror. I think we found an answer to it.
He needs one more defender synergy, and the Beyond the Clouds 99 is really coming into fruition right now because he puts it on the Valentina. It's either he gets the 6 mage synergy going or he gets another defender synergy as well. Now, meanwhile, there's a lot of pieces in contention for this man over here. He wants to go for more, but is unable to find out which direction he's going for. Anxiety making a last-minute pivot, taking out the Harley.
Yeah.
There was a place called home for me.
There we go.
Got it. Benedetta is there. Benedetta, I think is it freed up? Is Benedetta back in the pool already?
Yeah, he put Benedetta back in the pool. He went for a 3-star
Ah, there it is. Does have the Atlas to walk straight to the back line. Iania's Kadita continues to do work. It's going to be hit between the Kadita and the Valentina. The Rock Waves actually didn't connect. The terrible guard. Oh my goodness, he procs to win the crown with the punches. That was clutch. My boy Terry coming right through, and Opal looking for another potential first place finish.
Yeah, Opal at this point, one of the most consistent coming through in this Group B. He's so far guaranteed top 2, picks up that Scorching Staff for himself. Inside, he does get that +1 cap. He still needs a bit more for the synergy. He does not have the 6-star ring. Finally does get it. Will this star ring synergy even matter though? He's one off from that 3-star K, and there he goes. He gets it. And Anxiety, 3-star K, 3-star Arlet. That's gonna be the play here. Hopefully it pulls through for him.
Man, Cyril Mertens seeing this board and just punching his fist in the air because that K life was what he wanted to go for, and it was Anxiety that hits it in the end. One of the biggest problems right now is actually getting through this Terry Bogard. Rather than trying to deal with the Valentina, you have to deal with Terry first, and this K, is he going to find a jump? That first jump is important, straight onto the Valentina. But the Valentina has to defend the crystal, so the extra resistance might be enough.
Oh my lord, indeed it is enough. The legendary streak coming in from Opal, the Valentina. Very consistent performance. Opal 2 times first in a row.
Yeah, 16 points already. Really putting himself ahead of the curve. Not just the Defender Crystal with the enhanced defense, but also the Ice Queen with the Spell Vamp as well. Really coming through right down to the dot. And Opal, you know, showing himself to be a fierce contender in this Group B so far.
Yeah, really consistent. I mean, 2 first place finishes. That's already 16 points in the bag. That's a lot of points, man. Opal really going on that royal road so far. Of course, there's still 3 more games to be played, but looking at the rest of the builds coming through, we saw Floxy getting the Hanabi extremely early, going for that 6 marksman build, and you can see him at the bottom here did not really perform up to standard. Floxy was pulling that 3-star Hanabi and Claude in that first game, right?
Yes, I think so. Yeah. But he tried to go down the same path, but unfortunately wasn't able to get it. So very unfortunate. Again, sometimes you just have to follow where the game takes you. We saw some attempted like force lines, and that sort of didn't work out as well. And a very good example was Cyril Mertens, right? We saw the Howling Wind Go-Go card. Like, we talk about him doubling down, he tripled down on it, but it was on a loose streak. So again, a pivot might have been the better approach. Still, for Opal though, he was able to find that perfect adjustment towards the very end.
Yeah, Opal at the start, not really the most best of starts, right? He went for that Aspirant's opening, and yeah, Aspirant's opening, of course, you expect to take a loss because Aspirants, they don't really do anything until you open that chest, until you open that Aspirant energy. And once you gathered enough, then the payout comes through. But yeah, he made the call to go for the pivot, and straight away that pivot worked out for him. And Anxiety as well, just working very well at the start. He did get an extremely good win streak, but only in that mid game after the first carousel.
And funny enough, the two players that went for the Dairo Go-Go card actually wasn't able to fully convert it. I think it was Cyril Mertens and Floxy. But this one was huge, right? Like the Terry Bogard proccing that Winter Crown early was what set Opal up for the win.
Yeah, I mean, Terry Bogard is such an underrepresented unit, right? We were talking about him being such a good forecast yesterday, but he did not come out into much contention into the eyes of the players. But right now, Oppo just fully displaying, right, what the Terry Bogard can do in terms of that front line, and Valentina just pulling through in terms of the damage in that back line.
Yeah. Overall, a very good showing on just that flexibility of these of the players. Truly enjoyable. Oppo now in a very comfortable position. The fact that he already has 16 points means that he has 1 foot through the door into the grand finals. I think one more good round, he is guaranteed grand final slot, and that would be a very early entry, and then it will be a lot more of the race for 2nd to 4th place.
Yeah, I mean, Oppo at this point, it's more about how he's going to do against Finn, the other consistent player coming out from Group A as well. So Oppo currently 2 first places. You see from the build straight away, Gushin, right? He was number 1, so he did get last choice in Commander and still goes for Glittering Jewels and Payday. Very good economy route and works the economy very well. Now taking a look at the standings, Oppo far above the rest, 16 points, Anxiety and Ken falling very close, all 3 from Indonesia.
Indonesia has continued to dominate the leaderboard. Your Reg coming in hard from Cambodia in 4th, but for Jerry, really struggling so far. Cyril Mertens as well, being not able to come through. And for Foxy, sort of dropped the ball a little bit with, again, another force forecast approach. 8 points is tied with your Reg, so there is going to be some catching up to do for these players. But so far, the only person that has really pulled ahead is Oppo. Everyone else has a fair shot.
And sadly for my boy Jerry, he's all the way down in 5th place. Looks like the Burmese are not performing very well in the semifinals. Of course, the games are getting a lot harder. The consistency is very hard to maintain, especially when everybody else is going for economy. Everybody else is going for the same builds that you go for. It's not your standard rank game, right? Everybody's competitive here. Everyone knows what the end game build that you need to go for. And sometimes the game just doesn't give it to you.
Yeah, and the game did also along the way offers tools to tell you what you might need to go for, especially the piece trackers, the hero trackers to tell you how many pieces are left. Very generous function given over, and that's where the information really comes into handy when the game goes late. We see some of these players actively checking enemy boards, actively checking the pools, and Finn doing everyone a service by warning impending 3-star forecast just now in match 1. Let's hop into the drafting phase of game 3 again. I saw a couple of questions in the chat of our viewers not understanding how the drafting phase works. It's very simple. The first game of every single match, the sequence is randomized by a dice roll, so from who picks first to last is going to be randomized, but from game 2 onwards, it depends on your placement of the previous games. For example, Oppo placed first in game 2, so he will pick last in game 3. Whereas I think for Foxy, he placed last in game 2, so he'll pick first in game 3, and then you guys can work out the rest of the sequence.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's looking at the commanders being picked up already. It's pretty much set in stone. Everyone here loves their economy, or if not, we just go for the Karina, right? So we have the Karina, we have the 1-1. They're being shown a lot of love, and Oppo being the last to pick once again, he goes for the Yuzong. And no, this guy is the GO1, pass. I'm not talking about Oppo. I'm talking about the Yuzong, the GO1 pass skin. Of course, you have that prime skin reminiscent of the M5 series. So yeah, you do get that prime skin coming in. And yeah, Yuzong, a hero that's really dependent on that Go-Go card coming in for that first Go-Go card, because you get a free upgrade on that Go-Go card, whatever it is.
Look at
What?
this 2-star Kula at the start.
Straight off the bat?
That's a generous shot. Well, at the cost of no synergies, of course. But that's assuming that you get like a dire, not a dire of, the the KOF Direct, I forgot the name of the character, or like a
Chris.
Stargazer, right? Chris, yes. Oh, didn't
Yeah,
get any
so-
of it, unlucky.
Yeah, unlucky, but now looking at a choice of go-go cards coming in. Early synergies, a lot of aspirants so far, but go-go card selection do come first. So a lot of them going for their own personal commander go-go cards. Only Jerry, of course, he picked the Valera card, gets 6 gold, and gets that Zilong card. So that means he has a great Dragon Spear to work with, and that's going to be very interesting.
Foxy being given, that should be the Leslie. So there's an aspirant face warper early on. You get the Leslie 2-star by the next round. And he also already has a decent frontline to work with the Toy Mischief, and the fact that he just won this round. It's always a good start when you have an aspirant. Gives you some buffer to work with.
Yeah, now he knows that he needs some front line, given that Leslie's going to become 2-star. He purchases an Atlas, again, winning out the battle and the bout with anxiety as well. Of course, these early game battles, they don't matter too much. They're just finding their direction here. And yeah, guys, if you lose your early game battle, don't leave the game, man. There's still a lot of the game to be played. Your first go-go card matters. Your first carousel matters as well. Guys, this is always about the marathon. It's not just a short sprint, guys.
Yep. Glory League, I believe, Glory League and the Bruiser build here for Zero Mertens. Let's see what the approach is gonna be, right? He is going for eco with this show approach, but the more important thing is how is he going to change up how this game tree? Because we just see him try to really hardcore double triple down a piece in game 2. And that didn't really work out. He was dedicating his go-go cards to that 1k piece. And now that he realized that it doesn't work, and he is running eco with the Cho, this game tree should be a very good time to reset.
Yeah, I mean, going for that K piece, understandable, but the thing is, he did not have the backbone to back up the K piece, right? The backbone was not there. There was only the 6 KOF synergy, yes, but the 6 mage synergy or the 6 swift blade synergy, it was not there to make the K work. So yeah, just jumping the gun a bit too early there. Now Jerry with that early Toy Mischief, Soul Vessel, and Bruiser. This is the best possible early game synergy that you can get. All 3 very highly sought after. And yeah, I mean, Jerry gonna start to get that early game lead bit by bit.
Foxy losing that round, very much expected when you have aspirants. Really hard to get much going because you are trading either durability for damage or vice versa. But with how the set pieces are in this current set, early on, if you have enough damage output, frontline doesn't matter as much, but there are very less pieces that give you that. I think the best one in long range is Leslie, but the ramp up takes a while.
Yeah, Zero Mertens first to pick, instantly jumping on that Claude. So yeah, I mean, not much game-changing pieces here. The Masha Bruiser being another piece that can affect your board, affect your direction, but not a lot of direction given in the carousel.
See, very good 2-star front lines, gets himself an Atlas too. So this is something that also we don't see too often, where the early damage dealer is the Clint, but Anxiety does have the 1-1 power. And the fact that he is also running the 1-1 commander, let's give him even higher rate of cashing in on some extra gold. 40%. It's going to be up against Zero Mertens, who is also on quite a loose streak, and Anxiety looking to continue that.
Yeah, right now he did pick up the Claw. The 1-1 can deal enough damage here, but he has more 2-stars, and this 4 cost is not going to deal too much, right? Because the front line is not there, the itemization is not there. Zero Mertens, it seems like he has an idea of what he wants to go for, but the backbone, once again, is not there yet. So with no structure, this piece is just going to fall apart.
Wonder how much gold the Anxiety plunder from that win. Zero Mertens will be down to 70. As we approach the round before 2-3, which is going to be the next creep round, the next item round. Yeah, the ecos starting to be the focus of these players. look at the level 6 approach. So far, 5 out of the 8 players have already hit level 6.
Yeah, at this point, the next card that is coming is the purple card. So all eyes on Oppo, as he will be the only one to get that orange card as the Yuzong here. And of course, also because he is leading the leaderboards at the moment with that Soul Vessel Phase Warfare as well. So yeah, he opts not to go into the Aspirant synergy anymore. Instead, he's trying to mitigate the damage with the Soul Vessel and the Star Wave. So he does not want to take too much damage early on before he gets the card, before he gets some form of direction.
He's going to ping him for another 10. Very manageable state of the game. He's going to be in the I think in the bottom. Actually, no, comes in third because everyone else has been taking quite a beating. Plenty of lose streaks going on. A lot of back and forth with the trades we've seen so far.
Okay. So Oppo goes for the technological revolution, right? So that it gives him 25% less cap to level, easier to level as well. So, and he gains 5 EXP instantly. So this reduces the level cap for him. So Oppo is aiming to hit that level 8, level 9 earlier. Now the Manic Slam being picked up by Zero Mertens, he's definitely just all-inning on this claw that he picked up from the carousel.
I would say it's definitely a lot more reliable than all hitting a K. So there's a more build path open, right? Like Marksman, Glory League, can function decently even if you are not having 6 Marksman, but you need to at least have that synergy activated. We did also see the full throttle for Ken. So Chen and Oppo both are looking to hit that high, those big units as fast as possible.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, he does have that free reroll. Yaya Ken on that win streak. Synergies are there, but it's a lot of haphazard synergies. That Guinevere is also given to the side of Yaya, so he has a lot of ways that he wants to go for. Now Floxy identifies that Oppo has that technological revolution, pings it out through the rest of the players, puts everybody on the clock, right? Oppo has the best way to get into that endgame status, and it puts everyone into the chase for their 4 or 5 stars.
And Zero Mertens, with that Manic Slam, doing just enough to take out Yaya. Anxiety starting to get his win as well. And even Chen taking that early loss. And the Granger's is going to be picked up. There is that Beyond the Clouds, Stargazer, and also 4 defenders for your Resh. Now it's time to figure out where this Granger stands if he wants to put the Granger in. I think there's no space now. Maybe level 8, but even then, for the Thunderstone, you have to decide on which units gets it. And it seems like with the items that he has, the Xavier still makes the most sense.
I mean, Xavier makes the most sense, especially if you have the itemizations on the Xavier. You get to consistently pump out the damage. You take a look at how he's pumping out damage right now. Looking at your Reg, yeah, Xavier's going to be doing a lot of work. But whether or not he can reach that Claude, right, especially in the hands of Jerry, who does have the golden staff on it, and Zero Mertens, I would like to see his board as well. Hopefully with the Manic Slam, with the golden staff that's been given, he's starting to get a win streak, but turns out he's not.
Ever since Uranus that punches hard, godlike right there, as Chen wins out his bout. And now it's 8 for Yaya. Star on the battle rate, activate the Starlight Blessing too. The Starwing Blessing.
Yeah, Starwing Blessing activated, but he's only currently at 2, right? Do you want to sack another Starwing, or do you want to add it on? Now, with that added on Toy Mischief, you do get your second piece of equipment. Now, eyes on Oppo here. He hits that level 8 threshold, but so has Jerry and Yaya. So he's searching for that 5 cause, still unable to find a bit of direction. Does have 4 Starwing and 3 KOF synergy to work with, but still all over the place, as he does not have too much of gold to work with, sitting on 17 at this point.
Yeah. There's a small price to pay. And you can clearly see that Oppo hasn't really committed fully to that final composition. All of the items were actually slammed on the Matilda. but he is gonna get caught dips on this carousel. There's the Granger Benedetta, goes for the +1 capacity as well. Very much needed considering that he is kind of down in the economy. So having that extra hero slot at this point of time is gonna kind of smoothen out the recovery process.
Yeah, he needs to recover, but the pieces need to be in place as well. Taking a look at Oppo right now, he does pick up the Chris, goes for an added KOF synergy, hoping for that 6 KOF synergy with that crystal that he picked up, and he's actually places it on the Matilda here. So Matilda will be his main damage dealer, which is not ideal, and so far not finding a good direction. So Oppo not looking to finish strong in this game at all. Meanwhile, eyes on Jerry as well. Marksman and Bruisers yet to find a direction. Needs that Metro Zero.
4 Marksman, 2 Bruisers. Kadita level 1 for the extra punch in the damage. Again, a lot of it is going to be on this Claude. Has the Zilong Dragon Spear, so a lot of attack speed, but the output, not so. Right? He doesn't have items that give him raw damage, only just pellets. But he does have a strong front line, and the 4 Marksman synergy, reducing the defenses of the enemies, giving him that extra bit of damage that he needs to win this. And this Matilda for Oppo comes through.
13k damage on Matilda. Okay, I'm sorry, I take that back. Captain Matilda doing a lot of damage at this point, but still, you know, it's not the best endgame piece that you're looking for, right? Matilda's, even in MLBB, you don't want Matilda to be your main damage dealer. But yeah, at this point, you gotta work with what you get, and Oppo is playing the cards that he's dealt with. But right now, taking a look at your reg, he's still starting to build up the Beyond the Cloud synergy, but he's yet to find the Stargazer or the Mages or the Star Wings to make it work. He only has Beyond the Clouds and 4 Stargazer synergy.
But he does have a very solid front line, right? Now he's aiming to get some tank items just so that he can safely protect this Xavier. There are pieces that can get to him, but you need the front line to hold. And right now this Benedetta is going to be quite a problem with the Electro Final Blow. Too many targets to go for. Zero Mertens looking a whole lot more comfortable in this game tree. Still forcing that Claude with the golden staff, but at least has a way out because he was able to get a couple more pieces like the Benedetta.
Yeah, but the synergy not looking too good now. Hopefully this gives him an out here. The last Goku card, it will be orange as well. And Oppo goes for the premium client. Meanwhile, Breath of Berserk being picked up by Floxy. Now Copycat, being picked up by Anxiety. That's an equipment duplicator.
Yep, the more the merrier too for Zero Mertens. And that's his way out. The economical boost. Nia with the extra juice, extra nitro boost as well when the hero drops below 50% HP. This is very different from what we saw yesterday, even compared to Group A earlier on, right? Where we're seeing a lot of just raw stats of getting hybrid defenses, getting econ, getting free rerolls, but that has completely changed. 4 Winter Crowns here. For Anxiety.
Anxiety, dude, he's super safe. Okay, 4 Winter's Crowns, yes, and he's still a Demon Hunter sword to work with. So yeah, Anxiety, we're looking at him possibly going towards that Swiftblade angle. The Winter Crown does very well with the Swiftblades, but at the same time, you don't get enough physical damage. You do have the penetration, so you're really relying on the backline mage damage to come through.
How many Winter Crowns do you need? And Anxiety says yes. You need all your stocks.
Anxiety's like, yes. Give me every single Winter Crown that you have. I'm gonna take it. I'm a winter type of man. I like ice. So now your reg, 25 HP. Floxy falling even lower. Floxy, our top 2 in that first round and bottom in that second. Now he's looking closer to the bottom as well. But looking at this, Anxiety taken out by Zero Mertens, who has found somewhat of a direction.
It's kind of sad that having 4 Winter Crowns still doesn't stop that the Benedetta from just Julianing your entire line. And look at that, Toy Mischief Captain Terry Bogard for Foxy.
I mean, this
He
is
needs
this
6
might work.
KOF. Yeah.
Yeah, this might work.
He needs that extra, like, +1 hero slot, but he needs to wait out 2 rounds to get to the carousel. If he gets the +1, then he's gonna hit 6 KOFs, and then we'll have a game for Foxy. But until that point, it's gonna be quite a tough one to survive.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough indeed. We're gonna see what's going to happen here. Now Terry Bogard taking a gander here, walking around, taking a lot of damage, but does not matter. He shrugs it off, man. He hasn't even split yet.
Terry Bogard coming in with the jabs, man. Just procs all the winner crowns. Anxiety. Sometimes playing it too safe. Not really the way to go. Like you said, Mo, man, there's just not enough damage. So, it buys Foxy 1 more round. He needs 1 more round to be certain, to be safe.
The point pride usually comes.
Yeah, Foxy. At this point, he does get a good reprieve for now, but looking at the side of 1-1 Commander, he does get that 2-star Harley. No, it's still 2 1-star Harleys for Anxiety. So yeah, not able to find that full build, but the Star Wing has been activated. He did get that 2-star Saber and that 2-star Freya as well, so hopefully that's enough to carry him through this round.
Yuresh also has the Valentina, so that is another line that he can go into if he starts hitting 2-star Valentinas. But right now, he's gonna have to face the wrath of 4 Winter Crowns. Anxiety seeing light at the end of the tunnel. That having enough Winter Crowns might just be enough. The Saber dodging the rough waves with the ult. Talk about timing. But now it's gonna be between the Harley and the Khadija, and that is gonna be just enough. Anxiety edging out Yuresh.
Dude, Anxiety's his playstyle is giving me anxiety. Really? 4 Winter Crown, and yeah, Terry Bogard with the split coming through. But still, like, dude, 4 Winter Crown. Who thinks of these kind of builds? But Opal now first up, right? He wants either the +1 cap, but he goes for the Luminexus synergy. He sees the chance to pounce into more synergy here.
Yeah. Opal. This is the closest to defeat we've seen from him so far. Everyone is still in the lobby, by the way. We are at stage 4-1.
Yeah.
Bodies will start dropping pretty soon. I mean, 3 of them are at 13 health.
The smell of blood.
Yeah, 3 of them are 13 health, indeed. But Sir Mertens, he finally finds direction, so I'm very excited for him. Now that he has that, he picks up the X-Borg, he does have that Metro Zero, and we know that he went for the more the merrier, so he does have that economy as well, but he's on 18 HP, so he's just 1 round away from being called out. Now, this is missing 1 mage, and he's at 0 gold. Oh my god, this is so sad going into the round here.
We saw, okay, fine, the 6 KOF. We said that Foxy needed that +1 slot, and he was given it on the carousel. Now Captain Terry Bogard about to give everyone that covered in knuckle sandwich. Sakai has nothing on him. Here it comes. And Zero Mertens takes the 18! Oh!
I was excited for Zero.
Yeah, that was so unlucky. He just needed 1 more takedown to avoid getting eliminated.
Oh man. Foxy taking out Zero Mertens, and now we see the 1-1 animation. Who's the 1-1 player? It is Anxiety taking out the Yuzong, which is Opal. And Opal out. The most consistent player, top 1, now being taken out. Not able to find the direction that he needed in time. Not able to find the pieces that he needed in time.
Zero Mertens might have lost his chance of qualifying for grand finals after this round, unless he does what we saw earlier on by our Burmese rep. You do that, run it back, but it's gonna be tough from this point onwards. He's looking at a maximum of 23 points, and thanks to Opal's first 2 rounds, the bar is actually pretty darn high.
It's gonna be tough indeed. Opal, the reprieve is he does have 20 points right now, but you're hoping Opal gets last place 2 times, right? Then he ends up 22. So that's that's like just trying to find a needle in the haystack. It's just gonna be extremely hard to get that possibility. Now, Nia being taken out as well, not doing too hot in all the games. Oh, but the Guinevere coming through.
Yeah, Guinevere or 4 Winter Crowns. I think we found our answer. Now the question is, we should call a poll in the chat. Will Anxiety get a 5th Winter Crown?
Dude, it's been working out. I mean, he took out Opal, right?
Yeah.
But I don't think it's gonna work out too well given the type of synergy that he has. He went for Starwing. He's gonna need some form of damage along with that HP and added damage. That percentage base is not enough. He needs a 2-star Benedetta minimum.
Yeah. And Ken is 3 clawed away from a 3-star Claude. Jerry giving everyone the warning there. But Ken is in a very comfortable spot with 50 HP, so that's at least 2 rounds worth of buffer to work with. You plus this round, it's gonna be 3.
Ken is just sitting. These Evos players, man. These Evos players, they're taking turns. It's either Opal's turn or Ken's turn to get one, and Ken on the track.
3-star Terry, is it coming home? Oh, he needs 2 more pieces. He can't find it. And you know what hurts? I was gonna say, wait, where's this? Where's the 6 KOF? What? Did he sell it?
I think he did.
What happened, Floxy? You need the 6 KOFs?
Oh no. Oh, he does have it. He does have it.
Oh, I was like, wait, where did it go? Okay. 2 more Terry. I think he got it, right? He definitely wins this round.
Yeah, the Guinevere is gonna be a problem though. So it's Guinevere versus Terry Bogard, and yeah, we do see Terry Bogard coming through. But Iori Street Fighter battle splits into 2. That's not in Street Fighter. That's not in KOF. I mean, and yeah, get taken out, man.
Yeah, you don't split into 2 in KOF. But all right, 1 more Terry. Come on. Give us a 3-star Terry. Oh, he hits it. Oh, Foxy. You can look, he throws his head back. Finally, it has paid off, and he activates the KOF blessing. Everything falling into place for this EECA rep.
Never mind. Oh, 3-star. Toy Mischief, Terry Bogard, right? All right, I think at this point we're gonna start to see why Terry Bogard is better than Guinevere. So
yeah, 3-star Terry and 3-star Guinevere.
Yeah, 3-star Gwyn on the Ken. So we're gonna see the face-off here.
Maybe the next round, 3-star Hanabi in Jerry's hand. Okay, the Gwyn's gonna one-shot it.
Wait a minute.
The shield. Oh my goodness.
Jerry with the 3-star Hanabi. Dude, 3-star Guinevere, your reign is over, my friend. Your Reg gets taken out. Could not find a single 3-star. Cannot compete with the big boys, the top 3 that all have 1 3-star forecast each. So this will be the final skirmish. Which 3-star comes out on top?
Is it gonna be Terry Bogard or is it gonna be the Claude Hanabi for Jerry? All right. I sort of still feel like if the Claude outs in the face of Terry, he just gets one-shotted.
I think so too, because Terry's a monster, dude.
37k damage and 30% of that is true damage. How do you do against that? I mean, we're gonna find out. Okay, right here. It's Foxy against Ken.
All right, the battle.
Oh. He gets split in 2. Super magic? Is it enough? Not even close. That's 1 Terry, dude.
Ah, 2 Terrys are better than 1. Foxy takes out Ken. Ken was looking poised to go into the top 1. He was at 50 HP. He was comfortable. He rolled for the 3-star Guinevere, but that's taken out by Captain Terry Bogard. Foxy picks up another bruiser synergy while Jerry picks up that +1 cap. So it will be Now, Captain Terry versus Hanabi here. So now the Marksman synergy going up against the KOF synergy. How will things work out?
Who's the bruiser? Let Terry become the bruiser? Oh wait, no, he needs the items, right? So bruiser on the K.
Defeat me.
You can see Ken also laughing into the camera because he knew that there was no way around Captain Terry. But let's see if it's enough to get through the 6th marksman.
Oh wait,
Metro Zero.
3-star Claude.
Yep. He did get it in the previous round. I'm not sure if Jerry won against the Mirror of Floxy. Now we're about to find out. Is Captain Terry gonna come through hot? Okay, oh, it does not look close.
Oh, he still can split.
He can still split, yeah. Ay, 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 ay. Come on. No.
Ooh, Jerry does it. Jerry does it.
Oh.
Okay. The Hanabi coming a bit too strong. And dude, Hanabi getting that shield was extremely clutch. Look at the rest of the players just watching in the lobby. Jerry finally takes home that 8 points for Myanmar. Not doing too hot in round 1, round 2, but finding his pace so far.
Man, that shield was so thick. I think if that shield proc like one last time, that Terry would have sent the Hanabi into orbit. But still, it's an incredible round for Foxy. He needed those points to get back into the race. Same as Jerry as well. I think the competition has been blown a bit more open in that Group B, especially with Opal finishing in 7th.
Yeah, I mean, the build coming out from Floxy was completely different as well. We saw the KOF, we saw the Terry Bogard. We were hyping up this unit so much, right? Even in that first game, we're like, Terry Bogart's underrepresented. And now suddenly Group B is like, yo, we hear you guys, we hear you, Moman, we hear you, Husky. We're gonna play some Terry, we're gonna bring him out. And yeah, Guinevere, well, your reign is over. 3-star Guinevere on Ken. Well, who cares, right? 3-star Hanabi, 3-star Claude, and 3-star Terry Bogard are doing it in this server.
What a game 3 we've had. This is the first 3-star Terry Bogard we've seen as well. But what? Oh, it was also the go-go cards that allowed Jerry to really edge out in the end. That explains the extra damage that was given to the Claude and the Hanabi. But it was really hinging his bet on his cores because the rest of his pieces are only 1-star.
Yeah, he did get Zilong's power as well, so all he needed to do is place it on the unit that deals the most damage. And yeah, being on the Hanabi or the Claude, it was a very good move coming out from Jerry. Floxy, I mean, huge shout out. Ken as well, 3-star Guinevere, but the rest, I'm just surprised that Cyril Mertens is out last. Once again, he had good direction, he had good moves, he had good economy, but the recovery was not enough.
Yeah, that was funnily enough, game 3 was his best game, and he ended up still finishing last. So again, the chances of finals slim to none. It really comes up to the last 2 rounds, but even then, even if he maxes out his points, it is still quite tough. And funnily enough, we saw the full throttle and the technological revolution being picked up by some of our players, but both of them were not in the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's just very tough. Opal, he did have a sliver of a chance, but there was no direction from him at all. Even when he was down to his last 20 HP, could not find any form of 6 synergy, could not find the Metro Zero to help him out. But Jerry, at that point, was able to deal a lot of damage to the rest of the opponents, giving that Claude, making sure that marksman buildup is on time. And Ken, even though he had that 3-star Guinevere, it was not enough for the Hanabi.
Definitely not enough, but man, the shield was actually incredibly thick. It actually soaked up all of the damage. I mean, right here, the kill streak was actually blocking the health bars, but this was 2 Terry Bogards against a Hanabi.
Yeah, this might have been the strongest Hanabi that I've seen. But taking a look at how Jerry built his insane lineup. We were talking about him getting that Zilong, right? The Great Dragon Spear, the Zilong's power. And afterwards, he went for Rising Festivities, and also finally, he went for Frontier Blitz. So both ends of each lineup role gained 28% hybrid attack. You were talking about it. And he put Claude on one side, he put Hanabi on the other, and those were the only 3 stars that he needed.
Yeah, and not only that, right? Having the Claude take the punishment from the Terry was much needed as well, because if the Terry jumped the Hanabi first, I think that could have been a different story, but he basically sacrificed the Claude, right? We saw the 3-star Claude jump in with the Blazing Duet and instantly just got one punch, but it bought enough time for the Hanabi to really ramp up the Golden Staff and just go ham on Floxy's line.
Yeah, I mean, the economy side, he did very well in the early game as well. We saw that he did have a very strong early game start. Toy Mischief Scavenger into Bruiser. Then afterwards, he started to swap towards the Marksman. And finally, when the Metro Zero and the rest of the synergies were available, started to slot that in when he had the chance. Now, looking at the standings coming through, despite getting that first place, Jerry is still a far cry away from that top 4, but inching ever so closer.
And Floxy also getting enough points to get to be in that top 4. But this is, again, anyone's game. Even Cyril Mertens still has a chance to get into top 4, but it has to play the game of his life in the next 2 games. And I mean, again, this group B a lot more different because of the diversity of players that we have. You know, we saw a lot of like Turkish fans, a lot of the Burmese fans here cheering for Jerry as well. And I think after that Game 3 win, I think a lot of them were definitely hopeful that Jerry is going to be one of the finalists.
Yeah, I mean, 2 of the Burmese representatives have been taken out. Cyril Merchants, the only Turkish representative. Well, it's going to be hard. It's going to be a great uphill battle for him. But with a 2 first place positions, it's still possible. So we have to go into round 4, where Cyril Merchants will be drafting first in this drafting phase.
Did run the Cho in the previous game. So no Cho, no Karina, no Yu Zong. The Lawyer is open for Cyril Mertens. It's not one of the prime commanders he goes for. The Minotaur is also up if you want to commit to a line. Just opt for the Valir, which is also a pretty good option.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Valir being picked up by Cyril, Opal straight up going for that Karina, starting to ramp up in terms of that tempo. And let's see what the others go for. Anxiety picking up that Fanny as well. I mean, shout out to him, right? For Winter's Crown, does he even get a 5th? We did not have time to find out because he got eliminated, sadly. But now the Cho coming out from Yaya Nia, who has not had too good of a showing despite being the runner-up for the SEA Games. His counterpart Finn doing extremely well.
Yeah, Cho, Karina, Cushion, Loi, Fanny. For 3 games in a row, we have seen Yu Zongs, but if we look at the placements of all the Yu Zongs, it hasn't really been the sweetest, right? Like in game 1, it was rank 5 by Cyril Merton. Game 3, it was rank 7 by Opal. Who is gonna have the Jerry going for the Amon instead? Okay, so you get that. He's definitely going for a slightly different approach in this game 4.
Yeah, I mean, mirror device created when you build an Amon, right? So yeah, I mean, you are going for the 2 stars, and sometimes it's good direction if the game gives you the 2 stars that you need, but sometimes it's just a double-edged sword because you end up going into a build too early, and then suddenly the game shifts and your build doesn't work out. That's the armor for you.
Yeah, but the mirror device also gives you that potential to kind of find that line quicker than everyone else. You do get some economical injection depending on the go-go card that you go for. But I would say that all eyes again fall on Cyril Mertens and how he wants to play out this game. Because so far, I think he's the one that has been struggling the most. Even with rankings, previous rankings aside, he hasn't really been pivoting much in today's games.
Yeah, I mean, 7 points, just not too good. In terms of overall point standings, whether or not he makes it in the top 4, that's on him. Whether or not he gets that top 1, it's going to be up to the cards as well. So whether or not the set gives him the direction that he needs. So far, the Evos boys, they've been doing extremely well, both standing at 18 and 16 currently. So the Indonesians, alongside Anxiety, who came from our MRS4, so they are going to be representing Indonesia very well and very consistent as well. Now, the one that I'm looking forward to see whether they make it is Floxy and Jerry, who are on the cusp of going into that top 4.
Yep. We're gonna head into game 4 just a little bit to see how this is gonna play out, right? Again, I feel like the race in match 2 in Group B is slightly closer than the ones in Group A, but then again, Group B is also to the fact that we don't have someone who was showing us the level consistency like Finn. You know, he set the record of the highest points at the end of the group stage so far, 34. The only person with the digit 3 at the start. Oppo did have quite a rough one in the previous round. Let's see if he's going to be able to recover now.
Yeah, early game, Shadow Cells being the one of choice here, aspirants for Oppo and Yayania, but we do see the commander cards coming through. Zero Merchants does get the Lunox card from the randomizer, but Anxiety goes for the Kagura card, which is very surprising. Now, with the rest of them, they do pick up their own standard Go-Go commander cards, so we'll have to see how this plays out for the Kagura card coming through for the side of Anxiety.
Getting the early KO F2 with the Chris. Again, Chris works best when he's able to stay in the fight for long. And Oppo having the Karina on the Chris, we did see this yesterday, where it gives you the potential to ramp up very quickly because of your AoE damage. So that could allow Oppo to snowboard slightly quicker, although KOF pieces are pretty expensive to get.
Yeah, Anxiety, it feels like he's going for a very early win streak, right? Pick up the Kagura card, gives you 25% attack and also 25% hybrid lifesteal and 32% hybrid attack. And of course, you get the 8 gold that comes with it as well. But you are very much in that win streak zone. When with that Fanny, yes, it does give you an extra unit, but the unit that he got, the Harif, I don't think that's going to be a great out for him.
One of the weaker units too, even when given the items. Of course, there's the Almond Power. Every time someone reaches 2-star, you get 4 gold. That's the route that Jerry is going down towards. So there are some early snowball angles here for Jerry. That's going to come at the cost of trading that HP away. He is looking at some of the potential 2-stars, but the problem is he's not hitting in first.
Yeah, currently right now taking a look at Zero Merchants and Yayania as well. Going for that early Soul Vessel Starwing. Very good early game synergy. I'm more curious to see, right, whether or not the Aspirants synergy built up that's coming through from bottom 2 players. They will want to go for the Aspirants in the meanwhile, Zero Merchants, of course, we said it before, we'll say it again. He's the one to watch because his points are just way out of reach of top 4.
Yeah. And his maximum points is going to be 23. So the stars have to align for Zero Merchants to make it, but until that point, gotta still fight for that potential slot. 4 Stargazers very early on for Ken, along with Beyond the Clouds, is really gonna stack up the Thunderstorm quickly.
It's a very fast timing to get Beyond the Clouds and Stargazer. And he has a perfect lineup to work with it as well. Now he just needs the itemization. But going into that carousel round, it's going to just determine which direction that they go for. And yeah, the Guinevere, straight up, picked up.
And Jerry continuing to try and get the snowball rolling, but it's also quite interesting as well that he is the one taking the most damage. We sort of talked about how that it's most likely going to be the case. But let's see if this is gonna pan out, right? That Guinevere, if it starts getting him some of that early wins.
Yeah, did he save up the mirror devices? Okay, he goes for the 2-star to get the mirror shards, and then he uses the mirror devices on the Guinevere. Yes, he saves it up. So now he gets the 2-star Guinevere. Now he needs more synergy on that Soul Vessel synergy. Cannot find that Bruiser synergy in time. Only 3 seconds left on the clock. Blessing activated on that Bruiser synergy. He's all inning on that Guinevere.
He gets the perfect activation. Well, it would definitely be a fuse bad moment if the blessing was the aspirant ones, but he did get the bruiser. So now this Guinevere value definitely skyrockets. And being a 2-star as well this early into the game at stage 2-1, Jerry should have no problem winning the round.
Yeah, Jerry now holding all the cards, holding all the momentum. Now this Guinevere is going to be dealing massive damage. 12,000 to the board of Anxiety here. And Anxiety is not a weak player either. He went for a Kagura card, going for that early win streak, but taking so much damage coming out from the side of Jerry.
That's 4 bruisers out already at the cost of toy mischief, but it's not an important factor for Jerry at this point of time. Nia get the early Garden's Helm and the Obsidia. So more of a mix, a blend of synergies. So we'll be anticipating a bit of that lose streak on his end.
Yeah, he expects to win this round though. He's keeping himself at 19. Now, Ken is letting everyone know that Jerry has a 2-star Guinevere. And yeah, it's still early days, so there's not a lot of things you can do about it till you reach that level 7. Everyone's still at level 6. He got it from the carousel, and he got it through the mirror devices. So the next Go-Go card is going to play into their hands right now. It's going to be the blue card after the creep round.
I won't fail again.
Irash finds his win here. It seems like Gaia once again being put at the bottom in terms of the health. He's gonna go for some extra punch with the diverse synergy, the purest power. I think he also has the chill sack that we just saw. That's why we saw that item coming out in the middle of the round. The breath of the berserk being picked up there for Anxiety. Rogue's aid for Zero Mertens for the extra power. Both Floxy and Yuresh going for jump the gun, and the Dark Blade for Oppo. We don't see that often, but when you have a Karina that can execute targets, the Dark Blade actually has a lot more value because of the health regen reduction, but also can free you up, and you don't have to go for the Sea Halber or the Glowing Wand.
Yeah, you don't have to go for that anymore. But the crazy thing is, right, Jerry, he went for the Uncertain Fortune, which is you either get 7 gold or you get 15 gold. So I wonder what was his outcome, right? Whether he got the 7 or the 15. We won't find out until we see his gold count, but it's okay. Meanwhile, Yareg is on that win streak on the Loi. Now, Floxy's board looking like a full aspirant build up. He's going for that full late game. He does have the itemizations to back him up.
At the early Valentina too, with the Molina's Gift and the Enchanted Talisman here for Floxy. Valentina and Layla will be the main breadwinner, but Layla functions best when there's no one in front of her face due to her dealing more damage to further target. But as of now, the pieces aren't really in place just yet. They don't have the star level needed. Floxy will be forced to take that 13 to the face.
Yeah, Oppo currently with that Dark Blade, able to find some work with that Glue Soul Vessel. Now, Scavenger build coming out from Yareg. Despite him going Scavengers, he is getting a lot of economy. The first one to hit level 8 will be him and Zero Merchants here, as they will start to roll into that 4-cost pool.
For Metro Zero, 2 aspirants currently sitting at 70, so very minuscule amount by the aspirant standards, but we are looking at Evo's Oppo, who had the Dark Blade damage reduction, and all funnel into the glue as well, that has a Pass Law on top of him, and a max stack Twin Blades.
Yeah, but gets taken out by the Granger. The Harif is still alive on the side of Yareg, right? The split can come through. He does have half HP. He goes for 2 Harifs. So these 2-star Harifs are going to start dealing a lot of damage.
And let's have the Xavier enchantment, courtesy of the Law Yi, so extra damage on top due to it being a mage. Gonna have another. Gonna find a Terry Bogart here for the front. Asper's Blessing activated here, but sadly, not really the best in this situation now that we're 2-6 in. Does find himself the Claw, has the 4 marksman synergy. Now, Metro 06 marksman becomes a possibility for Yayania.
I mean, I think he has to go for this angle right now. His HP threshold is falling a bit too low. 43 at this point, and yeah, it's not looking too good for him. Despite being the Cho, yeah, you do have one more Gogo card, you have one more Carousel, and that's just too much RNG to count on. You don't really have a board to back you up. Once again, he takes 15 damage, falling to 28 HP. Things are not looking good for our Filipino representative.
And you can see the frustration on his face already.
Stronger the curse.
Like, he's not able to get to the pieces that he wants, but the pieces that he's looking for are heavily contested. So now always one step behind, forced to take the +1. And hopefully that feeds into the 0 Metro, but doesn't solve the problem that his pieces aren't dealing enough output. And he's sitting at 11 points on the leaderboard. So if he bombs out last here, he might just miss out his shot to get to the grand finals. And by the way, it's also a SEA Games 2nd place as well for MCGG.
Yeah, so currently Opal went for that Sea Halberd despite the fact that he had that Dark Blade already. So he's going for minus regen to the max. So yeah, you can see like, yeah, he's going for a set strategy where you're not going to be able to regenerate your HP. If you're playing any form of tanky units, well, it's time to discard them immediately and start going for pure damage because Opal is kind of throwing everyone else into his world.
And that takes away a lot of that benefit that you get if you go for that extra hybrid lifesteal in the late round. And also kind of takes away the value if people are running into the Condita with the Ice Queen's 1. It couldn't make the difference, right? Good against the Hanabi if we see that Fat Shoe. And that applies to the Kagura Gogo cards as well. 4 Swift Blaze, 4 Star Wings here. The Vexana shows up in the store, but not really what is needed. Yayania, I need to figure out how to, again, diversify that board a little bit, but running tight on space. He needs the X-Borg to free a slot from that Roger.
Yeah, desperately needs it so. And it's not coming in because level 8, not too big of a percentage of getting that 5 cost either. You really want to hit that level 9, but yeah, he doesn't have the board space to make it work. Now, Cyril Mertens also slightly on the ropes. We needed to watch him here, but still, he's able to find a win onto Foxy, who has not managed to find anything with the Beyond the Clouds combo so far.
Yayania down to his last life at 12 HP. There's 2-star Juicing possibility. We did see Cyril Mertens. He did have the Claw Death device. And being able to find that Granger as well. 13 sharp refreshers for Anxiety with the Glittering Jewels. And the Trust Fund there for Jerry. So trying to amp up the economy. Blood Claws for Opal. Magic Immersion for Yuresh, who's going for a lot of casting. But for Cyril Mertens, another attempt to really bank on the big pieces with Leaf and Flower.
Yeah, Leaf and Flower, 4 costs, 5 costs, you gain 25% attack speed. That's what he's trying to go for here. So hopefully that plays into his favor. He does have a lot of 5 costs, a lot of 4 costs here. But hopefully he gets to find the synergy.
Even Yayania, right? This is just a bit of desperation. A bit of desperation thrown into it as well. He also went for Leaf and Flower on his last legs. 6 marksman hits the X-Borg in time, but not sure if this is gonna be enough. 2-star Barras comes out. 2-star Hanabi. All the crucial pieces falling into place, but is it too late?
Yeah, 9 out of 9, level 8. Next battle coming through. Might be his last or might be his battle cry here. We're gonna have to see as he goes up against Yarej, who is having that Beyond the Clouds combo.
Yarej getting mopped by Nia. Again, the crucial pieces
My new life.
coming in just in time for Nia. And not only that, they also all benefit from that leaf and flower. So this could be the comeback run
Me harness
for our
you.
Filipino representative.
Yeah, does manage to get the Irithel as well, but still, it only offers a replacement. His main piece is still on that 2-star Hanabi and that 2-star Barrage that's dealing most of the damage here. Now, the Guinevere has been picked up by Jerry. Now, two 2-star Guineveres, ever so close to that 3-star. He already has that 6 Bruiser synergy with 2 Guineveres on the board here.
Kadita 2 for Yarej there. And Jerry looking mighty fine with the streak that he's got there. He'll be going up against Chen as Zero Merchants will face off against Yarej. The Kadita and the Arla dead. Big AoE to wipe out the front line. Having the Atlas really draw attention from the back line as well. That Irithel being held hostage and Yarej finding a very, very big win there. Nia though getting knocked out, and that's another last place finish.
Yeah, that puts him at 12 points, which is not looking too good. Even if he gets first place at 20 points. And we saw the cutoff for Group A was way more than that. It was up to the levels of the 24 points, I believe. And now,
23 points for a tiebreaker.
Yeah, 23 points for a tiebreaker, but Arvin did manage to get 24, right? Yeah, that's right. So Jerry completes the 3-star Guinevere. So we're going to have to see whether this Guinevere build is going to work out. But Opal does have a very good minus HP regeneration. So he does go up against Opal.
Jerry with the 3-star Gwyn. The beginning of the win streak. And Jerry did finish first in the previous game. We did talk about a potential miracle run. And this is looking to be it, right? Jerry hitting his stride in the second half of Group B. It's a quick correction as well. Actually, Arvin hit 23, I think, but Finn knocked. But the tiebreaker didn't happen because 5th place of 22, thanks to Finn.
Yeah,
the cutoff point here. I don't know. It's looking to be a bit higher than game 1 based on the state of things. So Nia maximum of 20 points is definitely not looking good, like you said.
Yeah, not looking too good indeed. Zero Mertens also in dire strait as well. He does get the +1 kept together with Chen as well. No game-changing pieces, but Opal does take away the Iori. He picks it up for himself, but it didn't do too well in the hands versus that 3-star Guinevere. And right now, we're looking at Opal's board. He does have the Guinevere Bruiser build for himself, but I don't think this is enough. He's banking everything on the Iori. 3-star Guinevere versus 3-star Iori. Going late. I feel that, 3-star Guinevere takes it over 2-star Iori. My mistake.
He's not going to be hitting Gwyn 3 anytime soon unless Jerry gets knocked out, but it doesn't seem likely to. And he needs 1 more KOF for 4 KOFs. Zero Mertens, 9 Metro Zero, 6 Marksman. Since coming from a mile away, has the Vexana to boot as well. It all comes down to this Irithel, but Anxiety just mopping the floor. He needs an Irithel too. Zero Mertens, again, not able to get the ball rolling. Can't even say he can't get the ball rolling. He got the ball rolling, but it always seems to fall short at the last minute.
Yeah, it's always about that timing coming slightly too late for Zero Mertens, and he finds himself at a very big point disadvantage in the same street as Nia, who is very close to not qualifying here. Depending on the point cap here, I doubt it, but still, looking at the top few players coming in, Chen, currently sitting at 16 points. He has a very good lineup so far. Opal not able to find the Guinevere level 3 or level 2 in his sights.
And this 3-star Guinevere has been... I mean, Jerry has been hitting some sick, like 3 stars forecast. Although I would say the Guinevere actually took a chunk of damage. But output from Oppo insufficient. Jerry knocks him out. Oppo getting finishing in 5th spot. And now Jerry puts himself in a very comfortable position. It's him and Anxiety. Yaresh also getting taken care of, I believe.
Yeah, that's Yaresh out. So top 3. So Anxiety versus Chen and also Jerry going into that orange creep round. Yep, we're not going to see the Lord probably unless this goes extremely late, but taking a look at their build once again, right? Bruiser coming out from Jerry, always highly sought after with that Shadow Cell, but Chen does have the Mages and the Stargazer, and we saw it coming out on top, but you need that 3-star Kadita and 3-star Valentina.
Yeah. I think the easiest way to put it is also the 3 stars forecast have been sort of the win conditions for, I think, the current meta. So that's why we kind of see these 3-star rushes. Even that Terry 3-star was a thing we saw in the previous game. Something that kind of needs to be re-emphasized every now and then for maybe the viewers who are struggling to comprehend this, how big of a deal the 3-star forecast is. It has been those breadwinners, those win conditions in these crucial late game rounds, right? Like the Kadita is also a line that can be that Jerry, that can be taken, but not for Jerry at least. It's not something that he needs to invest in.
Yeah, it's staple. If, let's say you want to hit the mythic rank, that 3-star farm is going to be crucial to determining who's first and who's second, right? Of course, you can consistently finish top 4, but that 3-star forecast is very important, especially the stats increase, right? Valentina, yes, 2-star good enough, but 3-star Guinevere is just monstrous. It can solo entire boards here, and Jerry does 17 damage to Anxiety.
I think from this point onwards, it also comes down to not just the usual unit placements, but the limited pivot that is available, right? Because most of the boards have been locked in. You see that 3-star Gwyn that we've been harping on about, the 6-star wings as well, with this K being at the forefront. This Iori also can be quite a problem with the constant crowd control. They should be able to make it to the carousel, at least 2 of them. So Chen obviously being on the ropes right now, but at the same time, he also has that win streak. So there's a good chance that all 3 of them make it to the carousel, and it comes down to that Winter Crown acquisition.
Oh, avoids one of Guinevere's punches with the rough waves, but gets taken out. Guinevere falling extremely low, does have that Winter's Crown. Eternal Guard is set up, but the HP regen coming through. The lifesteal is coming in clutch. The Ediths is not gonna be enough. It's half HP. So close. Jerry waves a fist of relief. Anxiety taking 18 damage, and also Chen taking 17 damage. This puts them in very low HP contention. And yo, this one of them is going to go up against the Shadow, so the Mirror. So hopefully it's not Jerry's Mirror.
There was actually a good window for the Cure to do work as well, right? We needed a Cure too, but unfortunately, there wasn't anyone to continuously sandbag the Gwyn. The Valentina tree is also, I think, 1 piece away here. Is he gonna get it? Doesn't have the econ to roll.
Yeah, sad for Chen, but he goes up against Anxiety, so he does get a bit of a chance here if he can win out Anxiety, which he has been doing so far with that 2-star Vexana. And the Valentina, well, I mean, he did sack the 2-star Vexana to roll for it, so he won't have the Vexana anymore. But he does go on to the carousel.
Yeah. And Jerry will be able to beat Anxiety. Just take him down. 21. Anxiety only has 19. So it's down to Chen and Jerry. So there is a chance for the 3-star Valentina, but most importantly is Jerry's chances of making it to playoffs, right? Because minimum he's gonna get 20 points by the end of this. The Weapon Master emblem there for Chen. I think Jerry went for the Stargazer. 3-star Valentina out. So Stargazer emblem, excuse me, for Chen.
Yeah. So deciding who to put it on, puts it on the Kyo Kusanagi. Does put in another meat shield in the form of an Alucard in front at 99. Beyond the Clouds, Valentina versus what Jerry has in the form of that Guinevere, that 3-star Guinevere. Man, it's gonna be tough, but the Akai is gonna come into play with that Feline Blade.
See the positioning of the Guinevere. We have a couple of bodies that she needs to sift through to get to the Valentina, but the Molina's gift did delay that Valentina a little bit, but the Winter Crown proc very early on to the Shadow Strike, so Jerry is gonna have 2 more lives to try and make things right. At the same time, it's also worth pointing out the Mage Blessing being activated by the Valentina. 6 mages and 2 Stargazer crystals, one on the Kyo and the other one I think on the Zhu Xin. So 6 Stargazers, that means the Kyo could gets to continuously spam the fireballs, and that softens up the front lines of Jerry. So he's now looking for an Akai too if possible, because the Akai needs to be able to at least get the heavy spin to the back before it goes down to allow Guinevere to have the space to cut through the rest of the bodies.
And this Valentina is going to do a lot of work here. He is going to be able to shred through the front lines. The positioning is just perfect right in front of the Guinevere. This is exactly where he needs to be. Props to Winter's Crown. This Guinevere, yes, finally might have met his matcher. Jerry scratching his head. He needs the Akai 2-star to kind of put things back in check. This Lord round is going to be a bit of a breather for both opponents. It's still anyone's game. Whoever rolls into what they need right now is gonna determine who gets 8 points versus who gets 7 points, and both of them are hurting for that first place.
Jerry has a choice that he needs to make. He has the Weapon Master on this Gwyn. That extra hybrid lifesteal is actually the least of is actually not a problem for Chen, because he has so much damage output with the constant spamming of the abilities. I'm not even sure if the Winter Crown can make a difference, because they can't get through the Edith fast enough. Double Eeyore is coming out, but that again doesn't solve the problem. Maybe a Weapon Master will, right? 6 Weapon Master, and you just bank on the fact that you have enough hybrid lifesteals to cut right through.
Target acquired. I'm in charge here.
Goes for the 2-star Masha and a 2-star Benedetta.
Is it worth putting the items? I think it's worth putting items on the Benedetta. 1 Electro Final Blow, and he needs 1 good one as well. Needs to be on top of the Valentina if possible.
Oh, now Gwyn not facing the Valentina. Might not have a chance because there's too much burst damage coming through, and Ken not able to clear it out. Jerry, congratulations on getting that. Ken, congratulations on getting that first place. That Guinevere 3-star, not gonna do enough in the face of that Valentina 3-star. Ken, what a build coming out from Stargazer Mages. Truly the counter to the 3-star Guinevere.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of answers to the 3-star Guinevere, which, we were scratching our heads to figure out from yesterday. There were some theories that we brought up, but today we really see it come to fruition as well. It's also worth noting that I think that puts Jerry, I think 20 or 21 points, and Ken at 24. So the race for the grand finals is still pretty tight. We now see the threshold for first, I think it's currently 24 or 5. And this also eliminates some of the possibilities for, I think, Yelenia and Sarah Martins. There's almost no way back in the contention, but it has been quite a well-spread competition in that top 4, especially in that late game. Jerry really stepping up in the second half.
Yeah, Jerry really coming out hot since game 3 win, of course. And of course, game 4, he's been doing extremely good. And hopefully he gets to go to the grand finals, because there's not a lot of representation left for the rest of Myanmar, because K1 and Willosu just got knocked out in Group A. But meanwhile, on the side of Group B, not looking too good for our representatives from across the globe as well. Yaya, the Filipino representative, the only one left, not able to perform well, and as well as our Turkish representative, Cyril Mertens, who has not a lot of points to work with. So it's going to be hard, but taking a back at the match overview here, all these 8 players, what did they go for, what went wrong, and how did Ken and Jerry come up on top?
And I think Jerry was also, you can't really fault him, right? We saw that confidence when he hit that Gwyn tree. There was no one to stop him. But at the same time, gotta give props to Ken for leaning not just into the Valentina, but also having the trust fund. He was only him and Jerry went for the trust fund, but having your Resh out of the picture basically freed up Ken to lean fully into that Valentina, and getting 2 Stargazer Crystal as well really sealed the deal for that game. 6 Stargazer, 6 Mages, 3-star Valentina proved to be too much for Jerry, who needed to slowly peel through the front line.
Yeah, just like RL, guys, get a trust fund for your kids, please, because yeah, your kids will thank you for it, especially if you're able to afford it. But of course, looking back into the games, looking back into the highlights, we saw Ken not having the best of starts. He was forced to go for the shield extremely early on, but given the fact that he was going for a Stargazer build extremely early, that beyond the clouds as well, he started ramping up the Thunderstones up to that 99 mark, and finally being able to get that 3-star Valentina that managed to secure him out the game. But that was not the only factor, right? That Stargazer emblem was the key factor that just opened up the rest of the board for him.
Yeah, and even the items that Jerry put on the Guinevere, you can see is really centered on just the Guinevere being a freight train. So one of the glass cannon, it's a glass cannon more than anything, right? The Purify was to make sure that there's no crowd control, but against Ken, crowd control wasn't really necessary with the build, with the composition that he's going. For him, it's all about raw damage that stiff arms you, right? Takes you down before you can even hit the backline, and sort of that was the story. So it sort of negated what Jerry brought to the table as well, despite his best efforts in giving that Guinevere hybrid lifesteal. But it doesn't really matter if you can't survive long enough to deal the damage.
Yeah, 50,000 damage, 49,469 on the Valentina. That's just a lot of damage. And of course, one of the key factors that actually led to him having the HP to do so is the rock solid card that he got last minute to get the 20 shield for Commander. We saw the play out of Finn in that previous Group A, and now Ken, he does the same play for himself before picking up that trust fund, and it actually led to him winning the game here. Beyond the Clouds gotten for him very early, then going for that Stargazer and Mage combination, getting that Luminexus also for that added splash damage, and also other added synergies just here and there, just to make sure that he wins the entire game.
Yeah, and that, I think now we're starting to kind of catch a glimpse into some of the approaches, right? There's rock solid, because the fact that when we get the blue go card, rock solid is only shows up there, and sometimes this one extra round, I feel like that was also the round that allowed him to get into the carousel. So Ken keeping Indonesia on top of the standings. Let's take a look at the current standings by the end of game number 4. Ken coming in first with 24, followed by Opal with 21, and Anxiety as well. Jerry slotting himself into top 4 with 20 points, followed by Floxy with 19, Yaresh with 18, Yaya in 7th with 12 points, and Cyril Mertens with only 9 points in 8th place.
And guys, this is closer than ever, right? Despite the fact that Yaya and Cyril Mertens are out, your Reg, Floxy, Jerry, Anxiety, and Opal, they are all at risk of falling into that bottom 4 zone. And even Ken, if he gets last place, suddenly there will be 4 other players that will overtake you. So every round matters here right now. And yeah, unlike Group A, where Finn was completely dominating, he secured his entrance into the grand final by round 4. There is no telling who is going to be top 4 here. There's no telling who's secured into the grand final. It's still anyone's game.
Yeah. And so far to this point, if there is any kind of reoccurring theme, is about a point that Finn brought up in that Group A, which was, if anyone pay attention to the winner's interview, is about the aggression, right? Something that really made all the difference for Finn and allowing him to be consistently top 3 is the fact that he is exploiting his opponents not being aggressive enough so that he himself can comfortably take early losses, get that lose streak, and then convert it into a late game board. But I felt like that has been addressed, at least by these Group B players, where everyone is looking to hit as hard as possible. We've seen Cyril Mertens, for example, doubling, tripling down into a single piece and committing go-go cards to it as well. Whereas we have more traditional, more meta approaches like what Ken did, holding onto rock solid, going for economy. And so far, I think the economy way, the finance way, is still the one that has a better payout in the long run.
Yeah, Jerry getting his hands on the Loyi this time. Your Reg going for the Yuzong. Cyril Mertens going for the 1-1. And as you said, right? Yeah, we have players like Floxy as well getting the Hanabi extremely early, going for that marksman build into the Metro Zero, which is completely different against the grain from that Group A players as well. They don't play by their standard set of rules. They don't play by your standard meta. There are other ways to win the game, and as long as the game provides them the pieces to do it, they're gonna do it, man. They're just gonna bring the pieces out and just be like, yo, your Guinevere, man, we don't need that. I'm bringing a 3-star Hanabi, I'm bringing a 3-star Claude, and this is gonna be the way I play the game. Now, Anxiety, he's going against the grain too. He's going for a Kagura pick in that final game.
Yeah. And also allows you to get some early snowball rolling, right? You get a very fat shield for your units. Something that Anxiety has been also leaning into is a very defensive way of playing that game. We even saw that he went for 4 winner crowns at one point, and then the downfall was the lack of damage output. But we also saw some of these players going for the Shadow Cell synergy when they get those early Shadow Cells. And so far we've only seen 2 players do it. One of it has been Floxy in this Group B.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, Floxy, very, very different in terms of approach when it comes to the entire game in general. But looking at the first go-go cards that are going to be picked up right now, it's going to be pretty much standard across the board, except for Opal here, who does go for, is that the Amon card? Yeah, that's the Amon card.
Let's see if anyone goes against the Commander Go-Go, out of their way. So far, most of it, according to plan, Floxy did take the Kagura Go-Go card. That's one that extra punch to it. Anxiety willing to go for the lose streak. So only places the Sicilian. Looking for that early economy into that level 5 and that level 6. So he's looking for the 2-3 cost.
Yeah, one of the easiest way to get the 20 gold cost is to lose your games and save your gold, guys. You know, saving money is the best way to earn money somehow. And right now, we do see some people already taking the damage. You're gonna take 7 to 6 damage anyway in that first round. So if you can secure yourself your 20 gold interest and then play from there, why not do so? And that's the approach that Anxiety is going for this time. But of course, he does pick up the Kagura, so he wants to have some form of an early advantage too.
Yeah. Already a strong front with the 2-star Atlas and Lolita too. There's also a small detail to note that the Lolita shield doesn't have a fixed range. You can proc on the 2 units as long as there are targets on the map. But up against the Jawhead, the damage output definitely is a lot more there. Not to mention that Oppo does have the 2 marksmen available. But there is a slight ramp up that allows him to tear through Eureka's front line, even though they were both 2 stars.
Yeah, Oppo at this point, he has that aspirant synergy as well. Does not have the 4 aspirants, but you can see that he's starting to build up into that Toy Mischief as well, so that he can secure a bit of mid game for himself. Now, Cyril Merton sitting on 20 gold, just considering whether or not he does need the readiness, because he does see it in the shop, and that Toy Mischief synergy is never wrong to go for.
I believe it's been 2-3 games. I think the last game and the last game we haven't really seen the Toy Mischief as much. The players so far at least haven't been leaning into that, but early Kadita for Ye and Nia, having some of that extra magical damage too, I believe has Beyond the Cloud. It's gonna give him a bit of that early edge, especially the Kadita, a very important piece that has high value with good payout without any items. Sort of like a Leslie that does great base damage with the abilities before you put any items on her, but the trade-off is that Kadita does the exact same, has AoE splash, but also has that iframes.
Yeah, but the difference is right now, there's a Xavier in the shop, there's a Xavier in the carousel, and I'm curious to see if anyone goes for it for that early Beyond the Clouds combo, but no, they're just going for different kind of items, and only Cyril going for that character piece, which is the Saber. Now, the itemizations help a lot more in terms of having the flexibility, having the openness of just going into anything that you want, depending on whether you pick the magical item or physical item. But meanwhile, if you pick character, if you pick chess piece, you're really set into that forecast, or either that, or you're just going for economy.
There's one thing that, you know, in future tournaments that I would like for the QOL is to see the current goal that the players have in the HUD. That would be a good way to kind of gauge the current economical stats without having to look at the players. But for now, it's fair to assume that we are looking for at least a 30 goal cap, so that you could safely hit that 6 by stage 2-3. It has been the trend for the entire set so far, and then you can start having some mini chances of hitting the forecast, but also gives you a good opportunity to go into that carousel and start working on your synergies.
Yeah, at this point, it's gonna be a tough look coming in from the side of the Kagura here. So yeah. He went for, Anxiety went for a very early lose streak. Right now, he's hurting a bit on HP, but not as much as Jerez though, right? On the Yuzong, you really are banking on your first Go-Go card. It's coming in the next round, but already at 67, the Cambodian representative not really having a good time against the early aggression coming out from Ken and also Jerry at this point, who are at 100, and Oppo as well, who's also at 100.
One of those figures is going to break by the end of this, but we are seeing that Golden Staff on the Dijang. It's just 2 Soul Vessels up against a Dijang that is decked out in 3 items. The AoE damage should be enough. The Matilda is able to get the Soul Bloom off as well. This OT favors Chen, and he finds that win. So putting a stop to the health loss and bringing Anxiety down to 77. As we near this item round, we talk about them. The players usually hitting that level 6 at 2-2 and 2-3 latest. Frontier Blitz for Jerry. So leaning into the full damage. He does have the Loi, and he's given the Aulus as the Loi's choice of 3 cost. So the Toy Mischief looks very juicy to lean into.
Yeah, and Jerry ate a scavenger unit as well. The Karina being eaten up, the Leona on the Aulus, yeah, that gives him an extra unit to work with. So 28% hybrid attack. The Aulus with that Toy Mischief, he's leaning towards eco now, given that the fact that he's on a very comfortable amount of HP, he can work towards getting the level. So he's gonna start saving gold, not buying any units unless he sees something that he fancies in the shop, like this Barats here.
Yeah. 3 scavengers and Just have the Mischief Gachapon. So this is also very telling of the direction Zero Mertens wants to go into, and it has been the theme for today, at least for him, where he heavily leads into a strat. But you are dealing with Jerry, who is being gifted free Aulas. And that's what worries me, right? That means that the Aulas in the pool is lesser, but also the fact that he needs levels, but at the same time, his health not looking too good. So hopefully, he's gonna be able to at least win this round to ease, to smoothen out the curve, so that he can start hitting the 2 stars on his Toy Mischief and hit 6 Toy Mischief for the extra item.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough straight though. There's 2 Uranuses on the board to deal with. The Barats does split into 2. This 4 cost. Will it be enough to carry him through against Layla? Yes, it is. But you see that he went for the Saber. He instantly sold the Saber for economy here. So you can tell that Zero Merchants, he's trying to ramp up the pace of the game, but he's also at the same time to set in the strategy of going for that Toy Mischief when it's being very heavily contested for by the other opponents.
Chen actually threw up a warning as well, telling everyone that, hey, Jerry is 2 Auluses away from a 3-star Aulus. And man, Jerry, I'd say incredibly smart play in how he approaches the game, right? I think his rate of hitting 3 stars has been one of the fastest today, and has been super consistent as well. This Aulus, if he is able to hit the 3-star Aulus, we're going to be looking at Jerry making it at least to that top 3. Would take his first loss against Foxy, thanks to that Karina Twin Blade Bruiser Belleric.
Yeah, at this point, Jerry, I mean, he's okay to take the loss because he's going for the economy. You know that he just wants to buy the pieces if it comes across in his shop, not using any reroll gold at this point. His HP is very, very comfortable. But something that I'm worried about a lot is your Reg. I mean, he did get that Go-Go card, that golden Go-Go card, the orange one, but look like it's not enough.
Yep. And Yuresh, still not in the clear just yet, so needs to fight harder. I mean, so far, I think Yurej's side, he's looking for some aspirants cash out, right? He's also running Toy Mischief, so we have 3 players who are leaning into Toy Mischiefs, but obviously Jerry's, at this point of time, is closest to getting the last laugh. But at least for Yurej, the way out is to get that aspirants cash out, but he needs to start winning rounds to have more time to stack up that aspirant. 40 points per round isn't really that much if you are losing all these rounds, and Yuresh, he's starting to feel the heat.
Yeah, taking 11 damage, looking a bit defeated at the camera, still thinking about what to do here. Floxy now minus 10 HP as well. Zero Merchant, we talked about him just not having a good time right now, and he loses out to Anxiety's Guinevere with a golden staff and a winter crown. So now going into the carousel round, nothing game changing here, and a Kai here would actually change the game, but definitely not so.
Zero Merchant's going for the Weapon Master too. The Weapon Master Crystal, but we've already talked about the line that he's leaning into, and that's exactly the Toy Mischief thanks to the Go-Go card that he picked for himself. Yuresh having that extra hero slot. So to throw in the Minotaur first, needs a stronger front. Marksman doesn't seem to be the way to go because he already has the Claw, and all the items are on the Claw. I feel like you should put the items on the Leslie for now, because you have that base damage with the ult. Yeah,
I mean, it's a very close call for him. He chooses the AoE over the single target damage, so might work out. Not too sure though. But Zero Merchant still in very dire straits here against Floxy, as he does have a very strong bruiser build. This Barrage once again can try and carry him through, but the Granger is still alive in the back line. So Zero Merchants taking 13 here at a loss about what to do next here. Now meanwhile, for Yurej, he's also falling extremely low, but this Leslie and Claude pulling him through just in the nick of time.
Needed that win. Now he's at 200 stacks of the aspirants. 3 more rounds to 300, that's the threshold of the cash out that we usually see. Depends on how the next few rounds go. He gets the Terry Bogard to replace the Minotaur. Ideally, you want a 2-star Claude, and that is going to be able to get him through the next few rounds. Anxiety also looking for a line of his own. Does have the Guinevere, but is, again, missing out on that 2-star power spike.
Yeah, very early Aspirin's cash out. Does have the defender synergy together with Dauntless as well. Bit of defense here, but it's not going to be enough, I feel, versus a lot of the other opponents. Maybe not your Reg, though. Your Reg, with that Claude, is it going to be enough? He does have that Aspirant's like gem on the Claude, though.
So when the cash out comes through, the Claude can do even more damage. The Terry Bogard also hanging on pretty well, but it's going to be proving to be quite the headache. Max stacks with the Golden Staff with the Winter Crown and the Dauntless Crystal 2. Anxiety survives your Reg. I mean, these two players are really fighting for their lives. Same as Zero Mertens, but at least for chance of qualification in the Grand Finals, is a lot more dire for your Reg and Anxiety.
Yeah, your Reg falling closer and closer away from the Grand Finals now with the last Go-Go card. Fateful Dice Mirror has been picked up for Ken, and now we do see the Starwing synergy coming out for the side of Floxy as well. Attack and defend for Zero Mertens, a last-ditch effort, and Magic Surge coming out for Yeye Nia as well, going for the Beyond the Clouds into the Stargazer synergy, and your Reg did get 45 Commander EXP, so hopefully that brings him back in the running.
Is built upon trust.
Very much needed to get him to level 9. This should be a level 9 angle. Yep, instantly hits it. Needs that 4 cost and the 1 extra slot for the heroes. Yeye Nia doing the same as well. Gonna hit the Edith. Now trying to sell the board. It's all about the synergy.
Armaments.
The 4 cost is going to be it. Yuresh doing the exact same thing. Hanabi being a choice as well. Takes it for the marksman. Hits the Irritel at the same time. 4 marksmen. 6 marksmen. Now being what he can fall back to.
The bell tolls for you.
Does get the 2-star in the Ixia, but he only has, okay, he finally has that 6 right now. Able to pump out the board, but that Hanabi gonna be his fallback factor. The only 2-star that's reliable together with the Irithel. That's the 5 cost.
I believe he also has a Carmilla, so that Lumen Nexus benefiting the Hanabi as well as the Glaive bounces. Amplifies the damage as he bounces between the targets of the Lumen Nexus. Jerry though having a hell of a day with this 3-star Aulus. 91 health, poised to take top 3 at least, and almost guaranteed Grand Finals appearance there.
Let's get the Akai. So it will throw a wrench into the works of people that are building up into that Toy Mischief, right? So now he sees that, yeah, there's not a lot available for the side of Zero Mertens. He does have the 6 Toy Mischief, but now for him, it's more about rolling into the Akai.
Even for Anxiety, the Gwyn 2 is not coming home. This is a bit of a headache. The 6 bruises needs to survive long enough. It's gonna be up against Ken. And look at that Kadira. Double Ice Queen's 1 and a Holy Crystal. But the magical burst damage is gonna be enough to carry him through. And for Anxiety, it's all about this Guinevere. There's 6 bruises. Can it hit fast enough? He has a Kadira to deal with. The Guinevere is gonna clear that back. Between him and the Kadita, that's the first rough wave. This 50 stacks Golden Staff coming right through for Anxiety.
Anxiety still banking all his eggs on that Guinevere train. Somehow, some way, just clutching it through on that 1-star Guinevere. That shield value providing a lot of value together with that 25% hybrid lifesteal that he has. Now Yeye Nia on his last legs here does have that Starwing into Stargazer with the Beyond the Clouds combo. Now hurting for either that 2-star Harley, 2-star Vixana, or the eventual 3-star Kadita.
And the main problem right now is that he doesn't have the best items for his carries too. Just now what we saw was Holy Crystal, Ice Queen's won, but this Kadita, at best, is just a Winter Crown and the Enchanted Talisman, but they don't contribute too much to damage. It's more on being able to cast the rough waves more often and relying on just sheer disruption there so the Kadita can go to work. The Kai needs to go first, but it's split into two. As long as the Winter Crown doesn't proc on this Kadita too early, he might have a chance. He needs one more rough wave for this Aura to go down. The cast needs to come true, but the Aura split just enough, and Nia again falls.
Yeah, that puts him out of contention here. Zero Merchants and Anxiety also out as well. So we do have 5 of these players contending for the points here. Anxiety, I'm not too sure. 23 is the good cutoff point here because you Reg, Foxy, and also Jerry. They are lacking in points, but currently they're still in the running for this.
If only the Kadita for Nia wasn't holding onto a War Axe and was an actual magic damage item, that would have been so much more different. Top 5 it is, Jerry and your Reg. The Group A wildcards to a certain degree, Floxy as well. The unconventional, this is more of an unexpected top 5. At least in the running, all of them are looking for that Grand Finals appearance, and the best part is that all of them can actually kick Anxiety out of that spot. So Anxiety, he's definitely living up to his name, waiting to see what this final result is going to be.
Yeah, dude, even till the end, he gives us Anxiety. But now, with the double Ice Queen wand, Kadita, is it enough here? Now, the Guinevere is carrying through from the side of Floxy. Ken gets taken out. Floxy puts himself even higher. Now, Ken, a bit in danger as well. 24 points. That you're not safe, my man.
Yeah. Anxiety, all of them. I mean, your Resh is going to tie with Anxiety if he goes out next, right? So Anxiety now, he's going to be watching with bated breath. And
28.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like Anxiety, the cutoff, right, is 23.
Yeah.
So like that, like if your Resh makes it the top 3, he overtakes Anxiety. But if your Resh makes it the top 3, everyone overtakes Anxiety, and he's out of contention.
Exactly. So
Yuresh just needs to survive.
Yuresh needs to survive here.
Easier said than done. Can he do it against Oppo?
Oppo trying to bring his other Indonesian teammate through into the grand finals now. So far, so good. The Luminexus with the Claude takes out Yareg. Yareg falls short by 1 point.
There is going to be a tiebreaker that we need to look at as well, as we will have that tabulated in just a little bit according to the rule book. So we're looking at total tournament points. They are both same. And then we look at the number of first place finishes. I don't think Yuresh or Anxiety has first place finishes. So we're looking at the number of top 4 finishes. And that will come to light by the end of this game. So if anyone has been keeping track, we are going to have the answer.
Yeah, Anxiety has a bit more, I would say, but I can't be too sure right now. So really going into the top 3 here. Now, Floxy and Jerry, they're coming in very close. Jerry wants to get that top position, that 28 points, to tie it up with Ken and also secure himself a better placement in that grand finals. And of course, 4 players from Group B. We've already seen the Group A players that are making it to the grand finals, but now we decide the final 4 coming through here. Now, Jerry, Floxy, and Oppo, they're all in contention.
Hold on a minute. This is the final 4, right? Because you have Ken in, and then the minimum now is 6 points. Floxy is going to cap at 25. Oppo 26. Jerry, Oppo 27. Jerry 26. This is our top 4. We are already looking at our grand finalists. So unfortunately for Yuresh and Anxiety, the tiebreaker doesn't matter anymore. Now it's for bragging rights. Jerry has a chance to tie with Chen, and Oppo has the chance to overtake Chen by the end of this if he finishes first. But Jerry doesn't seem to have the best round so far, with Oppo taking 24 out of his health bar. And Oppo also took down Floxy with the mirror. So it seems like Oppo is poised to finish first at this point of time.
Yeah, Opal with that marksman build looking extremely strong. This is the build that Floxy brought out in that first half of this game. And also, he did actually run into it in the second game. Didn't really work too well for him. But now the Hanabi pieces are being opened up right now for Opal. But he doesn't have the space to work with. He's choosing between the Kadita and the Hanabi.
Yeah, what's the way out now? I mean, Oppo hasn't hit any 3 stars yet, but it's the 2-star Akai and Kadita, right? We can see the items put on the Kadita as well. This is a Kadita that is meant for disruption, but has enough raw damage built in because it is a 2-star. And playing into Luminexus, this was something that we talked about from yesterday. Luminexus in that late game, absolutely monstrous. You pair it up with AoE damage like Hanabi and Benedetta, suddenly it looks like an unstoppable force.
Yeah, it's gonna be crazy here. Irithel 2-star coming out for Opal as well. Jerry with that 3-star Alucard that he had all the way. Same thing is gonna the crown is gonna be snatched from him just underneath his, watch. But yeah, it's not looking too good. Doesn't matter though. He gets into the grand finals, and I'm proud of this guy. I'm proud of Floxy as well.
Yeah, Floxy really has been working against the grain, even from yesterday, just playing a lot of the games on the edge, in the middle of the pack. But today, the innovation that he brought definitely paid off. And now it's going to be Floxy against, unfortunately, Opal. There's just no way through to the back. So Floxy gonna finish 3rd here.
And I believe Jerry's gonna finish 2nd as well, says Opal with that Hanabi Claude build, that marksman build, taking out the Burmese representative. Opal makes it to the top slot, but our top 4 has been decided here. We know who's going to the grand finals. You'll see shortly in the standings here, but our top 8 awaits. But going back to the game, right? How they played the game, how they really went into the MCGG mechanics in Group B. It's much more towards a very different look. The Guinevere, not that prevalent in Group B compared to Group A once again.
Yeah, and I think this kind of widens the pool as well as we get the stronger competitors in. Yesterday, it was all about comfort, right? Guinevere felt like the way to go, and that's why that Group A pool had so much Guinevere rushes. But then Group B kind of expanded the horizon a little bit, and coming into the day, we saw a lot more different approaches. We have hardcore commitments into a single piece. We have forced lose streaks, but at the same time, we also have the Group B players were a lot more aggressive in that early game to get the snowball. Jerry was a prime example on how to make it happen.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, the purest power coming out from Jerry didn't really work too well against Opal's solid alliance, right? Where you do get more synergy with that Metro Zero as well. Of course, we did see that fateful dice coming out from Ken as well, trying to get much more of a 3 pieces. Didn't really work too well for him. Yereg came out on top, but sadly for Yereg, he couldn't hang on to get much more points. And Opal is the one that truly shone in this competition, because at the start, yeah, he didn't really show off too much in terms of build. We thought he was going for aspirants, but end up he went into the Metro Zero build with the marksman as well.
Yeah, even for Ken, we did say that the 2 out of the 3 Indonesians, the EVOS players, are some of the front runners that got the bye into the semis. And again, the experience, it did ended up paying off, which is pretty interesting considering that for some of the contenders who are in the grand finals, and we did talk to Finn early on, for him, he naturally streams MCG a lot, so that's sort of his training ground. But we also have players that are picked up by organizations that train under the organization. And in this case, it is the banner of EVOS for both Opal and Ken, and both of them finished with flying colors today.
Yeah, I mean, the Indonesians are really strong, as we saw in the Group A as well. But now, big statements coming in from Finn, as he said that, yeah, he's looking forward to see them, but he's also going to trash them, just like in the SEA Games. So, yeah, he is our grand champion for our SEA Games 33rd, the first place coming in the 33rd SEA Games. So, yeah, Opal, right now, he has a lot to work with when it comes to fighting the grand champion for the SEA Games.
We also have to wave goodbye to our contenders in the semis today, right? Our SEA Games silver medalist, Yayania, sadly just was not able to get the ball rolling. Same as Zero Mertis, both of them have been struggling throughout the entirety of this Group B semis, where the things just weren't falling into place. They can't get the line established quick enough, and when they do, it's always a step late, a phase later than everyone else. But the spotlight is going to be on Opal for this final game. Running the Fanny as commander, so you get you get the launch pad to launch an extra hero onto the board, but also having that Rising Festivities alongside the Solid Alliance to allow him to hit the pieces that he needs.
Yeah, and you know, we're gonna have the winners interview later with Opal, and there's just one question that I want to ask him. You know, I'm just gonna run through this with you first, Husky. I'm just gonna ask him, how many hours of MCGG do you play a day to be this good? You know, because honestly, I believe he plays a lot of MCGG. The way that he goes for, he has been playing different commander, different go-go builds, and also different builds at every single time. But looking at the overall standings, the top 4 that make it, the 2 Indonesians, 1 Burmese, and also 1 man from the EECA, Floxy Jerry, Opal, and Ken from EVOS.
And just great showing from all of these contenders today. But we also commiserations to Yurej, Anxiety, Yayania, and Zero Mertens. It definitely wasn't easy, right? I think for Yurej and Anxiety, they were fighting until the bitter end, but unfortunately they got knocked out back to back, and that was the point that they need. And it was something that we established coming into Game 5. The rat race for top 4 is still pretty tight. Yayania and Zero Mertens, like we said earlier on, sadly just couldn't get the ball rolling. You can see just from the placement points alone, Yayania only having 1 good game, and Zero Mertens only finishing, or best placements was actually 5th place, and that was in round 1 with his Yu Zong pick as the commander. With that being said, we have locked in all of our grand finalists, which will be taking center stage on the 25th of January, which will be in 2 weeks' time, I believe on a Sunday.
Yeah, it's exactly 2 weeks from now. But of course, we're going to the interview really soon with the winner for Group B. So we'll see you guys at the interview, and I'll join you over there when the screen changes, and let's see who's on the screen, yeah?
Yeah, I believe it should be Opal coming in. So like you said, you know, we want to know how much he plays, but also what are the thought process, right, to understanding the nuances of the game, because there's a lot of things that we are looking for in a player, and what they are watching out for. So maybe we can get some insights from Opal coming in just a little bit.
Hello everybody! Hello EVOS Oppo FXL! Hello Moyman!
Hello bro.
Hey, hello Jeremy.
Hello.
Hi Opal. Hi Tiplox.
Hi Chiplux.
Hello.
Oke, sekali lagi congratulations buat EVOS Oppo FXL. Udah berhasil menang bro di posisi pertama. Luar biasa sekali, gue bangga sama lu, sesama FXL ya kita ya. Oke, maybe you have a question, maybe moment for EVOS. I can help to translate.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Opal, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Very simple question.
Yes.
As a pro player, how much MCGG, how many hours of MCGG do you play a day?
Oke. Berapa lama sih lu main game Magic Chess GO1 tuh per hari? Lu tuh ngeluangin waktu berapa jam kira-kira? Every day untuk latihan?
Hampir 12 jam lah mas.
12 hours a day playing Magic Chess GO1.
FM.
Apa? Lu mainnya emang main gamenya doang sama temen, atau memang lu yang itu 12 jam itu scrim sama latihan?
Ya latihan emang.
Oh, it's a scrim. It's a scrim for 12 hours a day.
Wow. And you're not climbing the rank servers. You're playing against other pro players.
Yes he does.
That's a lot of hours, man. That's a lot of hours. Respect, bro. Respect.
Respect bro, ya. Tapi sekali lagi ya, bro Opu, lu luar biasa sekali. Gua sebagai ya caster Indonesia di sini bangga sama lu ya. Kita sama FXL, kita sama-sama.
Mungkin aku punya pertanyaan Bang Jer.
Apa tuh kira-kira?
Nah,
FXL.
EVOS.
Wah, gue lagi gak pakai lagi.
Gak ada lagi kita ya. Mungkin nih, tadi Opu di call out oleh RV Alvin dari Malai. Gimana tanggapan dari Opu? Tadi nonton nggak call outnya? Karena pengen banget tadi melawan player-player dari Indonesia, apalagi di kandang Indonesia.
Ya, gimana?
Ya nanti kita buktikan aja lah di Jakarta.
Wih, nanti kita buktikan aja lah di Jakarta ya, katanya ya lu udah gak sabar. Dan kalau pertanyaan dari gua punya pertanyaan, kira-kira nih lu kan lu udah tahu dong berarti finalnya siapa aja dong nanti?
Udah Mas.
Udah tahu. Nah, kira-kira dari ke-8 peserta itu yang paling lu takutin siapa? Who is the most enemies that you feared for the grand final?
Teman gua Dorki sama Kin.
What? Siapa?
Dorki dan Kin.
Dorki dan Kins. Oke. Dorki and Kins is the most ya, paling ya.
Ya.
The most scary enemies. Right? Bener ya? Betul katanya. Betul ya.
Karena kedua player ini yang selalu tiap hari, tiap jam, tadi selama 12 jam, mereka selalu bermain ke arah fun match. Fun match in Indonesia is scream, bro, Momen.
Oke. Scream terus ya. Oke, so Momen, maybe you have another question for EVOS Opu?
Yes.
Yeah.
So just now we asked Finn, the winner of Group A, the same question as well, right? What he has to say for the grand finals, what he has to say against the Indonesian players. And what he said was he's looking forward to play the Indonesian players, but he's looking forward to win them as well. So do you have anything to say to Finn?
Ya, mungkin lu ada kata-kata untuk si Finn, karena tadi Finn juga secara tidak langsung dia kan menantang Indonesia. Dia pengen bertemu dan dia untuk mau melawan Indonesia. Dia datang ke Indonesia mau lawan Indonesia. Dan kira-kira nih dengan ada ya dalam tanda kutip ancaman dari ini ya. Ancaman dari musuh lu nanti
mungkin
ya.
Pembuktian
rival
lah,
ya.
Rivalnya.
Mungkin ada kata-kata apa lu ke Finn?
Gak ada kata-kata, yang penting bukti nyata.
I don't need to say any words. Just prove it. Prove it. When
Very
you arrive in
professional,
Jakarta and yeah, we prove with skills. Wow, luar biasa sekali. Yeah. Thank you so much, Momen. Thank you so much,
Momen. Thank you,
Thank you.
See you again and sekali lagi congratulations kepada EVOS Opu. Selamat see you nanti di tanggal 25 Januari di Jakarta ya. Stadion Madia. Bye-bye. Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you.
Oh my
Good
God.
luck Opu dan juga teman-teman yang lainnya.
Thank you very much to Jiplok, Jeremy, and also Opu, the first place out of Group B in the semi-finals, joining 7 other grand finalists who will be in Jakarta in conjunction with the ongoing M Series. It is going to be fun, you know, having the two worlds collide and finally seeing two universes join into one, and the fact that they will be playing on that grand stage instead from the comforts of their home. That's where the pressure really builds up. For some of these players, they have had the competitive experience. For others, it might be a first time. We'll get to see if these players can prove their worth, especially for Finn, who has thrown out some words to the Indonesians, knowing that he's going to be playing on their home soil.
Yeah, meanwhile, Opu, very professional, is like, I don't have any comments. Just prove it in the battleground, right? So yeah, just words go over, skill go over words. So just prove in the battleground. We'll see each other in MCGG.
Yeah, and of course, before we forget, we gotta remind you guys to follow the official global Facebook account at Magic Chess GoGo, as well as the global TikTok account at Magic Chess GoGo Global to find the latest and most comprehensive news on the game, as well as the competitive scene, alongside with the official tournament live stream. Do remember, if you have any feedback, do leave a comment. We will go through them and make it better for the next broadcast. But on top of that, you can also join this fun event by commenting, follow MCGG TikTok in the chat, screenshot it, and go to the global TikTok page and follow the steps to win some lucky prizes. You can scan the QR code to do that as well. So plenty of things ahead of us. Pretty exciting for the first ever Magic Chess Go World Championship. As more to come as the final 8 now fight for that 10 grand prize pool and the covenant title of a world champion.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of prize money at stake, and everyone that got eliminated, of course, they're not leaving home empty-handed. They are going to be awarded some portion of the prize pool as well. I believe it's $200 followed by $400 respectively. So yeah, people that left, they're not leaving empty-handed. Their time is respected here at MCGG, and of course, commiserations to them. But now we move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot to look forward to. But right now, I mean, with all of the players all the grand finals that have been settled in, I want to hear your opinion, right? Your favorite player, because I'll list mine first. My favorite player so far, I think, has been Jerry. I think he's a very interesting player. We see the smart approaches that he has, but also I think the consistency that he has brought in, right? Very aggressive playstyle and is willing to go for those roles to hit that top 4 consistently.
Yeah, I mean, my favorite player is like, gotta say, it has to be one of the players that got eliminated, actually. It's sad to say, but it's Zero Merchants, right? Yesterday, the showing that he got was extremely strong. A very strong first impression on him with the Yuzhong. He's never willing to just give out on his set battlefield. He does go for a lot of the 50-50 flips, and today it didn't work out in his favor. But yesterday, he did provide a great showing.
Yeah, so again, at MCGG, you know, we have come a long way from the first set. The foundation was laid out, and now it is everyone's game. Do remember that this GO1 is just the beginning of a long and prosperous journey for the game. And as for us, we are gonna end the night. And we wish you guys have a good rest of the day. We'll see you guys on the 25th for the grand finals. If you guys are in Jakarta itself, I'm pretty sure you'll be able to head down to the venue and see the players in real life. 2 weeks from now, we'll see you. Good night.
rise beyond greatness and reignite your star. Come then, embrace the struggle. Hold on. Let it become your strength.